Endless waves stretched into the horizon, the boundless ocean vast and immeasurable. Several kayaks drifted alone upon the surface, as insignificant as specks in the boundless sea, tiny and helpless. They were crammed with people, both men and women, most of them youths who had only recently come of age. Their bodies were soaked through, their expressions filled with terror, clearly having just endured an incredibly dreadful storm. They curled in on themselves, clutching tightly at the ropes on the kayaks, afraid that they might fall into the water at any moment. The waves, like man-eating beasts, pounded relentlessly against the kayaks, producing sharp, cracking sounds. Suddenly, a towering wave surged toward them, and the kayaks began to rock violently. In an instant, one person was hurled out with brutal force. On the surface of the sea, that person only had time to let out a short, sharp cry before vanishing swiftly into the boundless, raging waves. Seeing this, fear appeared on everyone's faces, yet not the slightest surprise. Clearly, such scenes had already occurred countless times. They were numb to it. Moreover, none of them knew whether the next unfortunate one would be themselves. After several endless hours, the storm gradually subsided, like a newlywed man spent of his fervor. The sea's surface slowly began to grow calm. The crowd let out a long breath in unison, thankful that they had survived at last. Among them was a man whose appearance was extraordinarily ordinary. Unlike the others' relief, his eyes remained tightly shut, his face as pale as paper. He seemed to be trapped in chaos, or perhaps already unconscious, utterly unresponsive to everything around him. Just as everyone was preparing to rest, a young woman suddenly cried out, "What are you doing, Lin Yi? Where are your hands grabbing?" Her voice was like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves 1,000 layers deep. Though their bodies were utterly exhausted, everyone on the kayaks, driven by curiosity, still turned their gaze toward her. Immediately, a sweet and adorable young girl appeared within their field of vision. She wore shorts that barely covered her hips, radiating youthful vitality. Judging by her features, she was already of age, yet her face still retained a strikingly youthful softness. Her figure had already developed quite well, the curves of her body clearly defined. Yet at this moment, to everyone's astonishment, they saw that the front of her clothes was being tightly clutched by a man. The man's palm was large, and with one hand alone, he nearly covered half of the girl's clothing at her chest. His grip was so forceful that her clothes were pulled taut, and the camisole beneath, under that great strain, seemed as though it might snap at any moment. Frightened and furious, the girl kept slapping at the man's arm, trying to make him let go. Under her blows, the man slowly awoke from his dazed state. "Where's this? Didn't I die?" He seemed to have experienced an endlessly long dream. Upon waking, his thoughts were hazy and his vision was blurred. In the haze, a pair of small hands struck heavily against his own. Those hands were as delicate as blossoms, not large, yet they brought with them a definite stab of pain. Driven by instinct, his fingers tightened even more around the fabric he was holding. At once he became aware that the sensation in his hand was extremely strange. "What is this? It feels like a rag doll." His heart was filled with bewilderment. He could not fathom what object could feel so peculiar to the touch. Unconsciously, he began to flex his fingers like claws. "Lin Yi, you're hurting me. Please let me go." The girl's voice rang out again, laden with grievance. The voice sounded somewhat familiar to him, as though he had heard it countless times before. He forced his eyes open against the stabbing sunlight. Through the blur, he saw a pair of long white legs. So long, so pale, so slender, and so tender. The smooth legs seemed to glow, faintly stirring an almost irresistible urge to touch and linger. After his gaze lingered there for a moment, his eyes slowly moved upward. A fair and beautiful young face then entered his vision. As he clutched the rag doll, that little face grew ever clearer. "This is Lin Xiaowei, Wang Juankai's girlfriend." He finally recognized the owner of those long legs. They were classmates. In everyday life, Lin Xiaowei loved wearing shorts. Her bright, youthful look always drew attention. Because of this, his dorm mates often discussed her fervently in their room. Having heard so much, he had, without realizing it, secretly stolen many glances at her as well. The moment he saw the girl clearly, his eyes flew wide open, filled with shock and bewilderment. "Is this hell? Why is Lin Xiaowei here too? No, my body. It's swaying as if on the sea. Could it be? I didn't die?" A storm surged within his heart, countless questions raging through his mind. Panicking, he turned his head in a frantic sweep to look around. At once, the shimmering sea, the swaying kayaks, the exhausted companions, Lin Xiaowei, and everything around them entered his sight. Feeling his own body rocking along with the kayak, he froze. For him, all of this was unbearably familiar. "It hurts. Woo. Lin Yi, please let me go." After the trial of the storm, Lin Xiaowei was utterly exhausted in body and mind. The pain she felt now made tears of grievance spill down like broken pearls. Hearing her sobs, the man called Lin Yi finally realized his own loss of control. He hastily released his grip. In the instant he let go, a faint cracking sound brushed past his ear. The sound was soft, yet it struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Lin Yi suddenly felt that something in his pocket had shattered. At the same time, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind, "One-time life simulation pearl has been used up. It is damaged and can no longer be used." The voice was devoid of all emotion, icy and distinct, as if coming from a distant void. One-time life simulation pearl, what is that? His heart was full of doubt. With that doubt churning, he quickly reached into his pocket. His fingertips brushed against shattered fragments of some bead. So that's how it is. Feeling the remnants, he roughly understood what had happened to him. He had not died. Everything he had experienced before was only a simulation, one life simulated. That was why everything felt so familiar. Just then an angry roar came from another kayak. "You Lin Yi, how dare you touch my girlfriend? Just you wait. I'll kill you later." The voice was brimming with rage, as though he might rush over in the next second and beat Lin Yi to a pulp. Unfortunately, a certain distance separated the two kayaks, and none of them had paddles. They could only drift with the current. The gentle waves nudged the boats, gradually pushing them farther apart. Hearing that voice, Lin Yi's eyes abruptly grew cold, a flash of killing intent flickering in their depths. In the simulation, it was this very voice's owner who had killed him. Not only had that man obtained a system, but later, he even tried to seize the precious thing Lin Yi had finally discovered. It was during the struggle over that item that the man killed him. Following the direction of the shout, Lin Yi looked over, and the scene on the other kayak entered his eyes. That kayak too was crowded with people, each face marked by exhaustion and fear. Among the crowd, a man with a face twisted in fury was glaring at him viciously. This man was Wang Junkai. Lin Yi's gaze was locked onto him, the flames of anger in his heart burning ever more fiercely. Yet very soon he forcibly suppressed the fury in his eyes. Wang Junkai was tall and burly, a sports student with exceptional physique and strength. Beside him were several other sports students just like him. He could gain nothing by acting rashly now and must not reveal his killing intent. Wang Junkai dug his hands hard into the seawater, paddling furiously as he tried to maneuver his kayak closer to Lin Yi's. Unfortunately, he had never rowed a boat before and knew nothing of technique or experience. The kayak merely spun in circles again and again upon the sea. Under the battering of the waves, the distance between the two kayaks grew a little farther once more. "You Fing bastard." Seeing that the kayak refused to obey, Wang Junkai flew into a rage and hurled a torrent of obscenities at Lin Yi. Though several meters apart, and unable to see Lin Yi's subtle fiddling motions, he could still hear Lin Xiaowei's sobs. Hearing the curses, Lin Yi paid them no heed, for a barking dog was never truly frightening. What was truly terrifying was the lion that attacked without a sound. Drifting upon the sea as they were conserving strength was the wisest choice. Thus Lin Yi closed his eyes and began to recall what had happened within the simulation. He was a student who had just taken the major examination, and after it ended, his class had organized a half-day inner-sea cruise as a class outing. 3 years of studying together had not been easy, and after graduation some might never meet again. He signed up for the trip. Who could have imagined that the ship would encounter a storm at sea and crash into a hidden reef? As the ship was about to sink before their eyes, everyone could only transfer to the lifeboats. Because the tickets had been cheap, the so-called lifeboats were in truth nothing more than inflatable kayaks. After drifting at sea for several days, the kayaks carried them to a desolate island teeming with beasts. The island appeared ordinary, yet was in fact unimaginably mysterious. The island was overrun with wild beasts like a primeval forest. What shocked them even more was that many people encountered strange fortunes upon this island. Wang Junkai was one of them. His strength grew immense on the island to the point that even 4 or 5 men working together could not match him. Sadly, Lin Yi had no such luck. On that island, Lin Yi's life was unbearably hard. He was often bullied, and going hungry became his daily norm. Wang Junkai, Lin Xiaowei's boyfriend, was also Lin Yi's classmate. The two of them had had some minor conflict back in their first year of high school, and whether it was because of that or not, Wang Junkai frequently targeted him. Under such harassment, Lin Yi's days were extremely miserable. Fortunately, after several months of harsh life on the island, he finally discovered a certain fruit. He had heard from other survivors that eating this fruit could double one's strength. Overjoyed, Lin Yi was just about to pluck the fruit when Wang Junkai suddenly appeared behind him. Holding a dagger in his hand, Wang Junkai drove it straight into Lin Yi's heart. In that instant, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with shock and despair. He had never imagined that a classmate of 3 years would actually kill him outright. After obtaining the fruit, Wang Junkai was wild with excitement. Looking at the dying Lin Yi, perhaps to let him die with some understanding, Wang Junkai uttered a few revealing words. Only then did Lin Yi learn that Wang Junkai had obtained a system called Duo Z Duo Fu, the More Children More Blessings system. That system had granted Wang Junkai formidable power, allowing him to kill Lin Yi with ease. Moreover, from what Wang Junkai revealed, he was not the only one on the island to have obtained a system. Several others had received different systems as well. For example, Li Wei had obtained a sign-in system, Wang Hao an evolution system, and so on. Damn it, why is it that others not only come from wealthy families, have beautiful girlfriends, but even get systems? Gazing at the triumphant Wang Juankai, Lin Ye's heart seethed with grievance, yet he could do nothing. If the heavens were unjust, what could he do? A tiny ant had no power to resist. Filled with unwillingness, the light in Lin Ye's eyes gradually faded. He thought he was about to die, just like that, never expecting that all of this was merely a simulation. At the moment of Lin Ye's death, the simulation pearl activated, pulling him back into reality. Because the experiences had been so real when he died in the simulation, Lin Ye instinctively reached out his hand. He tried to grasp something in that chaos and reached toward Lin Xiaowei at his side. As for this one-use simulation pearl, Lin Ye had first noticed it by chance while paddling the kayak. The simulation pearl had a fine luster and looked quite valuable. Seeing it float over, Lin Ye had instinctively scooped it up and slipped it into his pocket. He had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary crystal bead would grant him a chance to simulate an entire life. Everything that had happened before was nothing more than a life simulation. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Ye recalled every experience. By piecing them together one by one, he finally sorted everything out. Remembering how he could still clearly feel the pain of that dagger piercing his heart, Lin Ye clenched his teeth hard and swore silently in his heart. Since I am still alive and given a chance to start over, Wang Juankai, this time, I will make your life worse than death. The honest man Lin Ye used to be was dead from this day forward. Sob. Wang Juankai, hurry and come find me. I want you by my side. Sob. As he pondered, Lin Xiaowei's sobs slowly drifted into Lin Ye's ears. What she had originally looked forward to was a sweet and joyful trip, sneaking kisses with her boyfriend on the ship. Never had she imagined that the ship would suffer a maritime disaster. Now she could only squeeze together with many others on this overcrowded kayak. The cramped space made her extremely uncomfortable. What aggrieved her even more was that someone had taken advantage of her in the crowd. On Lin Ye's kayak, there were 10 people in total aside from Lin Xiaowei and Lin Ye. There was another male and another female student. They were from a different class and none of them knew each other. Apart from these few students, the rest were adults out on a leisure trip. On Lin Xiaowei's other side sat a pot-bellied man with a beer gut. He had been badly affected by the storm, and one of his leather shoes had gone missing, so a pungent stench of bare feet permeated the kayak. Earlier, everyone had been wholly focused on clinging to the ropes of the kayak so as not to be swept away by the waves, and had no time to notice the smell. Now that the storm had passed, that abnormally acrid odor became especially strong and unbearable. Choked by the stench to the point of gagging, Lin Xiaowei felt an indescribable sorrow. She broke down in tears. All she longed for was to be in the same kayak as Wang Juankai. Yet when she lifted her eyes, she discovered that the distance between them was growing ever greater. The kayaks were filled with ordinary tourists. No crew members were on board. On the other kayak, upon hearing his girlfriend's cries, Wang Juankai redoubled his efforts, paddling with all his might in an attempt to reach the kayak carrying Lin Xiaowei. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not overcome the surging waves. The waves relentlessly shoved the two kayaks farther and farther apart. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them stretched to over 10 meters, and it continued to grow. The pair gazed at each other from afar, eyes full of reluctance to part. Watching this seemingly ill-fated couple, Lin Ye felt not the slightest stir of emotion. His eyes were icy. In the previous simulation, he and Lin Xiaowei had been in the same kayak. Though they knew each other at school, their relationship had been nothing more than a nodding acquaintance. Yet on the kayak, surrounded by strangers, and being classmates from the same class, they gradually grew more familiar under such circumstances. After they reached the desolate island, the two of them became one of the few pairs of people who could still exchange a few words. Having gone through trials together, and with Lin Xiaowei being very beautiful, Lin Ye had felt a subtle closeness to her during the simulation and had secretly observed her many times. Yet it turned out that her boyfriend not only frequently bullied him on the island, but in the end had even personally killed him. So be it. I'll just start by collecting a little interest from your girlfriend. Staring at Wang Juankai, who was desperately paddling, Lin Ye's eyes hardened as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Uncertain whether it was the couple's actions that moved others or something else, the bespectacled man sitting opposite Lin Ye suddenly spoke up. Kid, in this situation, do you dare to act like this? Aren't you afraid we'll throw you into the sea? The nature of the Chinese people is such that if no one speaks up, no one will. Now that someone has taken the lead, several men chimed in. What you did is sexual harassment. You'll end up in jail. At such a young age, still a student, how could you do such a thing? What will happen in the future? Lin Ye sensed the unfriendly tone of the crowd on the boat, and their scrutinizing gazes piercing through him like swords, tightening his heart. He knew that his previous actions, whether intentional or not, had already provoked the crowd's disdain. He needed to explain quickly. After all, they would be adrift at sea for 3 more days, and he could not become the target of their wrath. Otherwise, if he offended everyone, it was indeed possible they would join forces to throw him into the sea. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his emotions and sincerely explained, Lin Xiaowei, I'm really sorry about what just happened. I truly didn't mean it. I think I fainted for a while and my consciousness was blurry. When I woke up, I found that my hand had somehow grabbed you. Lin Ye's voice trembled slightly, filled with guilt and unease. Lin Xiaowei listened to Lin Ye's words, her face revealing no expression as she cried quietly to herself. She didn't know whether to believe Lin Yi. After all, the recent experience left her shaken. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she found it difficult to lash out, only managing to nod gently, accepting Lin Ye's apology. Yet her heart remained filled with vigilance and disgust, unable to believe that a classmate could be so unsavory. Thus, full of distaste, she instinctively shifted her body to the side, trying to maintain distance from Lin Yi. Lin Ye's words were not only directed at Lin Xiaowei, they were also meant to explain to the crowd. Hearing this, the onlookers had nothing more to say. Everyone had witnessed Lin Ye's earlier performance, those terrified eyes, the tears streaming down from being stung by the sunlight. They privately speculated among themselves, knowing that it was likely true. However, the bespectacled youth still snorted coldly, warning, You better be careful, otherwise I won't let you off. After saying this, the youth turned to Lin Xiaowei and said, Miss, would you like to come over to my side? No one here will take advantage of you. This person, looking sunny and handsome with a gentle tone, appeared quite charming. Yet upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei immediately shook her head in refusal. This person seemed sunny, but was actually quite lewd. Earlier, when she was in the restroom on the cruise ship, she had heard him accidentally play a sound from his phone. Though it was only for a few seconds, she recognized it as the sound of an adult film, and it involved multiple people. Moreover, he was sitting opposite her and Lin Yi, and before she had felt his gaze occasionally sweeping between her legs. Though his actions were subtle, she still noticed. So upon hearing this, a strong wave of disgust surged within her, as if she were being targeted by a disgusting bug. Due to the small size of the kayak, which was packed with people, physical contact between bodies was inevitable as the waves surged. Although Lin Xiaowei wanted to distance herself from Lin Yi due to being at sea, the kayak constantly rocked with the waves, making it difficult for her to move away. Meanwhile, the beer belly next to Lin Xiaowei, noticing the beautiful young girl beside him, couldn't help but harbor a wicked thought. Uncertain whether it was intentional or not, as the waves shifted, his body gradually leaned towards Lin Xiaowei. Suddenly, a wave surged, causing the kayak to lurch, and the beer belly took the opportunity to touch Lin Xiaowei's smooth thigh. What are you doing touching my leg? Although she was crying, Lin Xiaowei was not without feeling. Feeling the other party rubbing against her leg, she immediately closed her thighs and shrank her body back as much as possible, trying to distance herself from the beer belly. Noticing the beautiful girl's terrified and disgusted gaze, the beer belly sneered inwardly, but said aloud, What's wrong, little beauty? I didn't do anything. This space is so small, and it's shaking. It's inevitable we bump into each other. However, once or twice might be understandable, but with the obvious intention of approaching her, how could Lin Xiaowei not know? Looking at the beer belly's seemingly innocent expression, Lin Xiaowei's feelings of grievance and anger grew stronger. On this kayak, there were only her and another female student, while that female student's companion was clearly a couple, thus they were tightly pressed together. With the protection of male students, no one dared to take advantage of the other female student. But only she, having encountered a sea disaster in a hurry, had to separate from her boyfriend. Now, with no one to protect her, and Lin Yi having treated her that way just moments ago, even if it weren't intentional, she was not prepared to forgive him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaowei's eyes turned red again, and more tears swirled in her eyes. Feeling wronged, Lin Xiaowei hurriedly shouted at Wang Junkai, who was 10 meters away on another boat. Wang Junkai, come over here. I don't want to stay on this boat. They are all bullying me. I want to sit with you. Her voice was choked with tears, sounding particularly mournful in the sea breeze. Wang Junkai on the other boat heard Lin Xiaowei's cry and felt anxious. However, he could only stare helplessly, unable to do anything. He had never rowed a boat before, and after rowing for a while, not only did he expend a lot of energy, but the distance between the kayak and Lin Xiaowei was also increasing. Wang Junkai wanted to call for help from his companions on the boat, but when he saw the exhausted and indifferent expressions of everyone, he swallowed the words back down. Everyone was already worn out in the storm, and throughout the day they had witnessed quite a bit of life and death. Out in this vast sea, it was essential to conserve energy. The more energy one had, the more hope there was for survival. Who would expend energy for someone else's girlfriend? Even those few teammates he usually trained with had now shifted their gaze elsewhere. On the other side, seeing Lin Xiaowei crying, Lin Yi gently shook his head. During the simulation, he had once helped Lin Xiaowei stop the beer belly out of kindness, only to be resented and ultimately pushed into the sea. Not only did he swallow several mouthfuls of seawater, but his clothes were soaked, and he was shivering from the cold. This time he certainly wouldn't repeat the same mistake. What he needed to do was seize the opportunity first and change his tragic fate. However, although Lin Yi knew that Wang Junkai and a few others had obtained the system, he did not know how they had acquired it, nor was he clear on when or where it had happened. For this reason, seeing that the crowd was no longer focused on him and no longer concerned about Lin Xiaowai's situation, he turned to continue recalling his experiences in the simulation, attempting to find some clues. At this moment, it was the first day after the storm, and the kayak they were in was drifting aimlessly on the vast sea. In 3 days, the kayak would reach the vicinity of that deserted island. From his experience on the island, Wang Junkai seemed to have suddenly gained great strength on the 4th day after arriving at the island. It appeared that Lin Xiaowei had disappeared for one night, and the next day Wang Junkai's strength had greatly increased. Judging from this, it was likely that Wang Junkai's system was obtained from the deserted island, but it couldn't be completely confirmed. This was because the disposable simulation pearl that Lin Yi picked up was found in the sea. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart brightened. That is to say, there were indeed opportunities at sea. As for when the others obtained their systems, Lin Yi was still unclear. They must have hidden it very well. However, Li Wei seemed to have started receiving new items from the 5th day after arriving on the deserted island, such as bottled water machetes, and so on every day. He must have obtained the sign-in system at that time. To him, the system of others seemed trivial, but he was determined to seize the system of Wang Junkai at all costs. Not to mention that the system was named More Sons, More Blessings. A man's greatest love, the fact that Wang Junkai's strength would double in the later stages, compelled him to obtain it. Otherwise, even though Lin Yi had simulated a life experience, he would still be unable to compete with Wang Junkai. With this thought, Lin Yi's mind drifted back to that mysterious deserted island. The deserted island was extraordinarily enigmatic. Not only did it possess a system and various astonishing treasures, but even the surrounding sea was anything but ordinary. Logically speaking, the area where the shipwreck occurred was within the inland sea, a mere 10 kilometers from the shore. Under normal circumstances, for a modern rescue system, such a distance should not be insurmountable, and rescue personnel ought to arrive quickly. However, Lin Yi had endured 2 months of torment on the deserted island, yet he had not seen any rescue personnel. All these factors made him suspicious that there might be some supernatural force quietly manipulating events behind the scenes. Perhaps extraterrestrials were indeed conducting some mysterious cultivation plan. Nevertheless, despite some conjectures in his mind, Lin Yi had more pressing matters at hand to enhance his own strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he alter the fate that led to his demise. As for the reasons behind it, he needed to survive first to have the qualifications to explore. Thus, if there were opportunities at sea, perhaps he should take the initiative and seek out as many of those opportunities as possible. Lin Yi silently calculated in his heart, his eyes glimmering with determination. At this moment, due to Lin Xiaowai's voice, everyone's attention refocused on the beer belly. In the kayak where Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei were, 10 people were crammed together, 8 of whom were males. Men often understand men better, so everyone knew perfectly well that this beer belly surely harbored ill intentions. In such a unique environment, the complexity of human nature gradually revealed itself. It was not surprising for such a vibrant young girl to provoke such behavior. Perhaps many others also harbored similar thoughts, but due to the gaze of the crowd, they did not dare act. After the shipwreck, everyone watched helplessly as several kayaks sank directly amidst the turbulent waves. Originally, there were only 8 people in this kayak, but later 2 people swam over with all their might, bringing the total to 10. All 10 people on the boat had witnessed death. The feelings of helplessness and despair were deeply etched in each of their hearts. In the shadow of a fear of unknown fate, some might give rise to dark thoughts. Perhaps someone was considering that since they did not know how long they could live, they might as well enjoy themselves before dying. Seeing everyone staring at him, the beer belly remained unperturbed and said, "Please don't look at me like that. It really was just an accident. On this small boat swaying back and forth, it's unavoidable. I have no ill intentions." After finishing, the beer belly smiled at Lin Xiaowei, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoke. Those teeth under the sunlight appeared particularly glaring. Thus Lin Xiaowei felt even more terrified. The beer belly's physique was extremely robust, weighing about 190 pounds, resembling a small hill, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Lin Xiaowei understood very well that with her own strength, she could not contend with the beer belly on this small kayak. If she angered him, it might bring her greater trouble. Thus, despite her heart being filled with grievance and anger, she could only swallow this hidden loss and dared not say anything more. However, instinctively, she shrank back a bit, wanting to distance herself. As for the bespectacled man, having previously seen Lin Yi as merely a student, he dared to speak up. But now facing the beer belly, he did not dare. A flicker of hesitation and fear passed through his eyes, and in the end, he could only turn his head, pretending to admire the scenery. Lin Xiaowei's slight movement inadvertently bumped into Lin Yi. A smooth sensation instantly reached Lin Yi's leg. Lin Yi was wearing long pants, although there was a layer of fabric that delicate touch still made his heart tremble, slightly feeling an irresistible urge. It seemed that Lin Xiaowei was oblivious, carelessly pressing tightly against Lin Yi. With the simulation included, Lin Yi could be said to have lived two lives. Due to his family's poverty, he never dressed up and only focused on studying daily, so he had remained single throughout school, a true old virgin. In this sudden intimate contact, Lin Yi felt extremely uncomfortable. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and he flushed. The novice noticed that the young brother was not behaving, causing Lin Yi to feel a wave of panic in his heart. To prevent others from noticing his embarrassment, Lin Yi quickly said to Lin Xiaowei, "Lin Xiaowei, I truly apologize for earlier. How about this'll go down and reflect for a bit? Consider it my punishment." "Oh." Lin Yi's voice instantly jolted Lin Xiaowei back to her senses. Only then did she realize her thigh was completely pressed against Lin Yi's, and hurriedly stopped her movement. A blush quickly crept onto her face, filled with embarrassment. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yi swiftly removed his shoes and jumped directly into the sea without taking off his clothes. Then, with one hand holding the kayak's rope and the other paddling in the water, he remembered seeing something floating not far in the sea. That object looked similar to the previous simulation pearl, both being round and crystal-like. Perhaps it was another life simulation pearl. Although Lin Yi was extremely excited upon seeing it for the first time and wanted to dive in and grab it, he could not do that. If he swam directly over, his intentions would be too obvious, and if the kayak drifted away, even if he was a good swimmer, it would be hard to survive in this vast sea. After all, in this boundless ocean, a single person's strength was so insignificant. With the slightest misstep, one could be swept away by the waves and lost in the endless tides. Thus, Lin Yi thought to pretend to feel guilty and jump into the sea, then slowly push the kayak over, allowing him to discreetly grab that object. At 19, she was still just a newly adult girl filled with kindness. Already an adult. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowei hurriedly shouted, "Lin, you, come back up." Although the girl was anxious, the others did not care. Once Lin Yi left, the space on the boat opened up a bit, and everyone no longer had to squeeze together, feeling much more relaxed, so no one paid attention to his actions. In the sea, Lin Yi heard Lin Xiaowei's call, but he did not respond. To him, although it was tiring in the water, not having to smell the pungent foot odor was a relief. He held onto the kayak's rope while slowly paddling in the water, eyes fixed intently on that round object not far away. Lin Xiaowei felt a bit wronged and angry as Lin Yi ignored her. After all, Lin Yi had just treated her that way, and she did not wish to talk to him any further. At this moment, although there was no strong wind on the sea, the waves continued to surge restlessly. That object was just over 3 meters away, yet it took Lin Yi nearly 10 minutes to reach it. A few people on the kayak could swim. At first, they watched Lin Yi frolicking in the sea with great interest, but later they simply resumed their own resting. Only Lin Xiaowei and those 2 students continued to pay attention to Lin Yi. Seeing this situation, Lin Yi intentionally splashed some waves, and while the others were distracted, he tightly grasped that object. This is a water avoidance pearl. Upon grasping it, Lin Yi recognized it. In the previous simulation, he had seen someone hold this pearl in their mouth and stay submerged for half an hour, hence it was named the water avoidance pearl. He did not know whether this was still Blue Star, but such a miraculous object existed. After obtaining the water avoidance pearl, Lin Yi was overjoyed. With this treasure, he could boldly explore the depths of the sea, perhaps discovering some precious finds, or at the very least catching some fish for food. In this way, he would no longer have to endure the suffering of hunger as he did before. However, this water-repelling pearl cannot be used indefinitely. It has a time limitation, and a single pearl can only be used for half an hour. Once the half hour is over, the oxygen inside will be completely consumed, rendering it ineffective underwater. Shortly after Lin Yi obtained the water-repelling pearl, the waves gradually calmed down, and the previously turbulent waters became gentle, with the sea surface resembling a massive mirror, occasionally rippled by slight waves. Seeing that the kayak was drifting very slowly and that any attempt to move forward would only be pushed back by the waves, Lin Yi realized that it was time to use the water-repelling pearl. As long as he was fast enough when he returned from the sea, the kayak should remain nearby or not drift too far away. This way, he would not have to worry about losing the kayak later, and he could dive into the sea without any concerns. Although he did not know if there was anything valuable in this sea area, he might never encounter such calm waters again. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Yi decisively placed the water-repelling pearl in his mouth and dove straight into the sea, his figure disappearing from the surface. With the water-repelling pearl, he no longer had to worry about suffocation, and Lin Yi's courage surged. At this moment, he seemed to transform into a nimble spirit of the ocean, moving freely in the water. The sea, having been ravaged by the previous storm, had extremely low visibility, and the water was infused with a hazy, mysterious atmosphere, as if a thin veil enveloped the entire underwater world. Lin Yi slowly descended, but after only a few meters the water revealed a deep inky blue indicating that the storm had not significantly affected the depths. Moreover, at this depth sunlight managed to penetrate through. The beams of light scattered in the sea creating shimmering dazzling pillars resembling scenes from a dream exquisite and breathtaking. This marvelous sight immediately captivated Lin Yi's attention. He widened his eyes filled with awe as he gazed at the beauty before him, as if he were in a fairy tale world. Such a dreamlike scene stirred endless emotions within him. At this moment the shadow of death he had experienced in the simulation finally dissipated. These beautiful sights were things he had never encountered in the previous simulation. The brilliant colors and marvelous light effects filled him with anticipation for the future. This time he would certainly not be killed by petty individuals. Although Lin Yi's swimming skills were average, the absence of suffocation concerns allowed him to dive at a decent speed. He resembled a nimble fish and soon reached a depth of over 10 meters from the surface. This was a mysterious and wondrous world far removed from the chaos of the sea, where numerous marine creatures began to appear one after another. These marine creatures were diverse in shape. Some were vividly colored, some completely transparent, and some had strange forms while others had scales shimmering like countless sparkling jewels. Lin Yi was captivated by these marine creatures, involuntarily slowing his descent to quietly admire their beauty. Here still in shallow waters most fish were relatively small. In addition to these agile little fish, some uniquely shaped marine creatures quietly entered Lin Yi's field of vision. There were transparent jellyfish with long tentacles drifting slowly resembling spirits of the ocean, brightly colored clownfish sparkled in the water like dazzling gems, and there were also small, adorable seahorses. Seeing all this, Lin Yi realized how colorful the ocean was, a beauty that lifted his spirits. However, due to the not so good underwater lighting, he could not see clearly. Thus Lin Yi began to dive deeper. As he descended, the surrounding water pressure gradually increased, but he felt no fear, instead filled with a courageous spirit of exploration. At this moment, the only sound left in Lin Yi's ears was the gentle sound of water flowing, which felt particularly soothing in the quiet underwater world. Of course, without the water-repelling pearl, he would not have been able to immerse himself so calmly in this marvelous underwater world. Not long after continuing to dive, a massive coral reef suddenly appeared before Lin Yi. Accompanying the coral reef was a large group of lanternfish. Fortunately, with these lanternfish around, the underwater visibility would not be too dim. The soft glow from the lanternfish resembled twinkling stars illuminating the surrounding sea. Lin Yi was deeply attracted by this wondrous sight and could not help but slowly approach the coral reef and the school of lanternfish. In the simulation, he had heard that some classmates discovered a coral reef in the shallow waters of a deserted island. Within that coral reef, there was said to be a tree bearing yellow fruit. With nothing to eat, that person ended up eating the fruit. To his surprise, after eating it, his strength increased by 10 kilograms. Seeing the coral reef, Lin Yi was intrigued. If he could find such fruit, it would undoubtedly be a great boost for him. The coral reef was intricate and maze-like. The corals varied in shape, looked like blooming flowers or ancient sculptures dazzling to the eye. Lin Yi cautiously wove through them, his gaze sharp, not missing any corner that might conceal the fruit. While searching, Lin Yi saw some small crabs busily climbing in the crevices of the coral reef, and some colorful little fish playing among the corals, but he still had not discovered any fruit. As time ticked by, a sense of urgency began to swell in Lin Yi's heart. He did not know how vast this enormous coral reef was, or if the legendary fruit truly existed here. However, urgency would not solve the problem. Lin Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Even if he could not find the fruit, there would be other opportunities. About 10 minutes had passed, and the water-repelling pearl still had 20 minutes left. Even if he could not find that kind of fruit, he could still catch some crabs to take back, which would still be a harvest. With such a plan in mind, Lin Yi felt more assured. To avoid wasting the time of the water-repelling pearl, he silently decided to leave after searching for a while. Thus Lin Yi continued to carefully search through the coral reef, not letting any possible corner escape his notice. However, after a while he still found nothing. This left Lin Yi with a slight sense of disappointment, but he also understood that he could not spend too much time here, so he prepared to give up. Just as Lin Yi was about to give up, he suddenly felt a weak current pulsating. Lin Yi focused on the direction of the current and saw not far away a small yellow fish swimming furiously, seemingly trying to prevent the nearby lanternfish from approaching. The small yellow fish was not large, yet it dared to block the larger lanternfish, which struck Lin Yi as quite strange. According to legend, treasures are always guarded by monsters. Seeing this, Lin Yi had a flash of inspiration and immediately swam towards the coral reef next to the small yellow fish. The small yellow fish, brave enough to drive away lanternfish, was not bold enough to face Lin Yi, the large bipedal beast. As Lin Yi approached, the small yellow fish quickly swam away. Seeing the small yellow fish's panicked escape, Lin Yi felt a surge of surprise. The small yellow fish's eyes were particularly lively, like two brilliant gems seemingly containing endless vitality. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the small yellow fish for a moment before he no longer paid it any mind. After all, without tools it was extremely difficult to catch fish in the sea. Filled with anticipation, Lin Yi approached that coral reef. Next to the coral reef was a fist-sized stone hole. Peering through the opening, he saw a yellow fruit quietly growing inside. The moment he saw the fruit, Lin Yi was overjoyed. At the same time, he kept a wary eye, knowing that the small yellow fish was aware of the spiritual fruit and could drive away other fish, indicating it was certainly not simple. Lin Yi cautiously reached out his hand, preparing to retrieve the fruit from the crevice in the stone. Just as his fingers touched the fruit, a faint electric current instantly coursed through his body, causing him to shudder slightly. This sudden feeling startled Lin Yi, but soon excitement took over. To avoid any delays, after grabbing the fruit, he unhesitatingly placed it into his mouth. The fruit was undoubtedly a treasure. It melted in his mouth, and a sweet warm current surged into his limbs and bones. Lin Yi had not drunk water for nearly a day, and after diving in the sea for a long time he was parched. However, at this moment his mouth suddenly felt much sweeter, and the once unbearable thirst vanished. Moreover, he could clearly feel his strength increasing significantly. This process was ongoing, indicating that the enhancement from the fruit was gradual rather than instantaneous. Lin Yi was both surprised and expectant, but now that he had found a fruit, it was time to return. He had already searched enough here, and could not waste more time with the water-repelling pearl. Furthermore, if he stayed too long, the kayak might drift away, which would be troublesome. However, before leaving, Lin Yi decided to catch some small crabs to bring back as food. Previously, Lin Yi encountered many small crabs on the coral reef. Thus, he began to carefully turn over the stones and seaweed on the reef. Although those small crabs were extremely agile in the water and difficult to catch, their sheer numbers made it easy for Lin Yi to harvest several plump crabs in no time. Considering he couldn't take too many, Lin Yi decided to head back. Just as he was about to return, a series of bubbles suddenly erupted in the nearby water. Curiosity stirred within him. Lin Yi slowly swam towards the direction of the bubbles. After swimming for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a 50-centimeter-long lobster resting quietly on a rock in a shaded area. This lobster, perhaps better known as a spiny lobster, had a massive body and a hard shell with long antennae gently swaying in the water from which the bubbles continuously emerged. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement, not expecting such an unexpected find at the bottom of the sea. He quietly approached like an experienced hunter, moving lightly and cautiously as if afraid to disturb the lobster that was enjoying its nap. On the way, he noticed a 60-centimeter fish spine on the coral reef and decided to take it as a weapon. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a surge of strength, and his swimming speed increased significantly. Before long, he arrived in front of the spiny lobster. It seemed that the lobster, having eaten too much, only reacted when Lin Yi was right in front of it. However, it was too late for it to escape. Without hesitation, Lin Yi raised the fish spine in his hand and plunged it fiercely towards the lobster. The lobster panicked and twisted its body, trying to dodge the sudden attack, but Lin Yi was extremely fast, and the spine accurately struck its body. The lobster began to struggle violently in the water, creating a surge of waves. Lin Yi showed no fear. Leveraging his newfound strength, he hammered the lobster's head with his fists. After a few blows, the lobster ceased its struggles and lost its breath. However, its nerves seemed to still be active, as it occasionally twitched, even in death. Fortunately, Lin Yi had consumed the yellow fruit, greatly enhancing his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold this massive lobster. Once the lobster lay still, Lin Yi hurriedly swam towards the surface. As he swam upward with great effort, Lin Yi felt both excited and nervous. He was thrilled by his bounty, having not only obtained the miraculous yellow fruit, but also captured a large lobster. He was nervous about whether the commotion would attract any carnivorous fish. However, seeing how low the lobster's defenses were, he figured there should be no large predatory fish lurking around. The seawater rushed swiftly past Lin Yi, and he could clearly feel an immense power within him, making his swimming speed much faster than before. Lin Yi moved like an agile fish weaving through the water. As he neared the surface, the sunlight gradually grew brighter. Finally, with a plop, Lin Yi's head broke through the water's surface. The moment he emerged, he immediately took out the water-repellent pearl from his mouth and carefully inspected its quality. After a brief examination, Lin Yi realized that this water-repellent pearl would only last about 10 minutes. While he was deep in thought, a sudden exclamation rang out. "Lin Yi, you're not dead. Come up quickly, I believe it wasn't intentional. I don't blame you. Hurry up." This voice was clear and urgent, belonging to Lin Xiaowei. From the moment Lin Yi dove to the bottom of the sea, Lin Xiaowei had been full of anxiety. She widened her eyes, anxiously staring at the surface of the water, her heart filled with worry, fearing something had happened to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, where are you? Are you okay?" She shouted anxiously, her voice echoing over the water, but unfortunately there was no response. Her cries fell into the sea like stones, creating no ripples. With growing concern, Lin Xiaowei wanted to seek help from others on the boat. She looked around at the other people with hopeful eyes filled with pleading, yet no one was willing to go down to check on Lin Ye's situation. Lin Xiaowei couldn't swim and could only fret. As time passed, her worry intensified. She hadn't eaten for a day and her body had little strength left, leaving her helplessly gazing at the empty sea surface. I believe you, it wasn't intentional. Please come out, don't die. Lin Xiaowei's voice trembled with tears in the sea breeze. She didn't want anyone to die because of her, especially not someone she considered a classmate. Thus, she incessantly prayed in her heart, hoping Lin Yi would return safely. If Lin Yi were to die because of her, she feared she would feel guilty for life. However, over 10 minutes passed, and there was still no change at the surface of the sea, filling Lin Xiaowei with guilt. Just then Lin Yi broke through the water, not far away. Lin Xiaowei's eyes widened, hardly believing what she saw. She paused for a moment, then shouted with surprise and excitement. Lin Yi knew this girl had a good heart, so even though he knew she was Wang Junkei's partner, he didn't deliberately target her. Hearing her call, Lin Yi hurriedly looked in her direction and saw a pair of worried eyes. The concern reflected in those eyes stirred a small feeling in Lin Yi's heart. Therefore, Lin Yi raised the large lobster in his hand, waving to signal Lin Xiaowei that he was safe and had made a catch. Upon seeing Lin Yi's response, Lin Xiaowei also smiled. That smile was like the sunshine of spring, warm and bright. It was the first time she had smiled during this time. Due to the lack of direction underwater, Lin Yi emerged a few meters away from the kayak. From this distance, the people on the kayak couldn't notice the existence of the water-repellent pearl. Lin Yi felt a slight sense of relief and carefully hid it in his pocket before swimming toward the kayak. Although his strength had greatly increased after eating that miraculous fruit, Lin Yi was still panting from the exertion. His arms felt slightly sore and his breathing had become somewhat rapid. However, Lin Yi did not climb onto the kayak immediately. He knew that everyone on the kayak hadn't eaten anything all day, so they must be starving at this moment. In such a situation, if he were to rashly approach, it could provoke some unpleasant incidents. Thus, Lin Yi steadied himself against the kayak with one hand, while he unhesitatingly began to eat the lobster raw with the other. The shell of the lobster was extremely hard, and when Lin Yi bit down hard, it made a crunching sound. This sound was particularly jarring on the quiet sea surface, and the raw scene made the people on the kayak widen their eyes in astonishment. Lin Xiaowei and the two students even showed expressions of surprise and disgust on their faces. They couldn't imagine someone would eat a lobster so fiercely raw. The sight made them feel a wave of discomfort. However, despite their feelings of disgust, their stomachs unexpectedly growled at that moment. Bro, that's impressive, staying underwater for so long. I can't swim, can you spare me a little? They'll pay you. The man with the beer belly, usually the one who couldn't stand hunger the most, felt he couldn't take it anymore and immediately flattered Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at the beer belly man and decisively refused. No way, I worked hard to get this, and it's not enough for me to eat. The beer belly man showed disappointment on his face upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to say anything more. It was only the first day, and they weren't yet at the point of going crazy for food. Goo goo goo. Another sound erupted from her stomach. Lin Xiaowei was sitting close to Lin Yi, and upon hearing him eat, her stomach began to rumble incessantly. The moment the sound occurred, Lin Xiaowei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her shy demeanor evoked a sense of tenderness in others. Lin Yi lifted his gaze and caught sight of Lin Xiaowei's embarrassment. Without a second thought, he bit down hard on one end of the lobster meat, then yanked it off and offered a piece to her. After all, they shared a bond as classmates, and given that Lin Xiaowei had previously worried about him, Lin Yi could not possibly turn a blind eye. However, Lin Xiaowei looked at the piece of meat being offered and frowned deeply, her expression filled with distaste and reluctance. Her gaze lingered uncertainly on the meat, and she silently pondered, would it be contaminated with Lin Yi's saliva? After hesitating for quite a while, she turned her head away and firmly said, I don't like eating raw food. Nearby, a beer belly man had been eagerly watching this scene. Upon hearing Lin Xiaowei's rejection, a glint of greed sparkled in his eyes, and he hurriedly leaned forward, smiling broadly, as he ingratiated himself with, Young man, if she doesn't want it, let me have some. I'm starving here. Lin Yi didn't even lift an eyelid, his expression cold as he decisively replied, No way, I caught this with great effort. If you want to eat, go catch it yourself. Previously, Lin Yi had only seen lobsters in the supermarket's water tank, and since they were pricey at $199 per pound, his family had never bought any. He never expected to be enjoying a seafood feast at this moment. Although eating it raw was somewhat uncomfortable for his mouth, to Lin Yi, who had suffered for months in a simulated environment without a proper meal, the taste of the lobster meat was akin to a heavenly blessing. The texture of the meat, while slightly tough, was rich with an irresistible sweetness. With every bite, the delicious flavor spread slowly in his mouth like a brilliant display of fireworks for the taste buds. Lin Yi was immersed in the experience, savoring every nuance of flavor and fully enjoying the fulfillment and satisfaction brought by this rare food. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of chewing the lobster meat stood out starkly against the silent sea. The others on the kayak hadn't eaten anything and had been drifting at sea for quite a while. Upon hearing this sound, their throats felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Though Lin Xiaowei had her back to Lin Yi, she too found it hard to suppress her boda's instinctual reaction and swallowed. Perhaps it was overwhelming hunger clouding her thoughts, or perhaps something else, but a vivid image suddenly floated in Lin Xiaowei's mind. Lin Yi's decisive rejection of others sharply contrasted with his attentive concern for her. This stark contrast stirred a complex mix of emotions within her, feelings of surprise, gratitude, confusion, and a hint of indescribable warmth. Perhaps it was the deep hunger that made her stomach rumble, or perhaps it was the genuine care that Lin Yi had casually shown. Lin Xiaowei slowly turned her head back. Her eyes carried a hint of shyness and hesitation, and the moment her gaze met Lin Yi's, he understood her unspoken thoughts and gently tore off a small piece of meat to offer her again. This time Lin Xiaowei did not refuse. She was just inwardly surprised at how perceptive Lin Yi was in understanding her feelings. If it had been up to her to ask for food, she would rather starve than do so. Therefore, Lin Yi's initiative made her beautiful eyes flicker with countless thoughts intertwining in her heart. Lin Yi's thoughtful nature quietly stirred a different kind of feeling within her. After receiving the lobster meat, a faint blush rose to Lin Xiaowei's cheeks. She had originally planned to wash the piece of meat in the sea before eating it, as she still felt uneasy about the possibility of it being contaminated with saliva. However, feeling that others treated her so sincerely, if she did that, it would seem overly pretentious. Thus, she could only grit her teeth and place the piece directly into her mouth. The texture of raw meat was indeed not as good as that of cooked meat. Upon entering, the flavor mixed with the saltiness of the seawater and the fishy taste of the raw meat was difficult for her taste buds to adapt to. She could only keep chewing, trying to alleviate the discomfort. As she continued to chew, something marvelous happened. Slowly, a wave of sweetness surged in her mouth. This sweetness flowed like a clear stream from the mountains, instantly washing away the fishy and salty flavors of the raw meat. Feeling this burst of sweetness, Lin Xiaowei's eyes brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, so raw meat can have such a unique deliciousness. Moreover, as she continued to chew the lobster meat, she found that it gradually produced juices in her mouth. This juice felt like a sweet spring suddenly emerging in the desert, carrying a hint of sweetness and coolness. Lin Xiaowei hadn't drunk water all day, and at this moment the moisture brought by the juice made her feel an unparalleled comfort. Even the feeling of thirst vanished without a trace. The effectiveness of the lobster meat likely stemmed from the unique characteristics of this sea area. After swallowing a piece, Lin Xiaowei felt much more comfortable in her stomach. Yet the thoughts of a young girl are always delicate and sensitive. A peculiar thought suddenly floated into her mind. Does this mean that I indirectly kissed him? Upon thinking of this, her face turned even redder, as radiant as a ripe apple. She gently shook her head, trying to dismiss this strange thought from her mind, but the image of Lin Yi offering her the meat seemed deeply etched in her heart, impossible to erase. At that moment, her stomach grumbled again, clearly announcing that it was still not full. Thus, she sneaked another glance at Lin Yi, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness and expectation. Lin Yi understood her unspoken request and once again tore off a large piece of lobster meat, offering it to her. Seeing this man understand her so well filled Lin Xiaowei with joy. The earlier gloom in her heart seemed to dissipate under the sunlight at this moment, and her mood became lighter and more joyful. Yet she could not tell whether this joy stemmed from her hunger being satisfied or some deeper emotions. This lobster was quite large, measuring about 50 centimeters, and with its rich meat containing abundant energy, it was enough for the two to fill their stomachs. While they enjoyed their feast, the others on the kayak could only watch with envy and jealousy gleaming in their eyes. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. At that moment, her look at Lin Yi softened, completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness, replaced by gratitude and closeness. Lin Yi also noticed the crowd's attention. Their eyes, filled with desire, stirred something within him. After he had eaten his fill, he took out several crabs from his pocket. Then, clearing his throat, he loudly said, "I'm full now. These are crabs I found in the sea. If you're hungry, feel free to take some." At this moment, Lin Yi was still in the sea, and the space that originally belonged to him on the kayak had already been occupied. If he wanted to return, it would likely involve quite a bit of argument. Lin Yi did not want to cause trouble or make things too difficult. By sharing these crabs with everyone, perhaps he could earn some goodwill for the future. In such an environment, having one more friend would ultimately be more beneficial than harmful. Upon seeing the crabs, the crowd's eyes instantly lit up. They had already been hungry all day, and their stomachs had been rumbling. After witnessing others enjoying their meal, their appetites were further provoked. At this moment, even raw crabs seemed enticing to them, akin to rare delicacies. Perhaps it was due to the unique characteristics of this sea area. Although the crabs were not large, they were exceptionally plump. Lin Yi had caught a total of 8 crabs. While not many, it was enough for each person to have one, allowing everyone to slightly alleviate their hunger. As soon as the beer belly man heard that Lin Yi was going to share the crabs, he eagerly reached out first, clearly intending to grab several. However, just as his hand was about to grasp a crab, Lin Yi swiftly pulled the crabs back and slowly said, "Uncle, if you want to eat, you have to wash your feet first." The beer belly man was indeed famished. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, he didn't think much and immediately took off his socks, tossing them into the sea. After tossing away his socks, he quickly dipped his feet in the sea to rinse them, then impatiently reached for the crabs in Lin Yi's hand. This time Lin Yi did not refuse again and handed him a crab. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowei exchanged glances with another female student, their eyes filled with delight. They had long endured the unpleasant odor emanating from the beer belly man's feet. Previously, many had mocked him, trying to get him to pay attention to his behavior, but he had completely ignored them, making everyone suffer. Once the beer belly man got the crab, he paid no attention to his image and almost instantly shoved it into his mouth, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a loud crunch, he bit down, and the yellow juice of the crab instantly flowed from his mouth. The beer belly man was completely oblivious to the juice spilling everywhere. After all, he hadn't had water all day, and now with this bit of liquid, he wasn't going to let it go. Thus he stuck out his tongue, greedily licking the juice back. He ate with such relish, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. However, Lin Xiaowei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but frown and thought to herself, "This person is really disgusting. Not only lewd, but always trying to rub against my leg. And he was so dirty, not washing his hands after grabbing his socks. No matter what, I need to keep my distance from him." Another female student empathized with her, expressing a similar look of disdain. "Thank you." Unlike the greedy and rude beer belly, others graciously expressed their gratitude to Lin Yi upon receiving the crabs. Initially, the female student did not want the crabs. However, her male companion unhesitatingly took both crabs into his hands. The boy looked at the female student and softly said, "Just take them, you never know when they might come in handy." The female student hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse. A few adults saw the beer belly eating with gusto, and after hesitating, they could not resist their stomachs' protests, tentatively placing the crabs in their mouths. As they gently bit down, the exquisite flavor of the crab instantly spread in their mouths. Indeed, due to the unique sea area, while the crab meat had a fishy taste, it also possessed a sweetness that made everyone eat with relish. Seeing everyone start to enjoy the crabs, the male student no longer hesitated. He was truly starving, as if a fire was burning in his belly. However, fearing that the female student would look down on him, he deliberately said to her in a low voice, "I'll eat first, and let you taste how good it is." Without waiting for the female student to respond, he picked up a crab and slowly brought it to his mouth. He carefully took a bite, and immediately the juices from the crab flowed from the corner of his mouth. The juices shimmered faintly in the sunlight, confirming that the flavor was indeed decent. However, the female student slightly furrowed her brows, thinking, "Are you that hungry? Look at others, they are eating large prawns." With that thought, her gaze involuntarily swept over to Lin Xiaowei, her eyes flashing a hint of resentment and envy. Having eaten from Lin Yi's crabs, the group unconsciously felt more favorable toward him, and they proactively cleared his original position. Seeing this, Lin Yi was not courteous and directly climbed onto the kayak. He had already been soaking in the sea for over 30 minutes, and the coolness of the seawater was continually eroding his body. If he stayed any longer, he might risk hypothermia. Since he hadn't taken off his clothes, he made the kayak wet as he climbed aboard. Water dripped from his clothes, forming a small puddle on the kayak. However, no one said anything. Everyone knew that Lin Yi was a good swimmer and could catch food in the sea. Not knowing when rescue would arrive, he thought that future food might depend on him. Although no one said anything, Lin Yi was not oblivious. He glanced at the two girls and, feeling a bit embarrassed, quietly said, "Could you please close your eyes?" The two girls understood and quickly turned away. Seeing this, Lin Yi swiftly took off his clothes and pants, then vigorously wrung out the seawater from his clothes. After drying his clothes, he quickly put them back on. Knowing that this class activity was on the sea, he wore quick-drying clothes. This type of clothing had special material possessing strong water absorption and breathability, allowing it to dry quickly. Although it was nearing night, the temperature on the sea was not high, and a slight chill was quietly spreading through the air. However, Lin Yi felt no cold at all. He had eaten that fruit, which continuously strengthened his body and provided him with energy, so his body temperature remained high. With his body temperature, the moisture on his clothes gradually evaporated, and soon the clothes were completely dry. Earlier, he had expended a lot of energy while diving in the sea. As night fell, he began to feel a deep sense of drowsiness and promptly rested on the kayak. The others on the kayak were in a similar state, after a day of fatigue and danger their bodies and minds had reached their limits. Thus as night fell, many soon drifted off to sleep, but they quickly woke up again. The space on the kayak was cramped, and sitting on it they could only lean back slightly. When people fell asleep, their bodies lost controlled awareness and would unconsciously slide down. At that moment, the sudden sensation of weightlessness would jolt them awake. Upon waking, they felt a wave of panic, fearing they might accidentally fall into the sea. Thus they grasped the ropes tightly. Some who slept well managed to doze off, but after a day of only eating a small crab, that amount of food was utterly insufficient for their boat's needs. Therefore, while sleeping, they would wake up hungry, and the people on the kayak were suffering. Although Lin Xiaowei was full, her sleep had always been light. The kayak rocked with the waves, and even a slight movement would wake her from her dreams. However, her body was also extremely fatigued, and the overwhelming sense of exhaustion continuously tugged at her, causing her to quickly fall asleep again. This cycle left her utterly drained. Just as she woke again from her light sleep, she vaguely felt a large hand continuously caressing her thigh. That hand was incredibly rough, slowly sliding from her calf to her thigh, even threatening to reach the base of her thigh. Feeling this nauseating touch, she immediately jolted awake. Fear and anger surged within her. Without hesitation, she reached out to grab that large hand. However, the owner of that hand reacted extremely quickly. Upon noticing Lin Xiaowei's movement, he immediately pulled his hand back. Lin Xiaowei grasped at nothing, her hand flailing uselessly in the darkness, grasping nothing. Though she failed to catch that disgusting hand, judging by the direction it retreated, she could almost confirm it was the beer belly. Thinking of the beer belly's usual slovenly appearance, especially his habit of picking his feet, Lin Xiaowei felt her stomach churn, a strong wave of nausea crashing over her. She suddenly sat up straight and angrily shouted toward the direction of the beer belly in the darkness. "You perverted bastard! How can you be this disgusting? How could you do such a vile thing, touching my leg in the middle of the night? Have you never seen a woman? Go home and touch your mother instead. Don't disgust people here." Lin Xiaowei's voice was sharp and furious, instantly waking the half-asleep crowd. The crowd, bewildered by the sudden commotion, was at a loss. So was Lin Yi, who had never seen this side of Lin Xiaowei. He had just been in a daze, but the sound startled him awake, sitting up straight with confusion and vigilance in his eyes. The bespectacled boy across from Lin Xiaowei heard her voice, and his eyes instantly brightened, secretly delighted, knowing this was his chance to shine. Thus he immediately said, "Little beauty, don't worry, tell us what happened." Hearing the bespectacled boy's inquiry, Lin Xiaowei's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling as she said, He touched my leg. Just now I was dozing off, and suddenly I felt a rough hand moving on my leg, almost touching." She paused for a moment and continued, "When I reached out to grab it, that hand quickly withdrew. Although I didn't catch it from the direction it came from, it must have been him." As Lin Xiaowei spoke, she pointed toward the direction of the beer belly, her body still trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. "What? Such a thing happened? That's outrageous." Everyone began to accuse the beer belly. The female student frowned and said, "That's just too disgusting." Seeing the crowd accuse him, the beer belly's face turned beet red. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "How can you say it's me? Do you have evidence? Without evidence, you're just slandering." The beer belly spoke with a fierce tone, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to strike at any moment. Clearly he understood that as long as he acted fierce enough, most people would adopt an attitude of indifference, at most murmuring a few words in their hearts without daring to speak further. In this pitch-black environment, who would stand up for her? What if she accidentally fell into the sea? As for this little girl, what could she do to him? Seeing the beer belly act this way, Lin Xiaowei became even angrier and shouted, "It's you. I can feel it's you. Who else could it be? You are always so lewd. People like you only do such things. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do anything." Hearing the insults, the beer belly lost his temper, glaring with wide eyes, and said, "In this darkness, how can you be sure it's me? Maybe it's just you dreaming. Perhaps due to the day's storm, the moon did not come out at night, and on the kayak, one couldn't see their hand in front of them. Although everyone had a mobile phone when the boat first encountered trouble, they all took out their phones to call for help. Now, after a day had passed, most phones were nearly out of battery. This was the sea with no place to charge, and due to the lack of signal, rescue had not been contacted. Many held on to hope, wishing that their phones might still connect with rescue. Thus no one dared to turn on their flashlights, fearing that the slightest bit of remaining battery might fail to function at a crucial moment. The beer belly knew this, while making him even more certain that Lin Xiaowei couldn't do anything to him. The few people on the kayak hesitated upon hearing the beer belly's words. The night was deep and dark as ink, and without catching him in the act, they felt it was inappropriate to say more. Although the student girl sympathized with Lin Xiaowei's plight, she was relieved that she was wearing a long skirt, which somewhat reduced the possibility of being violated. However, as a woman herself, the student girl still leaned somewhat toward Lin Xiaowei. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to turn on her phone's flashlight. A faint light immediately pierced through the darkness, illuminating a small area on the kayak. You. Lin Xiaowei's voice trembled slightly. Listening to the beer belly's confident words and seeing his arrogant demeanor, her heart filled with anger. However, at that moment the surroundings were silent, and no one stepped forward to speak for her. Her eyes turned red, tears welling up, but stubbornly refusing to fall. She didn't want to show any weakness in front of this despicable man. Yet the feelings of grievance and helplessness surged within her like a tide crashing against her spirit. At this moment she longed for someone to step up and protect her, to uphold justice for her. Yet looking around, although many showed sympathy, they were unable to take substantial action due to lack of evidence. A deep sense of loss welled up in her heart. Suddenly the figure of her boyfriend Wang Juankai appeared in her mind. If he were here, he would never let her suffer such grievances. However, during the day his kayak had already drifted dozens of meters away from hers due to the waves. Now that it was night, it was even more uncertain where it had floated. She could only rely on herself. Though she knew the beer belly had the advantage in size, she was unwilling to suffer this hidden loss. Thus Lin Xiaowei continued to curse, "It's you pervert. I've been holding back because you're a girl. If you keep this up, don't blame me for getting physical." The beer belly's face darkened, his eyes revealing a fierce light. Lin Yi silently watched this scene, his mind racing. Enough, stop arguing. I'll say something fair. Right now it's indeed hard to judge without evidence. But this matter cannot just end here. From now on, everyone should stay vigilant. If anything similar happens again, we must catch this bastard. The bespectacled man played the role of mediator, his voice ringing out in the darkness with a hint of seriousness. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, Lin Xiaowei was utterly disappointed. She could only continue cursing while shifting her buttocks, trying to move as far away from that pervert as possible. The space on the kayak was already small, and as she shifted, her smooth, tender legs pressed against Lin Ye's leg once again. Feeling that soft touch, Lin Ye's heart stirred slightly. He regretted not wearing basketball shorts, as that fleeting touch made his heart race involuntarily. But as he thought about it, Lin Yi dismissed that idea. This was the girlfriend of the man who could kill him. He should not have any improper thoughts. Wait, why did that guy have such an attractive partner? Realizing this, Lin Yi was suddenly startled. Previously, he had been too naive, only focusing on changing his own fate, at most secretly doing that guy a disservice when the opportunity arose. But was it really that simple? Feeling that tender touch and looking at Lin Xiaowei's delicate and enchanting appearance, both innocent and alluring, such a woman should not be cheapened by that guy. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. At this moment, the beer belly, seeing Lin Xiaowei constantly cursing stupid, felt his temper rising. Thinking, it's just a touch, it's not like I lost a piece of meat or a hair. Why can't she let it go? His face grew darker and the flames of anger within him burned hotter. Thus he reached out to hit her, wanting to take advantage of the situation. Just as the beer belly's hand was about to hit Lin Xiaowei, Lin Yi suddenly intervened, grabbing the beer belly's wrist. The beer belly was startled, trying to break free, but found that the hand gripping him was like an iron clamp, unable to escape. Just as he was about to hit and scold, he turned his head and saw it was Lin Yi. The beer belly was taken aback, his gaze flickering for a moment, and then he lowered his voice slightly, saying, "What are you doing? I didn't touch her." Knowing he would still need Lin Yi for food, the beer belly couldn't be too forceful. With this in mind, his tone softened considerably. Lin Yi remained expressionless, replying coldly, "Don't go too far. No matter what, it's wrong to lay hands on a girl. If you dare to act again, I won't be polite. Alright, I'll give you face, but even a clay figurine has a bit of temper. If she keeps cursing, I won't hold back." The beer belly made a symbolic threat and then softened. Although there was still unwillingness in his gaze, he understood that it was not the time to conflict with Lin Yi. Lin Yi then released him. He knew clearly that although his strength had increased significantly, he had not completely digested the fruits. Moreover, even if he fully digested it, it would only increase his strength by about 10 kilograms. So in total, he was only about equal to them, or slightly stronger. Without having learned any combat skills, he definitely might not win against a nearly 190-pound man. And this was on the sea. If a fight broke out and damaged the kayak, everyone would be doomed. This was also the reason why others didn't want to escalate the situation. Lin Xiaowei, seeing the beer belly about to hit her, though cursing continuously, felt a flash of fear in her heart as tears streamed down. As a weak woman facing a menacing man in this unknown and dangerous sea, she would naturally feel fearful. Seeing Lin Yi step in to help her warmed her heart, and she leaned her body closer to him once again. Just then Lin Yi reached one hand through the bend of her legs and wrapped the other around her waist, effortlessly lifting her and placing her between his legs. Lin Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you doing?" She was about to speak, but Lin Yi interrupted. "Don't talk. I'm protecting you. This way no one will dare take advantage of you." Lin Yi's voice was firm, yet gentle, with an undertone of dominance. He spread his legs apart, placing Lin Xiaowei securely between them. In this way, with Lin Yi's legs on both sides, a natural barrier was formed around Lin Xiaowei, preventing anyone from easily reaching her. Lin Xiaowei had a slight cleanliness obsession, and as the kayak swayed on the sea, her exposed legs inevitably brushed against the men on either side. Out of consideration for feelings, she couldn't react too intensely, but in her heart, she felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Yet in this vast ocean, she had no better options but to make do. Being held by Lin Yi in the middle, although she inevitably touched him on both sides, strangely, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she felt a sense of security. Realizing this mindset, Lin Xiaowei attributed it to only knowing Lin Yi here and didn't think much of it. However, she still felt extremely angry and wronged. That beer belly was not worthy of being human. Lin Xiaowei, 19 years old, already an adult, was about to curse a few more times when she heard Lin Yi lower his voice and say, "Don't scold him yet. If you want, I can help you teach him a lesson tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Yes, why hadn't she thought of that? Lin Yi could withhold food from him and let him starve. At this thought, a glimmer of light flashed in her tear-filled eyes. Thus, Lin Xiaowei eagerly leaned closer to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "This person is truly disgusting. Lin Yi, help me deal with him. If we catch anything tomorrow, don't let him eat it, okay?" Feeling the gentle breath of the girl close to his ear, Lin Yi, a lifelong bachelor, felt a twinge of discomfort. He regretted his previous action a bit, but still steeled himself and said, "All right, but if I help you, you have to agree to one condition." "Sure, I'll agree to whatever condition you have." Hearing that Lin Yi would help her deal with the beer belly, Lin Xiaowei's mood instantly improved. Without hesitation, she agreed, her tone resolute. "No matter what condition." "Yes." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Xiaowei started to worry. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. He wouldn't want. If that's the case, then it definitely wouldn't work. Lin Xiaowei didn't notice that just moments ago she was immersed in anger and grievance. Now she was completely distracted by Lin Yi. "Tonight, I want to hold you while sleeping." Lin Yi's voice rang out in the darkness, carrying a hint of boldness and directness, as if each word were forced out. At that moment, although their positions were somewhat ambiguous, after Lin Yi picked her up, he released his hands and deliberately spread his legs wide. Aside from the accidental touches caused by the swaying of the kayak in the waves, there was no other contact. Previously, her legs would brush against Lin Yi and the beer belly, and that guy would even initiate contact. In comparison, now she only touched Lin Yi, which was much better than before. Moreover, with so many people around, even if Lin Yi held her, he couldn't do anything. Lin Xiaowei quickly analyzed the pros and cons in her mind, and upon thinking of this, she nodded slightly and softly said, "Yes." "I haven't finished yet." "You can speak," she replied. "You also have to hold me. It will be colder at night." Lin Yi said this somewhat awkwardly, as if he had mustered all his courage to utter these words. What is wrong with this person? Just holding me isn't enough. He wants me to take action too. Lin Xiaowei was about to refuse when she heard snoring from the beer belly's direction. Upon hearing that sound, Lin Xiaowei was instantly filled with rage. How could that person sleep soundly after doing such a thing? He must pay the price. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaowei's anger dispelled her shyness. She bit her lip and firmly replied, "All right." While the two were conversing, the student girl's phone had run out of battery and turned off the lights, plunging the kayak back into darkness. Seeing that Lin Xiaowei had agreed, Lin Yi didn't hesitate. After all, he had experienced death once, so what was there to be afraid of? He then unhesitatingly pulled Lin Xiaowei tightly into his embrace. Lin Xiaowei's body stiffened slightly the moment she was embraced, like a startled little deer. However, in that warm and powerful embrace, she quickly relaxed. Sigh. A soft sigh escaped from Lin Xiaowei's lips. After all, she had a boyfriend, and a surge of extremely complicated emotions flooded her heart. She felt incredibly embarrassed, her cheeks beginning to flush. Yet besides warmth and shyness, she felt a sensation that she had never experienced with Wang Junkai. That feeling made her feel quite awkward and a bit strange, as if a little deer was bumping around in her heart. This left her puzzled, wondering why she felt this way. When she was with Wang Junkai, she had never felt anything like this. Perhaps it was due to the presence of so many people. She attempted to convince herself with this reasoning, but deep down she felt it wasn't that simple. That strange feeling lingered like an almost imperceptible thread wrapping around her heart and adding an indescribable thought to this dark night. Lin Yi didn't have as many thoughts as the girl. He simply felt that the girl in his arms was exceptionally soft, like a bundle of cotton. Embracing her brought a sense of tranquility and satisfaction that he had never felt before. Having lived 2 lives, he was now experiencing something he had never encountered before. However, the crisis was not yet over. Wang Junkai had somehow obtained a system. If he couldn't find a way to stop him, he would still be in considerable danger. Although Lin Yi had gained an extra 10 kilograms of strength, it was still far from enough compared to Wang Junkai, whose strength seemed to be double that of an ordinary person. Therefore Lin Yi had to be cautious. Now that he was holding Lin Xiaowei in front of everyone with so many people on the boat, it was inevitable that Wang Junkai would find out later. Given Wang Junkai's personality, when that time came, he would surely retaliate against Lin Yi with even more madness than simulated. Thus, he had to devise a plan, preferably one that could take away Wang Junkai's system. While Lin Yi was deep in thought, Lin Xiaowei began to grow dissatisfied. Why was he just holding her and not doing anything else? A slight sense of disappointment and dissatisfaction welled up in Lin Xiaowei's heart. She then coldly huffed, "How are you going to help me deal with him? You hold me first." "Oh," Lin Xiaowei shyly replied. She then awkwardly wrapped her small arms around him. At first, Lin Xiaowei's body was a bit stiff, seemingly not used to such intimate contact. However, the cold night sea breeze was biting, and the chilling cold made her instinctively tighten her embrace. "This is how I think." The two began to chat slowly in the darkness. "You were so fierce today, though I've never seen you curse before. You were amazing today, catching such a big lobster." On the pitch-black sea on a kayak, the young couple spoke as if they were in love, sharing many words. From initially discussing how to deal with the detestable beer belly, to inquiring about his family and descendants, and other matters. This scene for some reason held a unique flavor. These two usually exchanged very few words, yet tonight they seemed to have endless conversations. It wasn't until midnight, as fatigue gradually set in, that they finally ceased. The midnight sea breeze was exceptionally cold, as if it could penetrate one's soul. The others on the kayak couldn't help but shiver, and Lin Xiaowei in her shorts felt it even more, her body shaking uncontrollably. Sensing the beauty in his arms, shivering Lin Yi said nothing and directly lifted her feet, pulling her shoes off. "What are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a pair of warm hands grip her legs and forcefully stuff them into his own pants. Lin Yi's pants were quite loose, and it wasn't difficult to tuck her slender legs in. "Is he afraid I'll be cold? But how can I as a girl be so shameless?" Just as Lin Xiaowei was about to refuse, a gust of cold wind blew by, and she couldn't help but shiver, feeling a bit hesitant. Ultimately, fearing a cold and getting sick, she could only helplessly sigh in her heart. Why is this person so domineering? It's really speechless. Now that things had come to this, her legs had been in contact for so long, another moment wouldn't be a big deal, much better than getting cold and sick. After all, it wasn't a matter of principle. However, this man really is quite warm. She silently acknowledged this fact in her heart. The warmth radiating from her legs felt like a warm current slowly flowing through her body, dispelling the discomfort brought on by the cold. The two chatted for a while longer before eventually falling into a deep sleep in each other's embrace. Achio. The next day, aside from the two of them, everyone else looked extremely weak, as if they hadn't slept well. Several people even caught colds, constantly sniffing, their faces filled with fatigue and discomfort. In the cold, people often unconsciously seek warmth. Thus, when Lin Xiaowei awoke, she saw several greasy men huddled together for warmth. Moreover, a few of them had colds and were sniffling. With no tissues on the kayak, one had to wipe his nose with his hand, intending to toss it into the sea afterward. However, the seawater was freezing, and after trying, he quickly withdrew his hand, wiping the snot on the kayak instead. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaowei immediately felt a wave of discomfort and nausea. While looking at the men, she also glanced at the other female student. The student was likely sleepless the whole night. She was extremely averse to the proximity of those men, unwilling to be embraced by them, and kept swatting away the hands reaching toward her. In such a situation, she slept lightly. Any slight movement from the man beside her would wake her, prompting her to quickly swat his hand away. It was clear that this night was a torment for her. Watching them, a sense of relief surged within Lin Xiaowei, particularly when she looked at the female student. This feeling was even stronger. Last night, because she leaned against Lin Yi, she had not woken up due to her body sliding down. Additionally, Lin Yi's body was warm, comparable to that of a fruit, allowing her to sleep soundly. However, she had her awkward moments that night. Lin Yi, being in the prime of his youth with a beauty in his arms, naturally couldn't control his botus reactions, leading to some unusual occurrences. Lin Xiaowei noticed this scene and felt a rush of embarrassment. But thinking of her agreement with Lin Yi and the fact that it was night where everyone couldn't see, she could only force herself to act as if she were unaware. In the morning, the temperature on the sea began to rise gradually as a warm ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a hint of vitality over the water. After enduring a night of cold and fatigue, the others hurriedly began to take advantage of this rare warmth to catch up on sleep. They either curled up or leaned against each other, lost in their dreams. Seeing the others on the kayak catching up on sleep, Lin Xiaowei hurriedly withdrew her legs from Lin Yi's pants. Her movements were gentle yet swift, fearing to wake the others on the kayak. As her slender legs slowly emerged from the warm pant leg, unintentionally, a gentle breeze was stirred. This breeze brushed against Lin Yi's face, causing a subtle feeling of loss to rise in his heart. Just as Lin Xiaowei slipped out of Lin Ye's embrace, she cautiously glanced around like a startled fawn. Her eyes were filled with tension and unease as if she were committing a secret act afraid of being discovered. When she saw that the kayak where Wang Junkai was located was just a small dot in her line of sight, the taut string in her heart finally loosened slightly, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Then she began to tidy her slightly disheveled clothes and hair. Seeing Lin Xiaowei's actions, Lin Yi thought she was shy about being seen by everyone on the boat, so he didn't say much, quietly sitting there while his thoughts drifted far away. If all went well today, there should be a school of flying fish passing by. Previously, during their simulation, the people on the kayak were unprepared. When the flying fish school passed, the crowd reacted hastily, and amidst the chaos, they ultimately only caught a few fish. Therefore, most people remained hungry. At that time, Lin Yi was fortunate enough to catch a fish, but when he saw Lin Xiaowei empty-handed and full of disappointment, a surge of compassion welled up in his heart. Thus, without hesitation, he gave her the fish, preparing himself to go hungry. However, unexpectedly, shortly after the flying fish appeared, a strong wind suddenly swept over the sea. Wang Junkai's kayak swayed amidst the waves, and surprisingly, it drifted closer to their kayak. Lin Xiaowei, not wanting to eat raw fish, threw the fish to Wang Junkai. As Wang Junkai reached out to catch the fish, he seemed to discover something and fumbled in the sea for quite some time. At this thought, Lin Ye's mind lit up as a bold guess surged within him. Could Wang Junkai's system be obtained at this moment? Once this thought emerged, it grew wildly in his mind like weeds. With this in mind, Lin Yi clenched his teeth, determined to seize this opportunity. In addition to snatching this item, he also needed to catch a few more fish. In this vast ocean, food was essential for survival. Although he could still dive into the sea, the water avoidance pearl only had a short duration of 10 minutes. Spending all that time searching for food seemed unwise. If there was enough food, he could dive again. Perhaps in the depths of the sea, he might find something good. However, Lin Yi did not know when the flying fish school came because he hadn't slept well the previous night, so he was catching up on sleep during the day. Not knowing when the flying fish school would come, he could only wait patiently. Lin Yi, you must not tell anyone about what happened yesterday, understood? Lin Xiaowei looked at Lin Yi, who remained indifferent toward her, and felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her, her eyes flashing with annoyance. This man had acted that way toward her last night, and was now ignoring her. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, prompting her to speak up. What happened? Lin Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. It's about last night. Lin Xiaowei began to speak, but stopped, her eyes flickering, hesitating on whether to continue. Is it about you hugging me and drooling last night? Lin Yi added teasingly, deliberately emphasizing the point. You must not say that. Lin Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise, her face flushed with anger. Ugh, nowadays girls look so demure, yet who would have thought they would drool while sleeping? Lin Yi sighed softly, his gaze slowly shifting downwards, pointing to the damp area on his chest as he spoke. You must not say that. Lin Xiaowei's eyes widened instantly, her face turning bright red. She hurriedly reached out to cover Lin Ye's mouth. Reflecting on last night, she didn't know what had come over her, perhaps it was due to anger. Determined to deal with that detestable beer belly, her mind had momentarily overheated, causing her to unconsciously embrace Lin Yi. Later, she had even been extremely proactive, constantly leaning against him. But now in the bright daytime, with sunlight sparkling on the sea, she regained her senses and felt a deep sense of guilt, thinking she owed Wang Junkai an apology. Recalling how her legs had tightly pressed against Lin Ye's due to the cold last night, a strong wave of regret and embarrassment surged within Lin Xiaowei. Lin Xiaowei's hands were delicate and fair, resembling freshly bloomed petals. When she reached out, Lin Ye's reflexes were quick, almost instinctively grasping her hand. In that moment, Lin Yi felt a particularly smooth and tender sensation in his hand, as if he were holding a piece of warm jade. Thus he gently caressed it. You? Let go of my hand, I already have a boyfriend. He will definitely be angry if he finds out. At the mention of Wang Junkai, a surge of anger instantly rose within Lin Yi. He did not hesitate to release her hand. When Lin Xiaowei's small hand was caught, she instinctively struggled to break free. However, Lin Ye's sudden release caused her to stumble, almost crashing into that detestable beer belly. She hurriedly steadied herself, her eyes filled with discontent, thinking to herself, why is this man like this? When Lin Xiaowei's small hand was grasped, she instinctively struggled to break free, but Lin Ye's sudden release caused her body to stumble violently, nearly colliding with the beer belly she despised. She quickly steadied herself, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction, thinking to herself, how can this man be like this? Just as Lin Xiaowei was about to say something, she saw Lin Yi suddenly stand up, his anxious demeanor suggesting that something significant had occurred. Immediately after, he shouted loudly, everyone wake up. A school of fish is coming. As he yelled, Lin Yi began to slap the sleeping people in the kayak to wake them up one by one. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaowei furrowed her brows, slightly filled with confusion, unable to understand why Lin Yi was acting this way. With intense curiosity, she gently turned her gaze in the direction Lin Yi had been staring. The moment her eyes reached that area, she was stunned as if struck by lightning. In the distance on the vast expanse of the sea, a group of creatures shimmering with silver-blue light leaped out of the deep sea like dazzling stars. The light sparkled under the sunlight, glowing brilliantly, as if nature had bestowed upon them a fantastical feast. As they broke the water's surface, the sunlight fell upon their smooth scales, refracting a splendid brilliance that left one in awe. After flying a distance in the air, the creatures re-entered the sea, splashing pearls of crystal-clear water. They were numerous, swimming majestically like a flowing silver cloud, constantly surging and rolling upon the sea. Lin Xiaowai's eyes widened in disbelief, her face full of astonishment, instinctively raising her fair little hand to cover her mouth, whispering, "So many. Could they all be fish? This is a school of flying fish." Upon hearing Lin Xiaowai's exclamation, Lin Yi quickly offered an explanation. At this moment, the others in the kayak gradually began to wake up. Having had a poor night's sleep and being suddenly awakened, everyone wore expressions of anger, looking as if they might erupt at any moment. However, just then Lin Yi's voice rang out again. "The school of flying fish is coming this way. If you don't want to go hungry, catch a few." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of splashes reached everyone's ears like raindrops falling on the sea. The crisp and loud noise instantly captured everyone's attention. Everyone was slightly taken aback, then immediately turned their gaze in the direction from which the sound came. This sight caused their eyes to widen, filled with astonishment and disbelief. What is going on? So many fish. This is a school of flying fish, or I've seen them online before. This kind of fish is edible and very rich in protein. If we can catch one, we can have a hearty meal. One of the group who recognized the flying fish explained. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone suddenly understood. They instantly realized this was a rare opportunity, and the earlier displeasure of being awakened vanished without a trace. The speed of the fish was astonishing, darting across the sea like arrows released from a bow. Within just a few minutes, they rapidly approached the kayak. Lin Yi, observing the swiftly approaching school of flying fish, knew that it would be very difficult to catch these agile fish with just his hands. Thus, he made a quick decision, swiftly shedding his clothes and unfolding them as a makeshift net, preparing to intercept the flying fish. The beer belly beside him, seeing this, paused for a moment, then hurriedly imitated him. He clumsily took off his shirt and tried to unfold it like Lin Yi, preparing to catch the flying fish. At this moment, the others also began to take action. Some stood up, slightly leaning forward, nervously spreading their hands, as if ready to pounce on the flying fish. Others searched around the kayak for tools to catch the fish, their eyes eager. The school of flying fish surged in like a powerful torrent, becoming more magnificent as they approached. As the flying fish drew near, everyone in the kayak held their breath, growing tense. Initially, only the advance party of the flying fish arrived, and their numbers were not yet large, and most of them crashed into the kayak. The faint sound of impacts was like jumping notes, heralding the prelude to this marvelous encounter. At this moment, everyone was still oblivious, eagerly gazing at this unprecedented spectacle. As the flying fish drew near, Lin Yi seized the opportunity and quickly netted one with his clothes. The caught flying fish struggled violently, as if unwilling to be captured so easily. Its body twisted frantically, and Lin Yi felt the force in his hands tighten, realizing he could not let this fish escape. Thus, he raised his fist and struck down fiercely at the flying fish. Under the heavy blow, the flying fish gradually ceased its struggles, becoming dazed. Lin Yi quickly removed the fish from his clothes and tossed it at his feet, preparing to intercept the second one. Seeing this, the others also extended their hands, ready to catch the approaching flying fish. However, the flying fish were incredibly agile, darting through the air like spirits of the water, making them hard to grasp. Moreover, the flying fish were covered in a slippery layer of mucus, making them slip away instantly, even if they brushed against one's hands, rendering them impossible to catch. It felt like holding a smooth bar of soap. If one wasn't careful, it would slip away. Everyone made several attempts, but missed each time, yet they did not lose heart, for there were many fish. Just as the advance party had passed, the main force of the flying fish surged in like a powerful tide. The main force of the flying fish was astonishingly dense. From afar, it appeared like a silver storm sweeping across the surface of the sea. Lin Yi looked up and felt a shiver run down his spine. Countless flying fish surged like crashing waves, carrying tremendous impact, as if they would swallow everything. At this moment, let alone fishing, it was uncertain if the boat could be kept intact. The force of the flying fish's collisions was significant. At the moment of impact, the kayak was met with a series of sharp papa sounds. The noise rose and fell like sudden summer rain pattering on lotus leaves. The kayak began to shake violently under the continuous impacts, like a small boat struggling in a storm on the verge of breaking apart. Fortunately, during simulations, the kayak had never been damaged by flying fish, so Lin Yi was not overly worried. Aside from the sounds of collisions on the kayak, cries of pain also emerged from the crowd at the moment of the flying fish's impact. The force of the flying fish's collisions was great, and the intense feeling of being hit was like being struck by a rapidly thrown stone, causing exceptional pain. The men could endure this pain, but the women could not. Just as Lin Yi successfully netted the second flying fish with his clothes filled with joy, he heard a cry of pain. "Oh my gosh, that hurts." Lin Yi turned his head to see Lin Xiaowei holding her forehead with both hands. Her fair forehead was now flushed red marked with a distinct fish scale imprint clearly showing that she had been hit hard. At the same time, Lin Xiaowei also looked over, and their eyes met. For some reason, a strong sense of anticipation surged within her heart. She longed for Lin Yi to protect her, preferably with a forceful protection. Just then, several flying fish charged towards them with great momentum. The flying fish moved at lightning speed, zipping past their eyes like silver flashes. In that moment, they could even feel the breeze created by the flying fish brushing against their faces, bringing a cool sensation. The sudden danger startled both of them. Lin Yi's expression grew serious. He knew that the number of fish behind them was even more daunting. At this moment, he couldn't think about catching fish anymore. He had to prioritize his safety, especially those vulnerable parts of his body. Previously in the simulation, he had been painfully struck by the flying fish crouching down and tightly hugging his head just to barely avoid them. Even so, there were several bruises on his arms, and the pain still lingered in his memory. Lin Yi sighed helplessly within, knowing what would happen in advance did not guarantee he could handle it well in reality. He had never actively tried to catch flying fish before, so he hadn't anticipated such a situation. The speed and strength of those flying fish exceeded his imagination. What he initially thought would be an easy situation now felt quite tricky. However, this did serve as a reminder that he couldn't assume that knowing some things about the future would allow him to feel at ease. The future was full of uncertainties. Even with some prior knowledge, one could not afford to be careless. With this in mind, Lin Yi did not hesitate for a moment and decisively reached out swiftly, pulling Lin Xiaowei into his embrace. Lin Xiaowei was momentarily stunned by this sudden action, her eyes widening in surprise and confusion. In her clear eyes, a myriad of thoughts surged. She gazed quietly at the man before her, filled with confusion. However, in just a moment, a warm current quietly rose from her heart. This man is truly domineering. For she saw that he was tightly protecting her with his hands and using his own back to create a solid barrier for her. Bang bang. The flying fish came crashing down like dense raindrops, and in an instant several of them slammed harshly against Lin Yi's back. The immense impact felt like a heavy hammer striking Lin Yi, causing him to gasp in pain. He couldn't help but inhale, sharply frowning tightly. Amidst the pain, he instinctively held the girl in his arms even closer. Feeling the tremors of the man's body, Lin Xiaowei's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. She immediately pressed her body closer, as if wanting to merge with this man. Her movements were gentle yet firm, as if conveying a silent strength to him. Whoosh whoosh. The flying fish continuously brushed past their bodies, the sharp sound of the wind making their hearts race and sending chills down their spines. Listening to this heart-pounding sound, Lin Xiaowei felt fear, yet at the same time there was a sense of reassurance within her. It seemed that as long as this man was by her side, she did not have to worry about her safety. "It hurts, oh my God." A scream echoed from the kayak, filled with pain and panic. "I'm in agony. This fish just crashed into my second brother." Another person shouted tragically. The others on the kayak were far less fortunate than Lin Xiaowei. When the main force of the flying fish surged towards them, they were instantly knocked off balance, left defenseless. The flying fish struck them mercilessly like dense raindrops. They tumbled and dodged on the kayak, but still could not escape the fish's attacks. Some were knocked off balance and nearly fell into the kayak. A few even swayed violently like leaves in a fierce wind, almost falling into the vast ocean. Fortunately, the flying fish moved at an extremely fast pace, and the path ahead was wide. The area where the kayak was located was merely a small section of the flying fish's passage. Before long, the number of flying fish began to gradually decrease. The once surging school of fish slowly retreated, and the number of fish crashing into Lin Yi also began to diminish. Lin Yi understood that the school of flying fish was likely passing by. At this moment, he had only caught 2 fish, which was far from enough. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still some flying fish left, he should catch a few more. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi prepared to release Lin Xiaowei to catch the flying fish. However, the girl in his arms seemed to be unwilling to part with the warmth of the moment, tightly holding on to Lin Yi, not letting him break free in the slightest. Lin Yi was not the kind of person who would be immobilized by a woman. Considering the importance of food, he frowned slightly and forcefully pulled Lin Xiaowei away. Although Lin Xiaowei felt wronged, she ultimately could not match Lin Yi's strength and could only glare at him with her big eyes, looking dissatisfied. At that moment, a particularly large flying fish came charging in with great momentum. The large man beer belly already had a hefty build on the small kayak. With everyone sitting at the edge, he appeared particularly prominent. When this big fish crashed into him, his body lost balance, and with a plop, he fell directly off the kayak. Help! Beer belly was quick-witted, grabbing onto a rope immediately after falling, preventing himself from sinking. However, he couldn't swim, so he started shouting for help. At this moment, the school of flying fish had not yet passed. The silver storm of flying fish was still swirling around the kayak. Everyone was nervously protecting themselves, fully focused on resisting the fish's collisions. If one were to be accidentally struck by a flying fish on vulnerable areas like the eyes or nose, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even though they heard Beer Bella's cries for help, no one dared to rescue him at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaowei felt a surge of fear in her heart. Her eyes were filled with terror as she imagined herself facing the same danger. As she saw the man protecting her, Lin Yi was about to leave. Her emotions of excitement and fear seemed to overwhelm her reason. In that instant, the intertwining of her inner fear and longing for warmth prompted her to make a bold move. She directly kissed the man's lips. The moment their lips met, a soft sensation surged through Lin Yi's entire body like an electric current, leaving him momentarily stunned. They both stared wide-eyed at each other, shocked by this sudden action. Lin Xiaowei acted impulsively out of fear of losing protection, while Lin Yi was taken aback by this kiss for the first time, completely unprepared psychologically. One was astonished, the other shy. They stood there in a daze, as if time had frozen at that moment. After a while, when the sounds of the flying fish ceased and the surroundings returned to calm, they finally snapped back to reality and parted. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze, filled with shyness and embarrassment. She didn't even understand why she acted so impulsively. After all, she had a boyfriend. In her heart, she repeatedly told herself that this was merely a reaction in a moment of crisis and did not signify anything. Not only was Lin Xiaowei feeling embarrassed, but Lin Yi also found himself in quite an awkward situation. After the embarrassment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, alas, really useless. In 2 lifetimes, having weathered many storms, he never expected to be stunned today by the actions of a young girl. Recalling the soft sensation that spread through his body like an electric current just moments ago, a complex expression flashed across Lin Yi's face. At this moment, the flying fish had long since departed and the surface of the sea had returned to tranquility. Lin Yi gazed at the gradually receding school of flying fish, knowing he could no longer catch them and could only helplessly accept this outcome. Who could blame him for losing control of his body earlier? Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the tranquility. Help! Someone save me! It turned out that the beer belly had been struggling in the water for quite some time. He was horrified to discover that his hands, having gripped the rope tightly for so long, had become weary and were now swollen and reddened. At that moment, his hands felt as if they were no longer his own, numb and racked with excruciating pain. Seeing that the people on the kayak were ignoring him, some even lost in their romantic conversations, he shouted out for help. Upon hearing the beer belly's cries, the crowd finally realized that a companion had fallen into the sea, prompting some eager boaters to try to pull him back up. However, as soon as Lin Yi saw this, he immediately called out, "Wait, I have something to ask him." Although the others were puzzled as to why Lin Yi would stop them from rescuing the beer belly at that moment. Seeing that the beer belly was not yet submerged and was temporarily out of life-threatening danger, they said nothing further, quietly watching to understand what Lin Yi intended to do. The beer belly, hearing Lin Yi's words, became anxious and exclaimed, "Big brother, please save me. I don't want to die here. If there's an issue, we can talk about it once I'm up." Knowing his own situation best, he could feel that he couldn't hold on much longer, and any moment, he might let go of the rope and sink to the ocean floor. "Calm down, uncle. I need to ask you, did you touch her leg yesterday?" Lin Yi pointed at Lin Xiaowei from above. Upon hearing this, the beer belly's heart sank. Just moments ago, this brat had been kissing that wretched girl, and now he was definitely standing up for her. Damn that wretched girl, it's just a touch. What's the big deal? Although he thought this in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He hurriedly replied, "I say, little brother, can we talk about this later? I'm freezing out here in the sea, my hands are losing strength, and I really can't hold on much longer. If there's any misunderstanding, can we discuss it once I'm back on land? You see, him at my age, it's not easy for me." A pleading expression appeared on the beer belly's face, his eyes filled with hope, wishing that Lin Yi would quickly pull him back up. With both hands gripping the rope, the beer belly spoke hurriedly, nearly losing his grip and falling. Lin Yi saw the beer belly's exhaustion, but felt no pity. "If you don't tell the truth, then stay down there." His tone was cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Damn it, this brat is intentionally going against me. You better watch out." A flash of resentment crossed the beer belly's mind. He knew he was in a weak position and couldn't lose his temper, so he turned to the others beside him and said, I'm running out of time. Is there any kind-hearted person who can save me? We are all in the same boat, please help me." While speaking, the beer belly momentarily lost focus and choked on water as seawater rushed into his nostrils and mouth, causing him great pain. He was coughing violently, his body thrashing in the seawater, looking utterly pitiful. "Kid, why don't we pull him up first?" An elderly man, the oldest on the kayak, couldn't help but speak up upon seeing that the beer belly truly could not hold on any longer. "This is a matter between the two of us. If anyone wants to intervene, I won't mind jumping into the sea with him." At this moment, if everyone on the boat voiced their criticism, Lin Yi would likely become the target of their ire. Thus Lin Yi decisively interrupted the potential words of the others. "You?" Alas, the young people nowadays are truly becoming more and more impolite. The old man seemed to be infuriated by Lin Yi's attitude, his chest heaving violently, his face filled with anger. However, since he couldn't swim, he realized that if he continued to persuade Lin Yi, he might really get dragged into the sea. Thus, he could only point at Lin Yi with trembling fingers, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh and falling silent. After choking on water, the beer belly became even weaker. He felt as if all strength had been drained from his arms, and the hands that tightly gripped the rope began to tremble slightly. He realized that it wouldn't be long before he would sink. In this moment of despair, the beer belly could only concede, "It was me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound sense of shame washed over him like a tide. His face instantly flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a feeling of indescribable humiliation. He regretted it, thinking it might have been better to just sink. For this, the beer belly harbored resentment against Lin Yi and the others. Upon hearing the beer belly's confession, Lin Yi said no more. His gaze coldly drifted away from the beer belly, no longer caring about him. In the simulation, the beer belly had not survived for many days, so there was no need to concern himself with him. Seeing Lin Yi sitting by himself, the old man felt pity and reached out to help the beer belly. However, with the beer belly's weight combined with the resistance of the seawater, the old man couldn't pull him up alone. The old man pulled with all his might, but not only did he fail to lift him, he nearly fell in himself. Fortunately, some people nearby quickly came to help, and together they managed to pull the beer belly up. After the beer belly was brought up, his body had turned pale from soaking. Sitting on the kayak, he stared fixedly at Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei, his eyes betraying no attempt to hide his resentment, as if he wanted to burn them to ashes. Previously, the beer belly had treated Lin Yi well, but that was only because he thought he would need him to hunt for food in the future. Now that they had fallen out, he felt no need to hold back. As an adult, was he really afraid of two students? Yet now was not the time to act. Ever since he was pulled up, he noticed the others on the kayak had begun to intentionally distance themselves from him. If he acted now, everyone would likely side with Lin Yi. And this was precisely the reason why Lin Yi behaved as he did. Though everyone harbored malice in their hearts, as long as they didn't reveal it, no one cared. However, once the beer belly was confirmed as a lecherous man, he would be marked with a disgraceful label and would naturally be isolated by everyone. Although Lin Yi guessed the beer belly's thoughts, he was unconcerned. The beer belly was merely an insignificant character. What was most important to him now was seizing the opportunity from Wang Junkai. If he truly obtained the system, his strength could increase several times, like Wang Junkai in the simulation. Then he wouldn't have to care about anyone, and he wouldn't need to be as cautious and thoughtful as he was now. Hope for the system. Shortly after the school of flying fish, a kayak slowly appeared on the surface of the sea, the one that Wang Junkai was on. As he watched the approaching kayak, Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. As the school of flying fish vanished, a great wind unexpectedly swept across the sea. This wind seemed to arise from the depths of the ocean, a powerful force howling as it instantly raised towering waves, causing the surface of the sea to churn violently. Driven by the fierce wind, the kayak where Wang Junkai was located began to slowly approach the one where Lin Yi was. They rocked back and forth, inching closer to each other under the relentless assault of the waves. Wang Junkai and the other kayak felt a surge of joy at this sight. He hadn't released for a long time, and if the two kayaks could get closer, he contemplated whether he could board that kayak or have Lin Xiaowei come to his. Lin Yi might not care about the resentful gaze of the beer belly, but Lin Xiaowei could not ignore it. As a delicate girl, being watched by such a man naturally made her feel afraid, so she hurriedly turned her gaze to Lin Yi, which reassured her somewhat. Lin Xiaowei fixed her eyes on Lin Yi's profile. After a long while, for some reason, a sweet feeling surged within her. How come I never noticed before that Lin Yi is actually a bit handsome? She had seen Lin Yi's previous actions clearly, if she knew he was doing this for her. Therefore, no matter how she looked at Lin Yi now, she felt he radiated a unique charm. Lost in her thoughts, the two kayaks had drawn very close, now only 3 or 4 meters apart. However, due to the undercurrents, they could not move any closer. Seeing this scenario, Wang Junkai felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, it was better to catch a glimpse, so he shouted loudly, "Xiaowei, Xiaowei, I'm here." Upon hearing the shout, Lin Xiaowei's face flushed with shyness. She had been staring at Lin Yi and had not noticed that Wang Junkai's kayak was already quite near her. At that moment, she felt as if she had been caught in an affair, her heart racing in panic. She hurriedly turned her head to look around, her eyes filled with tension and unease. Seeing no one paying attention to her, she finally let out a small sigh of relief. But at the same time, a wave of anger surged within her. She truly did not want to see Wang Junkai, especially at this moment. Thus Lin Xiaowei slightly turned her face away, pretending not to hear, and gazed into the vast, boundless sea. The waves gently rose and fell, sunlight glimmering on the surface, yet her thoughts were entirely elsewhere, far from the beauty of the sea. Wang Junkai, noticing Lin Xiaowei's lack of response, shouted again, "Xiaowei, Xiaowei. It's me, Junkai. Is this person out of his mind?" Lin Xiaowei muttered inwardly, her face full of impatience. She had originally intended to keep pretending not to hear, but Wang Junkai's repeated calls were simply unbearable. She knew that if she didn't respond, he would probably keep shouting, and reluctantly she turned around and said unhappily, "What is it?" Seeing his girlfriend, whom he had thought about all night, Wang Junkai felt a wave of uncontrollable excitement, and a certain part of him reacted. He hurriedly waved his hand, his movements infused with urgency and anticipation, completely oblivious to the odd tone in Lin Xiaowei's voice. Conversely, Lin Xiaowei felt no joy at all. Instead, she subconsciously glanced at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with inquiry, as if wanting to know his reaction. Lin Yi was not concerned with such matters. At that moment, he was fixated on the sea near Wang Junkai, eager to see if that object had appeared. "He really cares about me." Lin Xiaowei misinterpreted Lin Yi's focused gaze as him scrutinizing Wang Junkai, a hint of pride swelling in her heart. However, just then she heard Wang Junkai shouting loudly, "Xiaowei, did you sleep well last night? Are you hungry? Is there anything to eat?" Coming. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's spirit was suddenly lifted. A wave of excitement surged within him. In the simulation, Lin Xiaowei had thrown the fish that Lin Yi had painstakingly caught. After hearing this, then when Wang Junkai caught the fish, he unexpectedly discovered a mysterious object. To this end, Lin Yi had long placed the two flying fish he caught beside Lin Xiaowei, deliberately creating an opportunity for her to throw the fish. Thud, thud, thud. Although unsure if that object was the system, Lin Yi's heart raced significantly at that moment. He widened his eyes, intently staring at the sea surface, his body leaning slightly forward, as if ready to pounce into the water at any moment. What is wrong with him? Why does he look like he wants to fight? Lin Xiaowei had no intention of acknowledging Wang Junkai. Her gaze was completely captivated by Lin Yi, filled with curiosity about why he was acting this way. Though the two kayaks were several meters apart, making it difficult to see clearly, Wang Junkai still noticed Lin Xiaowei's actions. Seeing his girlfriend fixated on another man, her focused demeanor hinting at different feelings, Wang Junkai suddenly felt his head clouded with green, as if a vast prairie were wildly growing on top of him. He glared at Lin Yi, his eyes sharp as a sword aimed at Lin Yi. "Damn it, Lin Yi, just wait." Lin Yi paid no attention to Wang Junkai's hostility. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the situation at sea. He anxiously waited, seconds ticking away, yet several minutes passed, without Lin Xiaowei throwing the fish. In the simulation, the moment Lin Xiaowei saw Wang Junkai, her eyes would light up, and she would throw the fish to him without hesitation. The usually seemingly weak girl not only threw it, but did so with incredible precision. Yet now, why was nothing happening? Lin Yi was filled with confusion, quickly turning to look at Lin Xiaowei. Upon looking, he found the girl secretly gazing at him, her eyes seemingly hiding many unspeakable emotions. Once discovered, the girl's expression instantly faltered, her cheeks flushing like they were dyed by the evening glow as she hurriedly turned her head away, feeling embarrassed. Having been caught peeking, Lin Xiaowei's heart involuntarily raced, a sense of inexplicable tension spreading within her. What is going on? And why did Wang Junkai's gaze toward me now brim with anger and hostility? Lin Yi furrowed his brows, filled with even more confusion, not understanding what had happened. At this moment, a small whirlpool appeared on the sea surface beside Wang Junkai, slowly rotating, and soon a small black object surfaced. "It's here." Lin Yi's eyes brightened, or after waiting so long, that object finally appeared. He had to get that object in his hands. As for Wang Junkai and Lin Xiaowei, he had no time to care about them at this moment. He just needed to see clearly, and Lin Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. That object was perilously close to Wang Junkai, so close that if he merely extended his hand, he could easily grab it. Lin Yi's heart tightened in an instant. Should he jump over? This thought flashed through his mind. If he attracted Wang Junkai's attention, that rascal could seize it in the first moment. Wang Junkai, standing at 1.80 meters with a sturdy build and quick reflexes, would certainly grab that object if he became aware of it. But if he delayed, the longer it took, the greater the opportunity for him to discover it. Every passing second increased the probability of Wang Junkai noticing that object. In an instant, Lin Yi found himself in a dilemma. His brain raced, seeking the best solution. Yet time was pressing, leaving no room for prolonged contemplation. Regardless of the method, I must get it in my hands, even if it means capsizing that boat. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, determination surging within him. Though Wang Junkei's height and build gave him an advantage should a fight break out, being on the sea made the outcome uncertain. In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Lin Yi's mind, like a revolving lantern, countless possibilities colliding and intertwining. Ultimately, he steeled himself, exerting force with his legs, disregarding his shoes, and leaped directly off the kayak. In that moment, splashes of water erupted, dazzling like blooming fireworks. The immense impact sent seawater spraying in all directions, sparkling under the sunlight. Once in the water, Lin Yi wasted no time swimming toward Wang Junkei, his figure moving through the water with determination like a brave fish. What is Lin Yi doing? Why did he jump directly into the sea? I don't know, it seems he's coming toward us. On Wang Junkei's kayak, there were 9 people, in total 5 of whom were Lin Yi's classmates, prompting some to start discussing. As for the others who did not know Lin Yi, they were too indifferent to pay him any mind. This fool actually dares to jump into the sea, truly unaware of his own mortality. Later he'll suffer for it, the cold will surely take him. I should have just gone for a piss. Wang Junkei was also among the many commentators, though he merely grumbled silently in his heart, without voicing it. While mocking, his gaze was fixated on Lin Yi, who was struggling to swim in the sea, revealing a hint of jealousy and unwillingness. He couldn't swim. At this moment, the fruit Lin Yi had eaten earlier had completely worn off, and his strength had consequently increased by 10 kilograms. With the increase in strength, Lin Yi's swimming speed was significantly faster than yesterday. In just a few minutes, the distance between him and Wang Junkei had shrunk to less than 2 meters. Wang Junkei kept an eye on Lin Yi's movements while casually scanning the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in his line of sight. The shadow flickered amidst the gentle undulations of the waves, and Wang Junkei frowned slightly, curiosity rising within him. He widened his eyes, focusing intently on the constantly swaying shadow, trying to penetrate the water's barrier and discern the true nature of that object. However, the shadow swayed with the waves, making it difficult to identify. Watching that indistinct object bobbing in the water, Wang Junkei felt both curious and a bit repulsed. He worried the water was dirty, or what if he fished out something disgusting? Yet for some reason, deep down, he felt that this object was extremely important. After much hesitation, he still reached out towards the shadow. When his fingers touched the object, a cold metallic sensation instantly transmitted to him. Though it was his first contact, a strangely familiar feeling surged within his heart. That feeling was akin to a familiar call, startling Wang Junkei and further confirming the importance of this object to him. At this moment, Lin Yi had also swum closer. He had been keeping an eye on Wang Junkei's situation, and when Wang Junkei hesitated to touch that unknown object, Lin Yi felt extremely anxious. That unknown object was likely a key item related to the system, and he absolutely could not allow Wang Junkei to obtain it. Therefore, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and accelerated with all his might, his arms flailing. However, despite giving it his all, he still fell just short. That object had already been firmly grasped by Wang Junkei, but Lin Yi did not give up. He still had a chance. Just as Wang Junkei lifted the object, Lin Yi suddenly scooped up seawater with both hands and splashed it forcefully toward Wang Junkei. In an instant, the seawater flew toward him like dense raindrops. The splashing seawater was like countless tiny bullets. Wang Junkei instinctively squinted, trying to ward off this sudden attack. The seawater splashed onto his face and body, the cold touch sending a chill through him. A surge of anger rose within him, unable to comprehend why Lin Yi would do such a thing. Thus Wang Junkei hurriedly wiped his eyes with his other hand and angrily shouted, "Are you out of your mind? You stupid fool." This sentence seemed to have been bottled up for a long time, carrying a tone of exhaustion. Lin Yi ignored him and swiftly swam up beside Wang Junkei. Then without hesitation, he swung a fist and struck Wang Junkei's hand hard. Wang Junkei winced in pain, and the object fell from his grasp. Both of their gazes focused on the fallen object, which turned out to be a dagger. The blade of the dagger gleamed with a cold light, appearing exceptionally sharp under the sunlight. Lin Yi had been prepared, thus, when the dagger dropped, he swiftly caught it in his hand. In that moment, it felt as if he had grasped the key to his destiny. Afterward, without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yi turned and swam towards his kayak. While he very much wanted to kill Wang Junkei, he absolutely could not act in front of so many people. In the simulation, he had only lived for a few months and didn't know if the others had returned to land. But he couldn't take the risk. He had family, he couldn't go to jail, he couldn't publicly kill someone. Stupid B. Seeing Lin Yi swim away, Wang Junkei wanted to curse some more, but he felt a sense of loss within, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. That feeling of loss weighed heavily on his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He hurriedly tried to chase after Lin Yi, but he couldn't swim, leaving him anxiously floundering in the kayak. Frustrated, Wang Junkei, like an enraged lion, completely lost control of his emotions. He shouted, Lin Yi, you stupid fool, why are you taking my things? Give my things back. You're a thief. A worthless thing born of a mother who didn't raise you. Yet no matter how he yelled in anger, Lin Yi had already swiftly swum away, leaving him alone to seethe. In the sea, Lin Yi heard the angry shouts, but showed no reaction. Not even a threatening glance was cast, he merely focused on swimming back to his kayak. Lin Yi knew that a biting lion doesn't growl. While returning due to the current, he swam slower than before. With all his strength, he paddled for over 10 minutes before finally returning to his kayak. At this point, he had already exhausted much of his strength, and his breathing had become somewhat rapid. Lin Yi, feeling utterly fatigued, just wanted to quickly climb onto the kayak and rest. However, just as he reached out his hand to climb onto the kayak, a pair of large hands blocked his way. Lin Yi looked up and saw the beer belly. The beer belly was all bulk and muscle, his chubby face filled with resentment as he looked down at Lin Yi coldly, saying, I thought who it was. It turns out to be a thief and a robber. What did you go to steal from others? Someone like you doesn't deserve to be on this boat. Aren't you good at swimming? Then stay in the sea. The beer belly had long harbored hatred for Lin Yi. Earlier, Lin Yi had made him soak in the sea for a long time, a matter that had always gnawed at him, so he was constantly considering how to take revenge on Lin Yi. Previously, he had not dared to act directly, but upon hearing Wang Junkai's curses, he felt he had a reason to make a move. Saying this, the beer belly reached out towards Lin Yi, seemingly trying to push him into the sea. As those hands approached, Lin Yi said nothing, but silently lifted his arm, revealing the dagger. The dagger had an ancient design, with a long blade approximately 20 centimeters in length. As soon as it broke the surface, it gleamed with a cold light, sharp and chilling, inducing fear in all who beheld it. Everyone only knew that Lin Yi had jumped into the sea, and then they heard Wang Junkai's furious curses. As for what specifically happened, they were entirely unaware. Thus, when the dagger appeared in Lin Yi's hand, everyone exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock and unease, and a sense of fear quietly surged within their hearts. In this vast ocean filled with uncertainty and danger, a single dagger could change everything. The beer belly man was also startled by Lin Yi's actions. When the glimmering dagger appeared before him, he felt a chill rise from his feet straight to his heart. His previously arrogant demeanor was instantly extinguished at the sight of the dagger, as if cold water had been poured over him. Out of pride, he initially wanted to utter a few harsh words to mask his fear. He slightly parted his lips, the harsh words on the tip of his tongue, but just as he was about to blurt them out, he suddenly remembered that this person was still a student. Students are often impulsive, and if he really acted rashly and did something extreme, the consequences probably wouldn't be too severe. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped aside, not daring to impede further. With no one to obstruct him, Lin Yi used both hands and feet to climb up swiftly. Unlike the beer belly man, Lin Yi was not clumsy. With no obstruction, he splashed a few times in the water with his feet, and with the coordination of his hands, he easily climbed onto the kayak. This was the advantage of being able to swim in the sea. Once on the kayak, Lin Yi also felt a surge of anger. He initially intended to force the beer belly man into the sea with the dagger and make him stay there. However, after a moment's thought, he decided against it. If he was going to act, he wanted to do it decisively, otherwise he wouldn't act at all. To act in front of everyone now would only bring him more trouble. If he wanted to take revenge, he could wait until they reached the deserted island and strike when no one was aware. Thus, Lin Yi said nothing more and silently examined the dagger in his hand. I see your horse. On the other end, Wang Junkai was cursing passionately, his furious voice seemingly piercing through the entire sea surface. However, just then from the corner of his eye, he noticed a small black shadow suddenly appearing in the sea. There's actually something in the sea. Wang Junkai's attention was instantly drawn to this small black shadow. He stopped cursing and stared intently at the shadow that was barely visible amidst the waves. At this moment, the black shadow was still some distance from the kayak, but with the surging waves, it eventually approached the kayak. Seeing this, Wang Junkai's eyes flashed with urgency as he quickly leaned out of the kayak and reached out to grab it. As that object broke through the water, Wang Junkai also clearly saw what it was. It was actually a dagger sheath. The sheath was made of a highly unique material, soft yet tough, resembling some sort of beast skin, but was in fact metal. It bore the same strange patterns as the dagger. Clearly, the dagger sheath and the dagger were a matched set. The moment Wang Junkai held the dagger sheath, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. That feeling was like the joy of a long-lost reunion or the comfort of something lost being found again. It was as if in the depths of fate there was a sensation that this object belonged to him. This intense sense of belonging made Wang Junkai's heart race uncontrollably, while his resentment grew even stronger. His eyes were fixed intently in Lin Yi's direction, the resentment in his gaze. Lin Yi was unaware that Wang Junkai had picked up another object. When he heard Wang Junkai stop cursing, he thought it was simply that Wang Junkai had grown tired of cursing. Lin Yi sat quietly on the kayak, his expression showing little fluctuation as his attention was completely focused on the dagger in his hand. This dagger was extremely sharp, the blade, and the handle seamlessly integrated with smooth and natural lines without any flaws. The patterns on it were also quite strange, resembling some kind of special symbol. The craftsmanship and design of the entire dagger did not seem to be products of Blue Star, and its exquisite quality was astonishing. It resembled some kind of high-tech product, exuding an aura that transcended time. Strangely, this high-tech item also emitted a sense of antiquity, as if it had existed for a long time. Lin Yi held the dagger in his hand, observing it carefully inside and out, scrutinizing every minute detail, yet ultimately found no hidden secrets. However, after looking for a while, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity rise within him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Wasn't this the dagger Wang Junkai used to kill him back then? Lin Yi's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and the dagger felt heavier in his grip. He never expected that this weapon, which had once ended his life, would now reappear before him. He tried hard to calm himself, attempting to find more clues from this dagger. Unfortunately, he still found no leads, and Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had thought that after obtaining the dagger he would gain the system, and thus acquire more survival advantages in this vast ocean without having to fear the now stronger Wang Junkai. But it seemed he had overthought it. The future was still fraught with difficulties. After failing to figure it out, he had no choice but to give up. Just as he was about to resign, Lin Yi's arm accidentally brushed against a disposable simulation orb fragment in the bag. The fragments collided inside the bag, making a faint sound. Previously, he had no idea that the crystal orb could simulate a life experience, but he never expected it would have unexpected effects while being carried on him. As he thought about this, Lin Yi's mind lit up, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. Thus, he kept the dagger on him. After a day filled with events, it was now dusk. The last rays of the setting sun spilled across the sea, creating a golden shimmer on the waves. Having not eaten all day, Lin Yi felt a bit hungry. The reason he felt hungry after such a long time was likely due to the previous dragon meat, which must have contained extremely rich energy, thus delaying his hunger. Thanks to Lin Yi's reminder, the people on the kayak were prepared in advance. Even without counting Lin Yi's 2 fish, they had caught a total of 5 fish. Among them, the performance of those 2 students was surprisingly good. They had actually caught 2 fish. Due to the intimidation of the dagger, no one dared to snatch Lin Yi's fish, but the remaining 5 fish were shared among the others. At this moment, even the female student had some blood on her face. After all, 2 days without food or drink was quite taxing on her body, leading her to eat some raw fish. However, although the 2 students caught 2 fish, they only ate 1 as the other was forcefully taken by others. The 2 students were dissatisfied and wanted to resist, but upon looking around and seeing only adult men, they could only mutter a few curses in resignation. While Lin Yi observed the dagger, he noticed the plight of the 2 students, yet he did not intervene. During the simulation, when he was bullied, these 2 students had never spoken up to help him, so he naturally wouldn't step in. Thanks to the dagger, Lin Yi didn't have to gnaw on the fish like others. He skillfully used the dagger to process the fish, and in no time the fish was cut into neat slices and arranged beside him. Lin Xiaowei quietly watched Lin Yi's movements, her eyes revealing a complex expression. She wanted to say something, but the words stopped at her lips, not daring to come out. Her boyfriend Wang Junkai had just angrily cursed Lin Yi for a long time, using all sorts of harsh words, even insulting Lin Yi's family. In such a situation, how could she dare to ask for food? However, Lin Yi noticed Lin Xiaowei's awkwardness. He knew Lin Xiaowei hadn't eaten, and though there was a moment of hesitation in his heart, he ultimately took the initiative to cut a few slices of fish and handed them over. Looking at the fish meat handed over by Lin Yi, Lin Xiaowei felt an overwhelming gratitude rise within her. This man was far superior to the rude Wang Junkai. He was not only considerate, but also extraordinarily skilled, managing to procure food in the vast ocean. Thank you. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, the temptation of food was too great to resist after being hungry for so long. She reached out her slightly trembling hand and took the fish meat. At the moment the fish meat was in her hand, Lin Xiaowei's gratitude intensified. Flying fish are a species with particularly developed pectoral fins. Although they are rich in protein, they lack the sweet and delicious taste of lobster when eaten raw. As Lin Xiaowei took a bite of the flying fish, a strong fishy odor instantly filled her mouth, and the taste was extremely unpleasant. After only 2 pieces, she felt a wave of nausea in her throat, as if something in her stomach was churning violently. She suppressed her discomfort, refrained from vomiting, but dared not continue eating. Lin Yi was different. He understood the importance of food in this difficult situation. Despite the flying fish meat being equally hard to swallow, and the taste unbearable, he knew that only by replenishing enough energy could one survive better. Thus Lin Yi endured the discomfort caused by the fishy taste, and ate piece by piece, ultimately consuming more than half. Having gone 2 days without water, he felt an intense thirst after finishing the flying fish meat. Earlier he and Lin Xiaowei had eaten lobster meat without feeling much. After all, lobster meat contained abundant energy, which seemed to replenish some moisture in the body. But now after digesting the lobster meat, the feeling of thirst was particularly strong. This feeling was not unique to Lin Yi, who everyone on the boat was in a state of great agitation. Their lips were cracked and peeling, and every breath seemed to carry a scorching heat. Each person was constantly licking their lips, trying to relieve the unbearable thirst. Even Lin Xiaowei, who was always neat and tidy, was not an exception. Her delicate lips had developed a layer of white skin due to the prolonged lack of water. Her formerly moist lips had become dry and rough, losing their former luster. Everyone sat exhausted in the kayak, listless, as if all their strength had been drained. At this moment, even if they wanted to drink urine to quench their thirst, there were no containers on the kayak. After all, one can't just directly go for it. The thought filled everyone with despair. Lin Yi, however, felt a bit of admiration for Wang Dekai at this moment. Earlier, for some reason, he could scold for half an hour. His fierce demeanor seemed to possess endless strength. No thinking about this, Lin Yi's heart suddenly jolted. How could a normal person have enough strength to scold like that after 2 days without food or water? Even if he had strength, it would be difficult for a parched throat to speak. Unless he had water. In the ocean, it was almost impossible for a normal person to obtain water. Could it be that he had acquired a system? At this thought, Lin Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. A wave of intense unease surged within him. If Wang Junkai truly possessed a system, all his previous efforts might be in vain. If Wang Junkai had indeed acquired a system, Lin Yi must take the initiative before he fully developed. Otherwise, once Wang Junkai's strength increased with the system's power, Lin Yi would definitely not be his match. The thought of potential dangers that lay ahead flashed a hint of determination in Lin Yi's eyes. Of course, it was also possible that the kayak had some food and water on board. With this thought, Lin Yi felt much more relaxed, but his gaze inevitably fixated on Wang Junkai in the distance. The kayak was now over 10 meters away from Lin Yi due to the influence of the waves. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei, sitting beside him, keenly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yi's eyes. The chilling aura revealed in those eyes made her involuntarily shiver. She knew that Lin Yi must harbor a deep-seated hatred for Wang Junkai, but she never expected that this hatred had intensified to such an extent. A wave of panic surged in Lin Xiaowei's heart, and she quickly said softly, "Lin Yi, please don't be impulsive. This time Wang Junkai was in the wrong. I will talk to him and make him apologize to you." Upon hearing Lin Xiaowei's voice, Lin Yi turned his head. His gaze remained fierce, like that of a ferocious beast, as if he could pounce on his prey at any moment. Lin Xiaowei, meeting Lin Yi's gaze, felt a wave of fear, her body trembling slightly. She had never seen Lin Yi display such an expression. The intense murderous intent made her feel terrified. Although Lin Yi had not personally killed anyone in that simulation, he had killed quite a few animals, and he had also died once. That experience of being on the brink of death gave him a deeper understanding of the cruelty of survival. These experiences were like heavy shackles weighing on his heart, making the murderous intent within him quite substantial. Will an apology help? If it did, why would we need the police? Lin Yi's words were cold and ruthless, with no room for negotiation in that resolute tone. After speaking, Lin Yi's eyes fixed firmly on Lin Xiaowei, and the determination and anger in his gaze made her heart sink. At this moment, Lin Yi was already prepared for the possibility that Wang Junkai had obtained a system. He could not take risks. Originally, he thought Wang Junkai's acquisition of the system was due to this dagger, but that was merely a conjecture. Now that the dagger was on him, yet he had not obtained a system, perhaps his previous conjecture was wrong. The dagger was not the reason Wang Junkai acquired the system. Therefore, he must be ready for the worst. Wang Junkai had gained great strength after arriving on the deserted island, and if Lin Yi did not want to repeat the past, he must eliminate this potential threat as soon as he arrived on the island, or right now. At this moment, they were on the ocean, and Lin Yi had a certain advantage. He could swim, had gained an additional 10 kilograms of strength, and had a dagger. Now was actually the best opportunity. For this reason, Lin Yi subconsciously touched the dagger in his pocket. This subtle movement was caught by Lin Xiaowei, who was instantly alarmed. A multitude of thoughts surged in her heart, and she immediately wanted to shout a warning to Wang Junkai to be careful. After all, Wang Junkai was her boyfriend. If she didn't like him, they wouldn't have been together. It had only been a minor conflict earlier, but if something serious truly happened, her heart would still be with Wang Junkai. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lin Yi staring intently at her. The warning in his gaze suddenly made Lin Xiaowei snap back to her senses. At this moment, if she spoke, she would probably be the first to suffer. With this thought, Lin Xiaowei swallowed the words that were about to come out. However, even if she had warned Wang Junkai, regardless of whether Lin Yi would act against her, Wang Junkai's fate would likely not be good. Because they were at sea as long as Lin Yi submerged and used the dagger to puncture Wang Junkai's kayak, everyone on board would fall into great danger. Lin Xiaowei thought of this, and Lin Yi had similarly contemplated it. He was just hesitating if he truly did that he would surely have no place to hide on his own kayak. After all, no one wanted to share a boat with a murderer. Moreover, there were ultimately some innocent people on that kayak. Lin Yi could not bring himself to kill indiscriminately. He had his own moral boundaries. Additionally, deep down in Lin Yi's heart, he still wanted to return to a civilized society. Thus, he could not confront Wang Junkai in front of others. Thus, although Lin Yi was aware that this was the best opportunity to deal with Wang Junkai, he still felt hesitant. In his mind, it might be more appropriate to act on the deserted island. Lin Xiaowei was unaware of Lin Yi's thoughts. Seeing the murderous intent in Lin Yi's eyes, she firmly believed that Lin Yi would soon attack Wang Junkai, either now or in the evening. At that moment, she wanted to intervene, but upon meeting Lin Yi's cold gaze, she understood that all those lofty principles were utterly useless. If it were her, and she heard such furious insults from others, she would surely harbor thoughts of revenge. Moreover, the two had previous conflicts during school, and as Wang Junkai's girlfriend Lin Xiaowei was well aware of this. Lin, you don't take it to heart. That person can be foolish sometimes. You know, when people are emotionally agitated, they often say things without thinking. Wang Junkai isn't usually like this. Perhaps he's just been under too much pressure at sea. Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. Lin Xiaowei hesitated, wanting to persuade him further, but she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaowei bit her lip, lightly, her expression resembling someone making an exceptionally significant decision in her heart. She first lowered her head slightly as if to encourage herself, then slowly raised her head, a hint of resolve in her gaze, as she whispered to Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, as long as you don't trouble him, I can agree to one condition for you." Upon saying this, her face instantly flushed, the redness spreading from her cheeks to her ears like the afterglow of sunset. Clearly, it took tremendous courage to utter such words. Lin Yi felt a stir in his heart. He actually had his own plans, but hearing Lin Xiaowei say this, he couldn't help but be intrigued. Thus, he tentatively asked, "Any condition?" His words clearly held deeper meaning. Lin Xiaowei sensed the implications behind Lin Yi's words. Originally, she only wanted Lin Yi to hold her to sleep tonight, thus ensuring he wouldn't act against Wang Junkai. However, she never anticipated that this man would so vulgarly misconstrue her meaning. A surge of embarrassment and anger flooded her heart, but she didn't know how to respond. She instinctively bit her lip, her gaze showing a flicker of hesitation and struggle like a fawn trapped in a quagmire. On one hand, she absolutely did not want Lin Yi to harm Wang Junkai, as Wang Junkai was her boyfriend. Even though he could be reckless and impulsive at times, she still had a sense of concern deep down. On the other hand, she felt that Lin Yi's request was somewhat excessive, which put her in a very difficult position. However, it was at this awkward juncture that Lin Xiaowei saw Lin Yi pull out a dagger. The dagger gleamed coldly, its sharp blade seemingly capable of taking a life with just a light swipe. Under the reflection of that cold light, Lin Xiaowei's heart tightened, fear spreading within her. She clearly realized that Lin Yi was serious at this moment. He had sufficient means to deal with Wang Junkai. Ultimately, after much hesitation, Lin Xiaowei chose to compromise. She gently nodded and said softly, "All right, as long as the conditions are not too excessive, I can agree to them." Her voice was barely audible, seemingly filled with reluctance, but also carried a sense of heroic sacrifice. They were on the sea, surrounded by so many people in the kayak. She thought that under the watchful eyes of many, Lin Yi shouldn't do anything too extreme. Thus, she decided to agree to Lin Yi for the time being. As for later, once the rescue arrived, Lin Yi would surely not dare to act improperly towards her and Wang Junkai. Perhaps the dagger would even have to be handed over. After all, it was a dangerous item, and the school prohibited bringing it along. This was her reason for daring to agree. "But you must guarantee that you won't act against Wang Junkai." "I can, but I can only guarantee not to trouble him while at sea." "Good." At this moment, they were adrift in the vast sea, and Lin Xiaowei thought that if they were no longer at sea, it would surely mean they had been rescued. After a moment of thought, she softly responded, as if agreeing to this agreement. "I mean, any condition is acceptable." "So what condition do you want to propose?" "I won't tell you now, you'll say it later." "All right." Lin Xiaowei had been worried that Lin Yi might take inappropriate actions against her at this moment, such as kissing her. If that were to happen, she truly wouldn't know how to respond. Thus, when she heard Lin Yi say he would talk about the conditions later, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. As for future matters, who knows what will happen? Though they had eaten lobster meat, quite some time had passed. After talking for so long, they both felt unbearably thirsty. At that moment, they stopped talking, each quietly gazing at the setting sun on the sea, immersed in this moment of tranquility. That setting sun resembled a shy young girl gradually becoming bashful under the long gaze of people, quietly hiding itself into the sea, no longer to be seen. Uncertain if it was due to the weather, or if it was simply like this, as soon as the sun set, the sea's surface slowly fell into complete darkness without a hint of light. The darkness seemed like a heavy curtain slowly descending and enveloping the entire ocean tightly, creating a sense of oppression and mystery. Today marked the second day since the shipwreck, and the group felt extremely disappointed as they had not yet been rescued. They had originally harbored great expectations, hoping to be rescued from this vast ocean soon, but reality dealt them a heavy blow. Fortunately, they at least had a decent meal today, alleviating some of their hunger. Furthermore, sitting in the kayak was extremely uncomfortable, and their fatigue made them long for rest. Thus, when night fell, even though sleeping was uncomfortable, everyone immediately prepared to rest. After 2 days on the sea, their bodies gradually adapted to the drifting, and they slept more deeply than the previous day. As night descended, Lin Xiaowei began to feel drowsy. However, looking at the motionless Lin Yi, a surge of anger suddenly welled up within her. She had expected Lin Yi to act as he did the previous night, but instead Lin Yi simply sat there quietly, seemingly immersed in his own world. As a girl, she felt it was inappropriate to take the initiative, so she could only sit there alone, filled with resentment. The waves of the sea continued to surge up and down, causing the kayak to constantly rock. Lin Xiaowei had barely sat for a short while when she felt excruciatingly uncomfortable. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a wave suddenly crashed against her, and her body lost weight in an instant, jolting her awake. This continued to repeat, and she felt as if she were being driven to madness. Seeing Lin Yi sitting calmly beside her, without any movement, Lin Xiaowei's anger surged even more. Thus, she pretended to turn over and kicked Lin Yi hard. This kick proved effective. Lin Yi immediately woke up. Lin Yi had actually not been asleep. He was recalling all the events in the simulation, trying to find any opportunities. After all, before acting against Wang Junkai, he needed to be fully assured. Just as he was lost in thought, he was suddenly awakened by Lin Xiaowei's kick. Upon waking, Lin Yi realized that it was already completely dark. Perhaps due to the impact of Wang Junkai's insults during the day, those unpleasant words seemed to echo in his ears, each word like a sharp thorn stabbing at Lin Yi's heart. After all, even a clay figurine has some fire. An honest person is not without temper, and once it erupts, it can be terrifying. Lin Yi was not someone who enjoyed provoking trouble, but Wang Junkai's insults were indeed excessive, and a spark of anger was burning within him. At this moment, seeing this girl voluntarily come to him, he no longer held back. He couldn't let Wang Junkai benefit from this. Lin Xiaowei's body stiffened, twisting and resisting, but she felt powerless to break free, fearing to attract attention. "Let go of me." Her voice was weak as a mosquito. "Did you forget that you promised me?" Lin Yi's deep voice carried an oppressive tone. "So you want me to agree to let you hold me, eh?" "No. Then let go of me. I want you to. Tonight." Before Lin Yi could finish, Lin Xiaowei's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, shaking her head in refusal. "No way, absolutely not." As she spoke, Lin Xiaowei felt her body being placed on the surface of the sea. The icy sensation jolted her awake, fear surged within her, and she clutched Lin Yi's arm as if it were a lifeline. "If you don't agree, I'll throw you into the sea. But don't worry, your boyfriend will come to keep you company soon. He should be not far from us. In this dark night with high winds, it's the perfect night for murder." Lin Yi threatened coldly. "No, Lin Yi, please don't. If you don't agree, then this is how it will be. I won't say it a second time." Lin Yi's attitude was resolute. After speaking, he placed her back on his lap. Although Lin Yi was a virgin, he was not naive. That night, the few people on the kayak in their dazed state felt the kayak being violently tossed by the waves for over 10 minutes before gradually calming down. Woo! After the kayak regained its tranquility, Lin Xiaowei felt an overwhelming mix of anger and grievance in her heart. She never expected to be, and thus began to sob softly. While crying, she felt a pang of worry and urged with a choked voice, "You, get away from me." She had intended to take action herself, but after squatting for too long, her legs had gone numb, rendering her unable to move. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Though she felt distressed, the current situation allowed no room for her to ponder further. Each moment of delay, the likelihood of changes in her physique after 10 months would only increase. However, despite her anxiety, Lin Yi showed no signs, as if he was lost in another world. For just a moment ago, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Ding, the system activation conditions have been met. Would you like to activate it?" System. Lin Yi was still reveling in the refreshing feeling from the recent sports event when he heard the long-awaited sound of the system. Instantly, an indescribable excitement surged within him. He quickly responded in his heart, "Activate." "Ding, the system has been successfully activated and the novice gift pack is being distributed. The novice gift pack's basic physique detection function has been credited. Please check host." Due to the host successfully activating the system, a reward of 0.1 attribute points has been granted for the host to allocate freely. "Ding, you have obtained the basic physique detection function. Would you like to activate it? Since it was his first time receiving a system, and with so many prompts ringing in his ears, Lin Yi fell into a daze and deep contemplation, thus he did not hear Lin Xiaowei's words. Lin Xiaowei, worried, grew increasingly anxious. Does this man really not know what's going on? Is it truly so comfortable that one can forget everything? As she lamented in her heart, she hastily pinched Lin Yi's thigh. Feeling the pain, Lin Yi snapped back to reality, but his thoughts were entirely consumed by the system, leaving no room to attend to Lin Xiaowei. To this he thought in his heart, activate. As the words settled, Lin Yi felt a mysterious power enveloping him, as if invisible eyes were scrutinizing his body. In the blink of an eye, a mechanical, lowly voice chimed in his ear, physique function detection in progress. Ding, the host's current physique is as follows: strength 0, 5 speed 0, 3 stamina 0, 4 defense 0, 1 mental power 0, 4. The host currently has 1 skill points. Would you like to allocate them? As the voice rang out, a detailed message surged into Lin Yi's mind, and he understood the function's purpose. The basic detection function could only assess the foundational conditions of a being applicable to both oneself and others. However, there are distance limitations, with the current detection range being within 2 meters of natural beings, excluding microorganisms. Additionally, with this information, Lin Yi gained a clearer understanding of his own physique. At that moment, his strength stood at 0.5, which meant a punch could deliver a force of 50 kilograms. Typically, an adult male's striking force ranges from 30 to 90 kilograms. Lin Yi had not exercised much during his school years, hence his strength was naturally not impressive. Fortunately, he had previously consumed a mysterious fruit that increased his strength by 10 kilograms, making his strength relatively decent among his physique attributes. Now, with 1 attribute points available for allocation, he pondered how best to use them. After some thought, Lin Yi initially planned to allocate them to strength. After all, in such circumstances, having great strength would empower him to face various challenges with greater confidence. However, just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lin Xiaowei's body move slightly. This sudden action stirred something in his heart, prompting him to change his mind. It turned out that Lin Xiaowei, seeing that Lin Yi had not responded to her request for a long time, felt anxious and helpless. In this urgent situation, she could only gently sway her body, attempting to extricate herself from the predicament to avoid severe consequences. However, she did not expect that her action would catch Lin Yi's attention. System allocate to stamina. Lin Yi resolutely thought. Ding, successfully allocated to stamina. As the system's prompt sounded, Lin Yi immediately felt his body strengthen considerably. He could distinctly sense a new power surging within him, and even that aspect seemed to have improved slightly. This ignited a surge of confidence and ambition within him. Thus, he ceased to explore the system further and prepared for his second venture. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. The system is activated and long-term repetitive tasks are available. Task content: for every 150 completed sports fencing training sessions, reward of 0.01 attribute points. Task duration permanent. Task penalties none. Lin Yi was stunned upon hearing this. Was this system too considerate? With this regular sports training method, he could enhance his own strength. While in shock, Lin Yi swiftly understood why Wang Junkai's strength had significantly increased after he and Lin Xiaowei disappeared for a night. It seemed that they must have gone on a date in the woods. However, this system seemed different in simulations. Wang Junkai had revealed that his system was called More Children, More Fortune. But Lin Yi's system was quite different, or it didn't even have a name. Moreover, from the current perspective, the effect on enhancing physical capabilities was not particularly significant. After all, completing multiple sessions of high-intensity fencing training within a day was no easy feat. At most, one could earn 0.03 attribute points in a day. Converted, that would roughly translate to an increase of 1.5 kilograms in strength. This was quite different from Wang Junkai's performance back then. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the system varies from person to person? Or is there still functionality not fully displayed? Or could it be something else? On the other hand, Wang Junkai, feeling lonely, found it impossible to sleep. With his longing for his girlfriend intensifying, he suddenly shouted Lin Xiaowei's name. Although he knew he couldn't summon her, he couldn't help but call out. That shout was filled with his overwhelming longing and desire. Yet right after he shouted, he was immediately silenced by others on the boat. After all, everyone was trying to sleep, and his shout disturbed everyone's rest. Helplessly, Wang Junkai could only indulge in fantasies, reminiscing about the beautiful moments spent with Lin Xiaowei. Unexpectedly, just as he reached a critical point in his daydreaming, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Ding, the More Fortune system is activating. Successfully gaining favor from the opposite sex grants you 0.01 fortune points. What is this? Wang Junkai stared at the suddenly glowing dagger set in his hand, his eyes wide with surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, possibly due to his enhanced physique, had lasted considerably longer than before. Throughout this prolonged experience, Lin Yi felt the changes in his body, filled with excitement, yet somewhat fatigued. Unfortunately, this only compounded Lin Xiaowai's distress. Not only had she failed to resolve her earlier worries, but her current anxiety had also multiplied. She was now utterly exhausted, her feet numb, devoid of any strength to resist. She could only submit to fate. A night passed. Lin Yi gained 0.02 attribute points. He had hoped to earn more, but unfortunately his own conditions were limited. Though Lin Yi had never dated, he had red-related knowledge. During his rest, he took his clothes and soaked them in seawater. He gently tidied up Lin Xiaowai's appearance. His soft and earnest actions lessened her resistance towards him. As she observed Lin Yi's busy figure, a complex mix of emotions surged within her. Despite her physical exhaustion, at that moment her heart gradually calmed, as if she could also accept. Due to extreme fatigue, the two embraced and fell asleep. On the second day, sunlight poured through the clouds, gently cascading over the vast surface of the sea, while a soft breeze caressed the water, causing the kayak to sway slightly in the undulating waves. Lin Yi was sleeping soundly, when suddenly he felt something soft scratching his face. The tickling sensation was akin to a gentle breeze, and he jolted awake from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he caught sight of a pair of large eyes filled with fury fixated intently on him. Lin Yi rubbed his eyes and focused, realizing it was Lin Xiaowei. Previously, upon waking, Lin Xiaowei sensed that the atmosphere around her was somewhat unusual. She glanced around and noticed that most of the people on the kayak had already awakened. Moreover, she keenly sensed that many gazes seemed to be secretly scrutinizing her. This realization made her heart skip a beat, instantly flooding her with a sense of unease. Recalling last night's ordeal, she hurriedly lowered her head. When she saw that everything was neatly arranged and her pants were still intact, she let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, "Humph, at least this person has some conscience, knowing to tidy up for me." Last night, Lin Yi not only meticulously cleaned the battlefield after the fight, but also kindly helped her put on her pants. However, he did not manage to help her with her shoes, leaving her delicate white socks exposed. Her small feet were undeniably adorable in the eyes of the many men present. As a result, a few men were secretly staring at her, particularly the bespectacled man and the one with a beer belly. Their gazes held a peculiar intensity, as if they were trying to see right through her. Had it not been broad daylight with so many people around, they might have lost control and acted impulsively. After confirming that she was not exposed, Lin Xiaowei felt a bit more at ease. However, amidst this relaxation, she suddenly sensed an unusual warmth. At first, she was slightly taken aback, then, as if realizing something, she quickly lowered her head to look. To her surprise, she found herself still in Lin Yi's embrace. With so many people watching, she instantly felt extremely shy, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she tried to wriggle free. However, Lin Yi held her tightly, as if she were a precious treasure he was afraid to lose. Helpless, she initially intended to hit Lin Yi hard to make him let go. But inexplicably, it ended up with her scratching him with her own hair. Her soft strands brushed against Lin Yi's cheek, the tickling sensation instantly rousing him. Lin Yi noticed that the furious gaze in her eyes was tinged with a hint of shyness. At once he felt relieved. Last night, driven by impulse, he had acted recklessly, and today he truly did not know how to face Lin Xiaowei. Seeing that she did not explode in anger, he realized there was room for reconciliation between them, so he gently asked, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei felt particularly wronged, tears welling up in her eyes, almost spilling over. Did this man not know what he had done? How could he ask her what was wrong? It was truly too much. "Let me go?" Lin Xiaowei's voice was very low, and in front of so many people, she couldn't say much, merely shooting Lin Yi a fierce glare. At this moment, Lin Yi also realized the situation. The sun had risen high, and several people on the kayak were secretly casting glances at them. Those subtle gazes made both Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although Lin Yi did not particularly care about others' opinions, he also did not want to be treated like a spectacle similar to couples kissing on the subway. Thus, he lifted Lin Xiaowei and set her down beside him. The beer belly man had learned his lesson, leaning away as if deliberately avoiding something. As a result, Lin Xiaowei's space increased significantly. Seeing this, her resentment towards Lin Yi diminished considerably. Previously, when the beer belly man relieved himself on the kayak, it was unclear whether it was too short or not, but a lot of it ended up on the kayak. The sound was quite noticeable, leaving a strong impression on Lin Xiaowei, who sat beside him. Although she felt nauseous enough to vomit, she had no choice. As a weak woman, what could she do? She understood that without Lin Yi, her situation would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. Although Lin Yi had done such things, she did not harbor much hatred or disgust towards him at this moment. In this challenging situation, she had to admit that Lin Yi provided her with a unique sense of security. After being set down, although her body still leaned against Lin Yi, her head stubbornly turned to the side. Clearly, she wanted to express that she did not wish to see Lin Yi. Understanding that she was still angry, Lin Yi did not disturb her. He could only think about waiting for a suitable opportunity to have a proper conversation with her later, hoping she wouldn't report him. Seeing that Lin Xiaowei was not looking at him, Lin Yi could no longer contain the excitement in his heart and immediately called upon the system in his mind. Last night was a significant event in his life, and he had no time to thoroughly explore the system's various functions. Now, with ample time, he naturally wanted to delve deeper into it. System. As Lin Yi softly called out in his heart, a transparent panel immediately appeared before his eyes. At the moment the panel appeared, Lin Yi felt a tightness in his chest, afraid of being discovered by others, but his worries were unfounded. The panel seemed to employ an exceptionally unique optical imaging technology, making it visible only to him. Even Lin Xiaowei, who was sitting right next to him, was completely unaware of the panel's existence. With that, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to examine the contents of the panel. The transparent panel shimmered with mysterious light, and at the top, there were several large characters: Host Lin Yi. Everything seemed to exude a high-tech aura. However, despite the high-tech visual projection, the content on it was not very rich. Apart from the name, there was only one function: physique detection. The large panel held nothing else, which inevitably felt somewhat strange and seemed a bit too simplistic. But since it was Lin Yi's first experience with the system, he did not know if this was normal. He could only see if there would be an opportunity to observe other systems in the future. System detect Lin Xiaowei's physical attributes. Lin Yi remembered that the physique detection function could assess living beings within 2 meters, so he wanted to give it a try. Ding detecting. Ding, human female, strength 0. 27, speed 0. 2, endurance 0. 27, defense 0. 1, mental power 0. 42. Comparing the data with Lin Yi's, Lin Xiaowei fell short in many aspects. After all, she was just an ordinary female student. Perhaps it was his first experience with a system. Lin Yi measured everyone on the kayak once. Surprisingly, the beer belly man had the highest strength, measuring 0.6, equivalent to a punch with a force of 60 kilograms. The data for the others was fairly standard. The bespectacled man's agility was 0.5, while the student girl's mental power was 0.6. These two values were relatively high. This system currently had only one function. After Lin Yi completed the measurements of everyone, he turned his gaze towards the dagger. From the moment the system activated, he knew the vessel of the system was this dagger. Lin Yi extended his hand, gently caressing the dagger's hilt, feeling a rush of excitement. Now that he realized this dagger was the system's vessel, a bold idea quickly sprouted in his mind. In the future, he could attempt to search for similar items, perhaps gaining other systems from them. In previous simulations, he recalled that someone on the deserted island had picked up a bone. The patterns on that bone were remarkably similar to those on the dagger, as if they bore the same mysterious origin. Perhaps that was also a vessel for a system. Excited, Lin Yi wanted to examine whether the dagger concealed any other functions. Thus, he carefully scrutinized it again and again. However, after thorough exploration, he ultimately found nothing. After failing to find anything, Lin Yi cautiously placed the dagger in his pocket. Since the system was obtained because of this dagger, it might have some special use in the future. Today marked their 3rd day adrift at sea, with the sun shining exceptionally brightly, radiating intense heat that made it feel quite stifling. Although the few people on the kayak had done nothing, they were all drenched in sweat, and a pungent smell of sweat filled the kayak. Originally, Lin Yi had some flying fish meat left, but at this moment all of it had vanished without a trace. It was evident that someone had taken it in the morning. There was no helping it. After all, Lin Yi had exerted himself greatly last night and slept soundly. Without the fish meat, Lin Yi now felt a pang of hunger. Looking at the calm sea, he began to ponder whether to dive into the water again. After all, the water avoidance pearl still had 10 minutes left. Who knows, he might reap some rewards. Just as he was hesitating, a glimmering object floated beside the kayak. The brilliance of that object shone exceptionally brightly under the sunlight, immediately capturing Lin Yi's attention and stirring excitement within him. This might also be an opportunity. Everything that appears in this sea area is valuable. Just as Lin Yi was about to dive into the water to retrieve the mysterious object, the student girl preempted him and snatched it up. After pulling up the object, the student girl showed no hesitation, directly beginning to examine it in front of everyone. The object emitted a faint glow in her hands, but after scrutinizing it for a while, she pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, "I thought it was something valuable. Turns out it's just a worthless crystal. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered to fish it out." Without hesitation, she tossed it back into the sea. Although the student girl did not recognize the object, Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. That was clearly a fragment of a one-time life simulation pearl, something he was very familiar with. Could it be that some of those in my pocket fell out? Lin Yi was taken aback and quickly felt around in his pocket. As his fingers brushed against the familiar texture of the fragments, he realized they were all still there. That was not his. That was another one-time life simulation pearl. This discovery felt like a massive stone suddenly dropped into a calm lake, stirring up a tremendous wave in Lin Ye's heart. He was so shocked that he momentarily didn't know how to react, but quickly he forced himself to calm down. Then he immediately acted nonchalant, casually glancing elsewhere to hide the shock in his eyes. Thus he had to pretend to be completely unfamiliar with this object lest the person discover that he had also simulated it once. Although the direction in which this simulation pearl floated seemed to come from Wang Junkai's kayak, Lin Yi could not be sure. After all, the waves varied greatly, and it was also possible that it came from the people on their kayak. To that end, Lin Yi cautiously scanned the expressions of the crowd, with his peripheral vision attempting to discern any clues. However, everyone's expressions appeared quite casual, without any signs of unease. In addition to the two aforementioned possibilities, there was naturally also a slight chance that the fragment came from other kayaks, but the likelihood of that was truly minimal. On this vast expanse of sea visible to the eye, besides the two kayaks occupied by Lin Yi and Wang Junkai, the rest was an endless, boundless ocean that stretched out as far as the eye could see. If the fragment were to drift here from a distant place, one could imagine the difficulty, making the possibility extremely slim. In comparison, the distance between Lin Yi and Wang Junkai's kayaks was merely 100 meters, quite close, so the probability that this fragment originated from these two kayaks was undoubtedly the highest. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yi exerted himself to act as nonchalantly as possible, although he was still somewhat anxious inside, unsure if the shock that had flickered in his eyes upon first seeing the fragment had been noticed by others. Just thinking about this made his heart involuntarily surge with a wave of unease. Originally, he was convinced that he was the only person in the world with a special opportunity. Although the future was filled with unknown challenges, at least he possessed a unique advantage. But now this sudden appearance of the life simulation pearl fragment had completely shattered his previous understanding, making the future instantly full of uncertainties, no longer just something he alone could foresee. Therefore, he absolutely could not let that person know that he had also experienced a simulation, lest it arouse their suspicion. After the fragment was discarded, it drifted once more in the turbulent sea, gradually floating towards the distance. Knowing that there was another person who had undergone a simulation as well, Lin Yi was unwilling to attract too much attention, so he abandoned the thought of going into the water. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Lin Xiaowei, looking as if she were about to say something, but hesitated, seemingly having a lot to express, but unwilling to speak for some reason, and she also tightly crossed her legs, appearing extremely anxious. Lin Yi instantly understood, realizing that she urgently needed to use the restroom. Over the past 2 days, most people on the kayak had solved their needs directly on the kayak, disposing of their waste into the sea. Even that female student was no exception. Though her face was always flushed with embarrassment, she had no other choice. Of course, everyone didn't need to go to the restroom often, as they had not consumed much food. Lin Xiaowei had been holding it in for 2 whole days and could no longer endure it. Although Lin Yi keenly sensed Lin Xiaowei's awkward situation, he wisely chose not to speak and simply waited patiently for her to take the initiative to speak. Lin Xiaowei was clearly anxious, her forehead beading with sweat in just a short time, and her small hands tightly clenched into fists. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze on her, she shot him an annoyed glare. Lin Yi, already feeling guilty towards her, naturally did not hold it against her and said nothing more. To avoid making her feel awkward, Lin Yi tactfully averted his gaze and stopped looking at her. However, unexpectedly, Lin Xiaowei suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Lin Yi, you can swim, can you take me to the sea?" As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on Lin Xiaowei's face, making her feel somewhat shy. However, thinking back to their intimate actions last night, she felt that there was nothing embarrassing about it at the moment, so she continued, "Can you take me to the sea to use the restroom?" Previously, when the female student went to the restroom, although the male student tried his best to cover for her, the beer-bellious gaze was still desperately searching. Fortunately, the female student was wearing a long dress, so she wasn't completely exposed. Even so, she wished she could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in, as the sound of the water flow could not be concealed. Lin Xiaowei saw all of this. She was well aware that wearing shorts meant that if she solved her needs on the kayak, she would definitely be seen clearly. If such a thing were to happen, she would rather die of suffocation. But fortunately, with Lin Yi by her side, looking into his eyes filled her heart with a sense of security. It must be said that Lin Yi was indeed much more reliable than Wang Junkai. Alright. Lin Yi, who originally intended to compensate her, readily agreed, especially upon seeing the look of anticipation in Lin Xiaowei's eyes. However, before setting off to ensure everything went smoothly, Lin Yi poured all 0.02 attribute points he had painstakingly accumulated last night into stamina. As a result, Lin Yi's stamina attribute value rose to 0.52, exceeding his strength attribute value by 0.02. If he were to take Lin Xiaowei to the sea, his strength would be more than sufficient, especially since Lin Xiaowei only weighed 40 kilograms, And with the buoyancy of the seawater, it would be even easier. He needn't worry about not being able to carry her. The only concern Lin Yi had was regarding stamina, which is why he had unhesitatingly allocated all attribute points to it. Seeing Lin Yi staring into the distance in a daze, Lin Xiaowei understood that taking someone into the vast sea was by no means an easy task. She slightly lowered her head, a hint of displeasure spreading in her heart, but she did not want to force Lin Yi. After all, she herself knew that this request was indeed somewhat excessive. However, the unbearable urgency of her need was growing stronger, and she could no longer endure it. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to sense her inner worries and flashed her a reassuring smile. For some reason, when Lin Xiaowei saw this smile, her heart suddenly raced. That smile seemed to carry a magical charm, instantly dispelling her tension and unease, making her previously flustered emotions much more relaxed. In that instant, it was as if she saw the sunlight piercing through thick clouds, directly shining upon her heart, warm and bright. Lin Yi did not say anything further and took the lead in leaping into the sea. Then he prepared to receive her in the water, quietly waiting for Lin Xiaowei. Lin Xiaowei's small face flushed crimson, and the pressure in her lower body grew stronger. At this moment, she couldn't care much. She awkwardly shifted her bottom, slowly sitting at the edge of the kayak, took off her shoes and socks, and then made a leap into Lin Yi's arms. Their sudden series of actions instantly attracted the attention of others. The beer belly muttered softly upon seeing this. The cheap ones are just pretentious. Going to the restroom still requires going to the sea, as if anyone would be interested in watching her. The beer belly occasionally stole glances at Lin Xiaowei's long legs that were exposed outside, naturally guessing that she wanted to use the restroom. As soon as Lin Xiaowei entered the sea, her heart was filled with fear. The endless blue water surrounded her tightly, making her deeply feel how small and helpless she was. She clung tightly to Lin Yi, her hands and feet wrapped around him like vines, as if he were her only lifeline in this vast ocean. She was so nervous that she did not hear the beer belly's words. However, the female student on the kayak heard it clearly. She watched the two in the sea, her eyes shining with contemplative light, not knowing what she was silently pondering. Lin Yi, can you take me a bit further out? After entering the sea, Lin Xiaowei, whether due to excessive nervousness or the fact that she had just held it and felt that the strong urge to use the restroom had eased considerably and was no longer so urgent. Although she did not hear the beer belly's words, she felt too embarrassed to use the restroom nearby, so many people, so she wanted Lin Yi to take her further away. Okay, Lin Yi readily agreed. At this time, the sea surface was relatively calm, and Lin Yi estimated that the kayak would not drift too far. Moreover, he had a water-repellent pearl, so there shouldn't be any major issues. With this in mind, he took Lin Xiaowei and swam towards the distance with all his strength. The water-repellent pearl was in Lin Yi's pocket. Although it would come into contact with seawater, it would not be consumed. Only when it was held in a person's mouth would it exhibit its magical effect. Otherwise, when it floated in from the sea, it would have likely lost its effectiveness long ago. To make movement more convenient and swift, Lin Yi allowed Lin Xiaowei to wrap her arms around his neck from behind, as if he were carrying her. This way he could swim a bit faster in the sea. Lin Xiaowei gently wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, and the soft sensation made Lin Yi's heart flutter slightly. As they continued forward, the sea water was constantly parted by their powerful bodies, and the two gradually moved away from the kayak. Once they were in the sea, they no longer felt the dryness and stuffiness of the kayak. The cool seawater gently enveloped them, bringing a different kind of comfort and ease. Lin Xiaowei gazed at the undulating waves, feeling the man beneath her exerting himself to paddle for her. At that moment, for some reason, she was filled with an immensely romantic and reassuring feeling. Though the sea was vast and boundless, as long as he was by her side, it seemed there was no need to fear any storms. Is it okay now? Lin Yi asked after swimming about 10 meters away. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei looked back and saw the beer belly still staring intently in their direction. She frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure arising in her heart, and said, Lin Yi, a bit further, I don't want to. Okay, Lin Yi responded without any hesitation. Seeing that Lin Yi did not question her reasons, Lin Xiaowei's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, a faint smile blossoming on her face. After swimming over 50 meters, they finally stopped. At this point, the kayak had shrunk to the size of a basketball in their sight, likely making it impossible to see their actions. Lin Yi, I need to go number 2. But I can't swim, so I need you to hold me the whole time. But if that's the case, it's equivalent to you holding me while I use the restroom. You won't mind me smelling bad, will you? Lin Xiaowei's voice was like a whisper in the wind, carrying a hint of unease, as if she were a child who had done something wrong, cautiously testing the waters. No way, you're a little fairy, even the smell is fragrant. Then you can't dislike me in the future, okay? Let's make a pinky promise. Why haven't you pulled yet? Lin Yi asked softly, noticing that Lin Xiaowei hadn't moved for a long time. I haven't taken my pants off yet. I can't do it myself. I need you to help me take them off. Lin Xiaowei said in a soft voice, her face flushed, and as she spoke she tightened her grip around Lin Yi's neck, as if that would prove she was indeed not lying. Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled softly, but this smile was caught by Lin Xiaowei, who could only huff softly to express her dissatisfaction. Lin Yi heard Lin Xiaowei snort and initially wanted to tease her a bit more, but thinking that she might wet herself, he quickly dismissed that thought and stopped responding. He cautiously extended his hand and began to help Lin Xiaowei remove her pants. During this process, his hand inevitably brushed against Lin Xiaowei's delicate skin. Lin Xiaowei keenly felt his touch, her body trembling slightly, but she did not stop him. After all, the situation was urgent, and she couldn't afford to be shy, especially since they had been so close last night. With Lin Xiaowei's cooperation, the clothes were quickly removed. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei tightly hugged Lin Yi's neck, her slightly trembling hands clearly showing her extreme nervousness. "You? Close your eyes." Lin Xiaowei's voice was barely above a whisper. "Okay, cover your nose. I need to splash water. Otherwise we will fall in." "I don't care." Lin Xiaowei's tone was urgent, seeming somewhat flustered. "Fine, I covered it." Lin Yi helplessly complied. A minute passed, and Lin Xiaowei insisted that Lin Yi change positions. He shook his head helplessly but had to follow her request. So they changed places several times, and Lin Xiaowei finally resolved her urgent problem. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Yi suddenly exclaimed in shock, "You didn't wipe." Didn't I know that already? Why do you have to remind me?" Lin Xiaowei replied, embarrassed and annoyed. After saying that, she freed one hand to reach into the water. But as soon as she released her grip on Lin Yi's neck, her body began to slide down. Just as her mouth was about to touch the sea surface, Lin Xiaowei was suddenly alarmed and quickly hugged Lin Yi tightly. Although they had moved far from where they were, Lin Xiaowei still felt uneasy, fearing that she might come into contact with the contaminated seawater. "Lin Yi, can you help me?" "Lin Yi, you've washed your hands so many times. Didn't you say you wouldn't mind me?" Okay, no more washing. Let's go back." "No, I want to stay in the sea a little longer. Teach me how to swim." "But we should go over there. You just washed your hands here. Why do you dislike yourself?" Due to her clothes being soaked in seawater, they clung tightly to Lin Xiaowei's body, revealing her figure without reservation. Though her body had not fully matured, it was already curvaceous. This made the men on the kayak, despite being quite weak at the moment, unable to resist her naturally exuding charm. They all stared wide-eyed, their gazes occasionally darting towards her. Lin Xiaowei naturally noticed their attention and felt an intense shyness. Thus, she hurriedly asked Lin Yi to hold her to partially shield herself from their gaze, avoiding exposing her body too much to their eyes. The sun today was exceptionally bright, and in just a short while their clothes had almost dried. However, even though her clothes were dry, Lin Xiaowei still refused to leave Lin Yi's embrace, fearing that she would get tanned, so she asked Lin Yi to shield her from the sunlight. Perhaps due to the experiences they had in the sea, she no longer hesitated to hug Lin Yi in front of everyone. After going through all the trouble, both of them were extremely tired and unbearably hungry. Soon Lin Xiaowei looked at Lin Yi with a pitiful expression. "Lin Yi, what should I do? I'm so hungry. So thirsty." Hearing this, Lin Yi understood that Lin Xiaowei was hinting at whether he could go into the sea to catch fish, but he didn't agree and said, "Just hold on a bit longer, I'll see if I can find something to eat." At this moment, although Lin Yi could go into the sea, he would not choose to do so. The water-repelling pearl only lasted for 10 minutes. Perhaps he might be lucky enough to find a bit of food, but it would likely only be enough for him. After all, fishing without tools is not an easy task. At this time, the people on the kayak had been hungry for almost 3 days, and although they had eaten some flying fish meat along the way, it was definitely not enough to satiate them. If Lin Yi could find some food, it would be good if there was enough. But if not in a state of hunger, even if he had a dagger, he couldn't guarantee Lin Xiaowei's safety. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the kayak drifted to an uninhabited island, and it would not be too late to find food then. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiaowei also felt it was not appropriate to say anything more. However, when she could no longer bear the hunger, she gripped Lin Yi's hand tightly to endure the discomfort in her stomach. Although Lin Xiaowei and Lin Yi were hungry, their physical condition was still okay. They hadn't been woken up by hunger at night, and it had only been a day since they last ate. In contrast, the others were different. They had been hungry for a full 3 days. Most of them sat exhausted on the kayak, as if all their strength had been drained. Many people's hands were weak, lacking the strength to hold onto the ropes, and they could only let the ropes hang limply in their hands. Even the student girl looked like this. The nearby man swayed gently with the waves leaning against her shoulder, and she didn't have the strength to push him away. In this extreme hunger, who could think of so much? If they were to remain hungry for another day, anyone offering food would probably get her agreement for anything. To conserve energy, Lin Yi told Lin Xiaowei to sleep. But how could she possibly sleep at this moment? The hunger in her stomach felt like countless little bugs gnawing at her insides, tormenting her from time to time. That feeling of hunger made her stomach spasm, as if silently protesting against this prolonged hunger. Her face was pale, her lips lost their usual redness and were slightly cracked. At this moment she finally understood why the student girl sometimes broke down and cried. However, she was puzzled as to why these men kept staring at her, even the oldest elder among them. Wait, she suddenly thought, maybe they were all waiting for Lin Yi to go fishing. Upon realizing this, she understood that if it weren't for Lin Yi having a dagger and displaying a very fierce demeanor on the boat, someone would have likely morally coerced him into going into the sea by now. However, although no one spoke, their intentions were quite clear in their gazes. Even the student girl was the same. Because of this, her previous displeasure diminished significantly. She even felt a bit pity for Lin Yi, wondering why he should take risks for them. Everyone sat on the kayak, each with their own thoughts, drifting along unaware of where they were headed. Lin Yi, however, did not think so much. Once they reached the uninhabited island, his first task would be to seek opportunities. In the simulation, the beer belly had unexpectedly fallen into a valley while searching for food on the uninhabited island, where he found a nest of unknown eggs. After eating them, his body grew significantly stronger, especially his speed. The beer belly had a grudge against him, and later he seemed to want to force the student girl, but ended up getting bitten by a snake and logged off early. Thus, he was determined to seize this opportunity. The future altered by Lin Yi had already undergone many changes. Moreover, there was another person who had simulated, and he would surely change the future as well. Perhaps in the future the beer belly wouldn't necessarily die, therefore no matter what he must seize his opportunity. Compared to others, Lin Yi did not think too much at this moment. He was quietly conserving his energy. After arriving on the deserted island, his top priority was to seek out opportunities. In the simulation, he clearly remembered that the beer belly accidentally fell into a valley while searching for food on the deserted island. Not only did he survive, but he also fortuitously found a nest of unknown bird eggs there. After consuming the bird eggs, the beer belly underwent astonishing changes, especially in terms of speed, which saw a significant improvement. However, for some unknown reason, later the beer belly seemed intent on forcing himself on the female student. Strangely, he was bitten by a venomous snake and met his end prematurely. The beer belly harbored resentment towards Lin Yi. If he were to gain opportunities, he would undoubtedly make things difficult for Lin Yi. Now the future has already changed significantly due to Lin Yi's actions, and another person who has also simulated exists. This person will surely alter the future as well. Therefore, this time the beer belly might not necessarily die. Lin Yi must seize that nest of bird eggs and prevent the beer belly from having a chance to turn the tables. As Lin Yi fell into deep thought, the kayak drifted aimlessly on the sea, rising and falling like a leaf carried by the waves. Gradually, a strong wind began to whip up on the surface of the sea, increasing the speed of the kayak, as if it were being propelled by an invisible hand racing towards the unknown ahead. Slowly, at some point, a small black dot quietly appeared on the distant sea. As time passed, the black grew larger, eventually transforming into an island. At this moment, everyone was being tormented under the relentless scorching sun, looking utterly miserable. Not only were they parched, but their heads also began to spin. Clearly, they were showing symptoms of heat stroke. Coupled with the long hours cramped in the kayak, their bodies were confined in a small space, making it impossible to stretch their legs, and their muscles were sore to the extreme. The sensation was akin to sitting for too long on a hard seat in a train, and everyone was in great pain. Lin Yi was equally tormented. Thus, many people stared vacantly at the shimmering sea surface, lost in thought. Perhaps jumping in would relieve them of this pain, and they might even find liberation. As they were thinking this, the female student suddenly rubbed her eyes. Her expression first froze, then burst forth with incredulous delight. It seemed she had witnessed an incredible sight. Her face, once ashen, was now filled with vitality as she suddenly sat up with a start. Then in a hoarse voice, she exclaimed, "Everyone! Everyone look! There's an island ahead." After speaking, she eagerly shook the male student beside her. At this moment, the male student appeared somewhat feverish under the intense heat of the sun. His face was flushed, his eyes tightly shut, and his breathing was rapid, clearly suffering from exhaustion due to the high temperature. The female student's call was like a bright light in the darkness, instantly piercing through the shroud of despair. The people on the kayak were momentarily taken aback, then turned in unison to look at the distant sea. When they truly saw the outline of the lush green island, they were instantly filled with excitement, and some even started to shout hoarsely, "We are saved! Thank God! Honey, I'm back!" Lin Xiaowei also spotted the island, and in her joy she hugged Lin Yi and kissed him. Though Lin Yi was also happy, a hint of confusion welled up in his heart. He remembered that in the simulation it was the bespectacled man who first discovered the island. Amidst their joy, everyone instinctively paddled furiously in the water, hoping to reach the deserted island as soon as possible. At this time, the kayak was still over 100 meters away from the island. The group was extremely anxious, but none of them were sailors and did not understand how to steer the kayak, causing it to spin and turn aimlessly on the surface of the sea. Fortunately, after some floundering, the group found a rhythm, and the kayak finally began to slowly approach the deserted island. However, due to the overcrowding on the kayak, they could no longer paddle once they reached the shallow waters. Seeing this, the people on the kayak, disregarding their shoes, eagerly jumped off and hurriedly ran towards the sandy beach of the deserted island, shouting excitedly. Lin Yi already knew they would reach the deserted island today, so he was not as excited as the others. After everyone got off, he quietly dragged the kayak towards the interior of the island. As his feet touched the sand of the deserted island, an indescribable sense of security surged in his heart. Many people broke down in tears on the spot, and even Lin Yi lay on the sand, giving the earth a big hug. Having once experienced drifting, one would understand even more the preciousness and stability of the earth. Perhaps due to having gone through hardships together, Lin Xiaowei had completely come to rely on Lin Yi at this moment. After the excitement faded, the hunger in her stomach felt like an ever-burning flame, tormenting her greatly. After a brief respite, she softly said to Lin Yi, I'm so thirsty and hungry. Her voice carried a hint of grievance akin to a couple's playful whining. Okay, wait for me, or I'll go find you something to eat. At this point, he had already secured the kayak to a rock. Seeing the look of grievance in Lin Xiaowei's eyes, a strong protective instinct surged within Lin Yi. Unable to help himself, he gently caressed Lin Xiaowei's face, and surprisingly, she offered no resistance. Thank you, Lin Yi. The deserted island was rich in flora and fauna, with numerous coconut trees growing along its edges. However, it was strange that Lin Yi and the others were on the ship named Jianghuai Mingzhu. Jianghuai Mingzhu is located in the transition zone between subtropical and warm temperate climates, which is not very suitable for coconut growth, yet there were indeed many coconut trees on the deserted island. Lin Yi and the others drifted at sea for 3 days, and at the pace of drifting with the current, it would be impossible to reach the tropical region in just 3 days. Clearly, there was some unknown reason behind this. After spending too long on the kayak, Lin Yi's legs were somewhat unaccustomed. After resting for a while, he slowly walked towards the coconut trees in the distance. As soon as Lin Yi moved, everyone's gaze immediately turned towards him. The coconut trees on the deserted island towered high with straight trunks, and many plump coconuts hanging from above, glistening temptingly under the sunlight. When the others saw the coconut trees in front of Lin Yi, their eyes ignited with a strong desire, and they instinctively swallowed their saliva, eagerly following behind him. The coconut trees were not far from the shore, and soon everyone arrived beside the trees. Lin Yi stood under the coconut trees, looking up slightly. The trees were quite tall, and given his lack of strength, climbing would likely be difficult. Fortunately, he noticed that the coconuts on one tree had turned yellow, showing signs of wanting to drop. Lin Yi's heart surged with joy, and he hurriedly walked to that tree, tightly embracing the trunk with both hands, shaking it with all his might. Lin Yi's muscles tensed like a bowstring pulled taut, with veins bulging on his forehead, demonstrating just how much effort he was exerting at that moment. As he shook, the leaves rustled and the coconuts began to sway. They swung back and forth between the branches, the movements growing larger and more violent, as if they were about to fall at any moment. The beer belly, witnessing this, flashed a dark look and hurriedly quickened his pace towards Lin Yi. Although the coconut swayed back and forth, it beckoned to you, like a little girl refusing to shed its last layer of clothing, unwilling to drop down easily. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and continued to shake the trunk with increased force, sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the sandy ground. His breathing became rapid. He hadn't eaten anything all day, leaving him extremely weak. Fortunately, after a while of persistence, 2 coconuts finally fell from the tree. The crisp sound of their landing was music to Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi rushed forward, but was still a step too late. The beer belly charged forward like a hungry beast, swiftly grabbing one coconut. Without waiting for Lin Yi to react, the beer belly turned and ran off. Lin Xiaowei, witnessing this from behind, was so angry that her little face turned red, resembling a ripe tomato. With flames of anger burning in her clear eyes, she shouted at the retreating figure of the beer belly, "How could you be so excessive? Stealing someone else's things, are you a dog? Return the coconut." Yet the beer belly ignored her and continued running. Watching the beer belly's figure disappear, Lin Yi felt a surge of anger, but at this moment he lacked the energy to chase after him and could only wait for another opportunity to settle the score. After securing another coconut, Lin Yi did not continue to pick more, but instead pulled Lin Xiaowei aside and slowly sliced open the coconut with a dagger. With his experience from the simulation, Lin Yi's movements were very skilled, and he quickly opened a small hole in the coconut. Seeing Lin Xiaowei's pouting expression, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. This girl now instinctively stood by his side, so he handed the coconut to Lin Xiaowei and gently said, "Don't be angry, have some coconut water to soothe your throat." Lin Xiaowei looked at Lin Yi. This man had worked hard all day, and the first thing he thought of was her. A warm current surged in her heart. She took the coconut, brought it to her lips, and gently sipped. As the cool coconut water flowed into her fiery throat, a look of satisfaction immediately appeared on her small face. Cough, cough. Due to drinking too quickly, Lin Xiaowei choked a few times. Much of the coconut water spilled out, and her little face instantly showed a regretful expression. Only those who have experienced hunger truly understand the value of food. It's okay, I can get you many. Lin Yi comforted her upon seeing her unhappy. Lin Xiaowei felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, a sweetness she had never felt when with Wang Junkai. After drinking half, she handed the coconut back to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not polite, directly taking the coconut and tilting his head to drink the remaining coconut water. The cool and sweet flavor instantly spread in his mouth, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. After finishing the coconut water, Lin Yi did not continue to pick more, but began to scoop out the coconut meat with his dagger. At this time, the surrounding crowd looked at the coconuts in Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei's hands with longing. Their throats involuntarily swallowed, as if they could imagine the coolness and sweetness of the coconut water. However, they did not have the thick skin of the beer belly, so no one approached. After watching for a while, the crowd could not bear their hunger any longer and began to shake the coconut tree vigorously, like Lin Yi hoping to knock down a coconut. Surrounding the coconut tree, the crowd shook the trunk with all their might. However, due to their prolonged lack of food, they were weak and powerless, and despite their efforts, only one coconut fell. Moreover, this coconut was dropped by the two students shaking the tree. At the moment the coconut hit the ground, the eyes of the two students instantly lit up with surprise, and they rushed forward to tightly hug the coconut, afraid that someone else would snatch it away. They quickly ran to a distance, pondering how to cut open the coconut. Watching the jubilant appearance of the two students, the others felt a mixture of helplessness and envy. Unwilling to give up, they tried for a while longer, with some attempting to climb the tree directly, but the trunk was too slippery to find any foothold, and in the end they all slid down without exception. With a long sigh of helplessness, they could only try to see if there were any coconuts that had fallen to the ground that were still edible. Unfortunately, all the naturally fallen ones were already rotten and inedible. In a state of disappointment, they dragged their heavy steps to other places in search of fortune. On the kayak, the space was limited, leaving them no choice but to huddle closely together. However, now that they had reached the deserted island with no spatial constraints, everyone felt more at ease. Originally, there were 10 people on the kayak, but now they had scattered into different small groups. Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei were together, the two students were on one side, while the beer belly had run far off alone. The remaining 5 had also formed different pairs. The bespectacled man perhaps did not get along with the others, or simply preferred solitude. He was alone in one spot. The other 4 were paired off. Among these 4, 2 older individuals formed a pair. After trying for a long time, without success in shaking down a coconut, they slowly got up and walked towards the beach. From their appearance, they seemed to be looking to collect shells or crabs. The other 2 were middle-aged men in their 40s, robust and daring with relatively good stamina. They headed straight into the forest of the deserted island, probably hoping to see if anyone lived there, or if they could find a way to contact the outside world. At this moment, only the bespectacled man remained quietly under the coconut tree, thoughtfully observing everything around him. After observing for a moment, he seemed to realize he could not pick the coconuts. Thus, he dragged his somewhat weary body towards Lin Yi. As the bespectacled man approached, Lin Yi noticed that his face was as pale as paper, and he looked about to collapse, extremely weak. Upon reaching Lin Yi's side, the bespectacled man hoarsely said, "Brother, I am so hungry that I can hardly walk. Can you help me get a coconut down?" Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, Lin Xiaowei interjected, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Lin Yi, this guy is a pervert. He watched that kind of video in the bathroom and kept staring at me." After hearing Lin Xiaowei's words, Lin Yi felt little surprise inside. Such things were already common in the boys' dormitory. Generally speaking, 9 out of 10 boys are lecherous, and the remaining 1 is particularly lecherous. Therefore, he was not too shocked by the bespectacled man's behavior. However, even so, he could not easily help him. After all, the bespectacled man had his eyes on Lin Xiaowei, though he had to pay a price. So Lin Yi said, "I can help you, but you have to trade something in return." The bespectacled man wanted to retort that he was in such a state, yet Lin Yi still demanded something. But then he thought that if he were in Lin Yi's position, he would probably do the same. So he helplessly said, "What can I give you here on this deserted island? How about I give you money or compensation when we get back? I want it now. If you don't have anything, a lighter will do." In the simulation, Lin Yi had seen this person with a lighter. Upon hearing this, although the bespectacled man found it strange, he did not hesitate and agreed. He usually smoked and carried a lighter with him. Now that he had run out of cigarettes, the lighter was of no use to him, so he took it out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi accepted the lighter, pressed the button gently, and a flame shot out. Seeing the flame, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and agreed to the bespectacled man's request. Although he had agreed to the bespectacled man Lin Yi made no further attempt to shake the coconut palm. Beyond shaking the tree, Lin Yi possessed another method of harvesting coconuts, hurling stones. Yet this technique demanded exceptional strength and precision, and often required numerous attempts before yielding success. To anyone else, knocking down a coconut would likely prove nearly impossible. Lin Yi, however, was different. In his prior simulation, food had been scarce. Coconuts were the sole edible resource nearby. To survive, he had repeatedly practiced striking them down, accumulating invaluable experience through relentless trial. After circling the palm once, Lin Yi identified the optimal vantage point for his throw. He then crouched, selected a stone of suitable size and weight from the ground, and weighed it carefully in his palm. Satisfied with its heft, he narrowed his eyes, took careful aim at a plump coconut, and launched the stone with focused force. The stone traced an elegant arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle of wind, striking the coconut with pinpoint accuracy. Yet the fruit merely swayed, refusing to fall. Lin Yi watched the trembling coconut without dismay. This was his first real-world attempt. Failure, therefore, was neither surprising nor discouraging. He assessed the impact and realized the force had been insufficient. Adjusting his stance and recalibrating his power, he prepared for another try. This time the stone flew with far greater velocity, like a cannonball leaving its barrel. With a resonant thud, the coconut dropped instantly. The bespectacled man, overjoyed at the sight, rushed forward and scooped up the fallen coconut. Though he briefly considered borrowing Lin Yi's dagger, he abandoned the idea upon catching Lin Xiaowei's look of disdain. Nearby, a female student intently hammered at a coconut shell with a stone. Moments later, a crisp crack echoed. The shell split open successfully. Witnessing her feat, the bespectacled man felt a pang of embarrassment. Could an adult truly be outdone by a schoolgirl? Rather than invite further awkwardness, he withdrew sullenly. Once the bespectacled man had receded into the distance, Lin Yi bent again to retrieve another stone. Squinting, he aimed at the palm and hurled it. Another thud announced yet another coconut's descent. After consuming that coconut, Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei experienced a slight easing of their hunger, but far from satiety. Their bodies still craved sustenance. Having eaten a second coconut, Lin Yi's gnawing hunger finally subsided somewhat. Yet he knew better than to overindulge. Coconut meat rich in saturated fat was difficult to digest, while excessive coconut water only intensified thirst. Finding fresh water thus became Lin Yi's most urgent priority. Having spent half a year on this very island during his simulation, he knew precisely where several natural sources lay. He scanned the surroundings. Everyone had dispersed across the island, absorbed in their own explorations, paying no attention to him. Now was the perfect moment to head for the valley where a clear stream flowed. Yet just as he set off, Lin Xiaowei followed closely behind, like a shadow. "Xiaowei, why don't you rest here for a while? I'll search for more food." Instinctively, Lin Yi remembered she was still someone else's girlfriend, and certain truths were best left unspoken. "No, I'm coming with you. Wherever you go, I go." Amidst this alien landscape, only this man offered her safety, as she refused to stay behind alone. Meeting her resolute gaze, Lin Yi said nothing more. Given their past intimacy, granting her small advantages seemed only fair. Just as they prepared to depart for the valley, an unexpected commotion erupted from the bespectacled man's direction, sudden exuberant leaping, as though he'd uncovered something extraordinary. Lin Yi, ever perceptive, immediately grew wary. How had this man, who moments earlier appeared utterly dejected, so abruptly transformed into such energetic fervor? When events defy expectation, hidden forces are invariably at work. The bespectacled man's eyes now blazed with astonishment. Moments earlier, he had casually picked up a stone to crack open a coconut. As the shell yielded, a cool, mature voice rang clearly in his ears. "Task system initializing." Ding. The task system has been successfully activated. Complete missions assigned by this system to earn task points, redeemable for skills, physical attribute enhancements, or essential supplies. Master, I am Xiaolong, your system spirit. A system? A cheat? Am I truly the chosen one? Holy, does this mean I'll finally stop fighting my own hands? A lifelong reader of cultivation novels, he instantly grasped the system's implications and erupted with exhilaration. Lin Yi cast one deep, thoughtful glance toward the man, then led Lin Xiaowei steadily toward the valley. During his simulation, Lin Yi had visited that location many times, once even hoping for luck. But finding nothing, he eventually abandoned the search. The valley lay deep within the island, about a 20-minute walk. Its seclusion meant potential encounters with wild beasts, so Lin Yi decided to craft rudimentary weapons as precaution. Along the island's shoreline stretched sandy beaches lined with coconut palms and bamboo groves. Lin Yi used his dagger to cut several bamboo stalks, then sharpened one end of each, fashioning crude spears. Though he carried a dagger, its short blade offered little defense against predators. After shaping 3 spears, he selected a longer jointed bamboo stalk to fashion a water vessel. Though simple, the process consumed considerable time. Had his dagger not been exceptionally sharp, it would have taken far longer. With little food in his stomach, physical exertion soon reawakened his hunger pangs. As Lin Yi worked, Lin Xiaowei watched silently, initially puzzled, curious about his purpose. But the moment the first bamboo stalk emerged in spear form, understanding dawned. Her eyes shimmered with admiration and quiet awe. She had not expected such foresight from him. Yet the forest teemed with mosquitoes, so dense they raised goose flesh. Her delicate skin, exposed by shorts, seemed to beckon them. A relentless swarm buzzed around her incessantly. She suffered terribly. Within minutes, over a dozen swollen, maddeningly itchy welts bloomed on her thighs. Scratching frantically, she urged Lin Yi, "Are you done yet? Too many mosquitoes. I'm going mad." Done. Lin Yi had fashioned 2 bamboo cups. Any more would be impractical, and ceased his work. He rose, ready to leave. "Yi, help me scratch. I'm covered in mosquitoes." Twisting and scratching her legs desperately, she cried out for his aid the moment he stood, her frantic motions unable to quell the piercing itch. Only then did Lin Yi notice her formerly smooth, pale legs were now flushed crimson, like an allergic reaction, evoking involuntary shivers. "Yi, please, help me. It's unbearable." Her voice trembled with tears as she urgently extended one leg toward him, her eyes pleading with raw vulnerability. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi disregarded the grime on his hands and touched what his dorm mates had often whispered about. It felt, as imagined, uniquely exquisite. A subtle tremor passed through him. He longed to linger, but this was no time for distraction. Composing himself, he began gently soothing her itchy skin. The island's mosquitoes were viciously potent. Lin Yi dared not press too hard, fearing pain. But her unbearable itch caused her to flinch involuntarily, leaving faint red scratches across her thighs. Gazing at those fresh streaks marring her porcelain skin, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Then he recalled. Mint grew abundantly along the island's shore. "This won't do. We mustn't tear your skin raw. I'll fetch medicinal herbs." "Yes, hurry, Yi," Lin Xiaowei urged eagerly. Lin Yi nodded and sprinted swiftly into the woods. Guided by memory, he quickly gathered mint leaves, then hurried back without pause. By the time he returned, several new welts had already risen on Lin Xiaowei's legs. "Did you find the herbs, Yi?" she asked, breathless and hopeful as he arrived drenched in sweat. "Yes, stand still. I'll apply it. Relief will come soon." He crushed the mint between his fingers and carefully applied the aromatic paste to her bites. As the mint released its fragrance, the forest filled with a clean, refreshing aroma, and the surrounding mosquitoes scattered. Mint, a natural insect repellent herb, delivered instant cooling relief. The tormenting itch began to ebb noticeably. Once both legs were thoroughly treated, Lin Xiaowei sighed softly, finally at ease. Gazing at Lin Yi's earnest expression, warmth flooded her heart. "Thank you, Yi. It's nothing. I'll prepare better mosquito repellents next time. Then none will dare bite you." Though his hands had feasted on forbidden delight, his voice remained calm and reassuring. Last time he'd been too hasty, leaving many pleasures unexplored. As dusk approached, it was nearly 5 p.m., and in no more than 2 hours the sky would be completely dark. Lin Yi knew in his heart that he had to find a suitable place to rest quickly. Time was pressing, and there was no room for delay. Thus, as soon as he noticed the mosquitoes had stopped biting, he immediately led Lin Xiaowei toward the valley ahead. This deserted island was quite large, and the vegetation inside was exceedingly lush. The deeper they ventured into the deserted island, the taller and more robust the plants became, resembling a mysterious primeval forest. Lin Yi held tightly to the spear made of bamboo, carefully leading the way, his expression focused and cautious. With every few steps, he gently tapped the grass ahead with the bamboo pole. Lin Xiaowei watched this action with confusion and asked Lin Yi, "What are you doing?" While continuing to tap the grass, Lin Yi patiently explained him, "Afraid there might be snakes hiding in the grass. By tapping a few times, they will get startled and flee, so we won't be bitten by them." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei suddenly understood and laughed, saying, "I know. There's an idiom called startle the snake by striking the grass. Lin Yi, you are really clever." As they progressed, whenever they encountered thorns or prickly plants, Lin Yi would use the bamboo pole to clear them away, reminding Lin Xiaowei, "Be careful, don't get scratched by the thorns." Lin Xiaowei, wearing shorts, felt warmth in her heart at Lin Yi's attentive reminders. Looking at his earnest and responsible demeanor, she felt exceptionally at ease. For some reason at that moment in Lin Xiaowei's eyes, Lin Yi was becoming increasingly impressive. The only person she knew who played games, Wang Junkai, was simply incomparable. The two of them slowly and cautiously made their way toward the valley. Due to caring for Lin Xiaowei, what should have been a 20-minute journey took them nearly 40 minutes to finally reach the valley's entrance. Just as they arrived at the valley entrance, a clear sound of flowing water reached their ears. Both of them were parched and hungry, and upon hearing this sound, a wave of joy surged in their hearts. They quickened their pace and swiftly entered the valley. The valley wasn't very large, with a depth of only over 10 meters. One could see the end from the mouth of the valley. The valley was filled with bizarre rocks of various shapes. Some resembled giant pythons with their heads raised high, while others looked like fierce tigers lying on the ground, adding a touch of mystery to the entire valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a pool of water continuously flowing, clear water from the crevices of the rocks, so transparent that one could easily discern any foreign objects in it. Around the pool, smooth pebbles were scattered in an orderly manner, reflecting a soft glow under the sunlight. After several days of thirst, the two of them could no longer hold back and rushed straight toward the pool. Lin Xiaowei ran to the edge of the pool and suddenly asked Lin Yi, "Can this water be drunk?" It seemed that from some time ago she had started to ask Lin Yi's opinion before doing anything. Lin Yi glanced at the pool and replied, "Go ahead, there's no way to boil the water now." From his previous simulated experiences, he knew that many people had drunk water from here without getting sick. Hearing Lin Yi say this, Lin Xiaowei immediately squatted down, cupped her hands to scoop up some water, and brought it to her mouth. The cool stream flowed down her throat, and her little face immediately blossomed with a joyful smile as she hurriedly said to Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, you have to try this, the water is so sweet." Lin Yi responded with a good, but did not drink immediately. First, he carefully cleaned the bamboo tube he had brought with him, and then he slowly scooped up some water with it and began to drink. After drinking a little, Lin Yi saw that Lin Xiaowei was about to drink again and hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Lin Xiaowei, don't drink anymore. You haven't eaten for several days. If you drink too much water, your stomach will hurt." Lin Xiaowei obediently responded with an "oh," then hesitated for a moment. Her face flushed as she softly said, "Lin Yi, I want to take a bath." Earlier, when she was on the kayak, she had been squeezed in with a group of big men, and after being exposed to the blazing sun, she had sweated a lot. Now she felt sticky all over and extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that there was no one else around, she wanted to take a bath. Lin Yi heard this and said him, "Go ahead. He'll stay outside to watch for you and make sure no one comes in. And he'll look for some firewood." With that, he pretended to walk out of the valley. Lin Xiaowei hurriedly grabbed him and said, "You don't go, I'm scared alone." Lin Xiaowei appeared a bit shy, "But I can't control my eyes here. Since we've already been intimate, why not let you stay?" Lin Yi understood and carried her toward the deeper part of the pool. Lin Xiaowei's eyes widened. What was this man doing? She had meant for him to stay beside her to avoid any danger. She didn't want to be in the water with him, so she quickly said, "You let go of me, you stay beside me while I wash so I don't fall into the pool. Ooh, I can't swim." Washing alone isn't as clean as washing with two. Lin Yi was undeterred, as sometimes children with thick skins get to enjoy the candy. Lin Xiaowei initially wanted to refuse, but the pool's water was so cold that having a warm embrace was nice, so she stopped struggling. More than 30 minutes later, a prompt sound from the system rang in Lin Yi's ears. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Once earning 0.01 attribute points, please allocate freely." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately told the system allocate it to endurance. "Ding, successfully allocated to endurance. Your current attributes are as follows: strength 0.5, speed 0.3, endurance 0.53, defense 0.05, mental strength 0.4. Having a system is great. Not only can one enjoy, but one can also enhance their body. Thinking of this, a proud smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Yi's face, a smile that seemed very ostentatious. Lin Xiaowei saw his exuberant and triumphant expression, and her anger suddenly flared up. She became both shy and angry, turning away and ignoring Lin Yi. He hadn't eaten, and his stamina was already low. Obtaining 0.01 attribute points was quite a feat. At this moment, he had no mind to think of anything else, and directly stood up, walking toward the pile of stones beside the pool. From his previous simulation, he had boasted about the opportunity he had gained, so he knew the exact location of the egg. With a nervous heart, Lin Yi walked to the pile of rubble, and sure enough, he discovered 5 oval-shaped eggs about 10 centimeters high nestled between 2 stones. Lin Yi carefully took out all the eggs. These eggs would be the dinner for him and Lin Xiaowei tonight. After Lin Yi finished, Lin Xiaowei walked away on her own. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw him coming back holding a few bird eggs. Immediately, she forgot her anger, stood up, and instinctively swallowed, unable to wait to say, "Lin Yi, I want to eat." Lin Yi turned to see Lin Xiaowei looking at him, and he was instantly captivated. Seeing her in such a state, his heart stirred. Lin Xiaowei, realizing this, felt shy, but also a little pleased, walked toward Lin Yi, playfully pouting, "I'm hungry." Lin Yi steadied himself and said, "Okay, wait a moment, I'll go gather some firewood. Tonight, we'll have roasted eggs." Although he was extremely reluctant to part with the scenery before him, he knew he was a man and must take on responsibilities. Thus, Lin Yi carefully placed the eggs down and turned to walk out of the valley. At that moment, Lin Xiaowei did not insist on following, likely because the place where her knee was scraped was still faintly aching. Lin Yi grew up in the countryside and was naturally skilled at starting a fire and cooking. Before long, he carried in a large pile of dry branches and fallen leaves. Then he carefully wrapped the egg in leaves and skillfully used the wet mud by the pond to cover the egg layer by layer. After taking care of the egg, it was time to prepare for baking it. Considering that they would need a fire for warmth at night, Lin Yi specifically chose a spot surrounded by large stones on 3 sides to shield against the wind. After selecting the spot for the fire, Lin Yi dug a hole with his dagger and placed the egg inside. During this time, Lin Xiaowei kept blinking her big eyes, watching quietly, looking as obedient as a docile kitten. Lin Yi, will this cook? Originally, Lin Xiaowei did not want to voice her doubts, but when she saw Lin Yi covering it with another layer of soil, her concerns could no longer be suppressed. Of course it will. Just wait and see if the egg baked this way will be incredibly fragrant. Lin Xiaowei, who had always led a life where food came easily, did not say much more, but in her heart she felt increasingly impressed by Lin Yi and was filled with anticipation for the upcoming baked egg. As the temperature gradually dropped, the two hurriedly put on their clothes. Although they had put on their clothes, Lin Xiaowei, having forcefully stayed in the water for half an hour, found herself shivering uncontrollably as the cold wind blew and her lips turned slightly pale. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly used his lighter to start a fire at the place where the egg was buried. "Come over and warm yourself by the fire," he called to Lin Xiaowei, who was standing dumbly to the side. "Oh," Lin Xiaowei replied with dissatisfaction. Although she knew he was concerned for her, seeing him covered in ash made her unable to hold back her inner grumbling. This man is great in every way, but he is too domineering. Lin Yi was unaware of the girl's thoughts. The temperature difference between day and night on the deserted island was extreme, and relying solely on the few dry branches he had just collected would definitely not suffice for warmth at night. While night had not fully descended, he decided to gather more. So he instructed Lin Xiaowei to watch the fire and to add more wood in a while, then disregarded her resentful gaze and walked out of the valley. A night is a long time, and to stay warm he needed to prepare a sufficient amount of firewood. Thus Lin Yi picked up a lot and tightly bound them together with strong vines. Unknowingly, the sky had already darkened. Seeing that he had been gone for too long, Lin Yi stopped collecting wood and hurriedly dragged the gathered firewood back. Just as he reached the front of the valley, a faint crying sound came through. It was Lin Xiaowei's voice. On this deserted island, there were only 2 kinds of dangers: wild beasts and humans. This valley was relatively secluded, and generally no wild beasts would come here. Could it be humans, the beer-belly type? Lin Yi's heart sank at the thought. Such people on a deserted island would naturally have no scruples and could do anything. He immediately panicked, hurriedly dropping what he was holding and rushing into the valley. The moon was particularly bright tonight, allowing him to see the path clearly. Lin Xiaowei, are you okay?" From a distance, Lin Yi saw a girl sitting under a 3-meter-high rock, crying while hugging her head, and he called out loudly. Hearing his voice, Lin Xiaowei abruptly looked up. Seeing Lin Yi finally return, she burst into even louder tears and immediately got up, rushing towards him without a care. "Thank goodness you're okay." Seeing her move freely and unharmed, Lin Yi finally felt relieved and his pace slowed down. But Lin Xiaowei was like a gust of wind, reaching him in the blink of an eye, then threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, crying hysterically, "Where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? I've called for you for so long and no one answered. I was so scared that you would be in danger. I just heard wolves howling. Woo-woo." Hearing the wolf howls, Lin Yi's heart tightened. He knew there were wild beasts on the deserted island, but they generally stayed deeper inside and seldom came to the outskirts. The sound of wolves meant that they had to be extra cautious at night. It's okay, I'm fine. I went to collect firewood. It will definitely be very cold here at night, so we need to gather more firewood. I know, but I'm just so afraid." The two embraced each other to comfort one another for a while, and then they pulled the firewood back together. As soon as they returned to the base of the rock, Lin Yi immediately caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of baked eggs, and his stomach started growling loudly. Estimating that the eggs should be about done, Lin Yi carefully pulled apart the firewood. The eggs lay quietly in the ashes, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Since the eggs were relatively large, Lin Yi only put 4 of them in, while he set one aside, planning to save it for breakfast tomorrow. When the egg was just taken out, it released a steaming heat. Lin Xiaowei, eager and anxious, reached out to grab it, but was quickly stopped by Lin Yi, who deftly blocked her hand. "It's very hot, and let it cool for a while before eating." "Oh." Lin Xiaowei stuck out her tongue shyly. The smell of the baked egg is just too tempting. Time passed slowly, and Lin Xiaowei fixed her eyes on the baked eggs, anxiously awaiting. "Is it ready yet? How much longer?" she asked repeatedly, her eager expression making it hard for anyone not to smile. After quite a while, after Lin Xiaowei had asked at least 10 times, Lin Yi finally picked up one egg, carefully peeled off the shell, and handed it to her. "Lin Yi, you're so nice." Lin Xiaowei felt a warm feeling in her heart. This man always took such meticulous care of her. So fragrant. As soon as she received the egg from Lin Yi, she casually placed her legs on his lap and happily began to eat. Although the egg was slightly burnt in some places due to the lack of aluminum foil, it did not affect its deliciousness at all. On the contrary, that slight char added a unique flavor to the egg. Lin Xiaowei ate with great enjoyment, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Seeing Lin Xiaowei enjoy the egg so much, Lin Yi picked up a baked egg himself, peeled off the shell, and took a bite. Instantly, a rich flavor spread through his mouth. The taste was rich and lingering, leaving him wanting more. Lin Yi couldn't help but squint in satisfaction. It really is delicious. After finishing his review, he didn't bother saying anything more and began to eat heartily. Boys generally have bigger appetites. Lin Yi felt full after eating 2.5, while Lin Xiaowei had eaten 1.5. After finishing, the two leaned against each other in silence, feeling the fullness in their stomachs. They couldn't help but sigh that happiness could be so simple and pure. Due to being too hungry, Lin Yi hadn't checked the system's messages earlier. As soon as he took the first bite, the system sounded a notification, consuming golden eagle egg, body attributes increasing. With each bite, there was a voice in his mind that made him feel annoyed, so he turned off the sound. Now that he was full and no longer hungry, Lin Yi had time to check the system's messages. Consuming a large number of golden eagle eggs, body attributes increased by 0.05, agility increased by 0.1. The current attributes of the host are as follows: strength 0.55, speed 0.45, endurance 0.58, defense 0.1, mental strength 0.45. Seeing his attribute points, Lin Yi was immediately astonished. The golden eagle egg was indeed extraordinary. It not only increased agility, but also enhanced all aspects of his attributes. That beer belly had eaten 5 eggs. If he didn't act recklessly, he might really thrive on this deserted island. Lin Yi had previously fought Lin Xiaowei and gained 0.01 attribute points. Tonight there was likely to be another battle, so he decided to add this point to his endurance, bringing Lin Yi's endurance up to 0.59, making it the highest among his attributes. Seeing his attributes increase, Lin Yi had the thought of checking Lin Xiaowei's attributes, so he silently recited in his mind, "System detect Lin Xiaowei's attributes." Yes, host system detecting. Ding. Human female, strength 0.3, speed 0.35, endurance 0.3, defense 0.1, mental strength 0.45. Lin Xiaowei ate less, but compared to last time, her attributes had also increased by 0.3. At this moment, the night was already deep and the moon had hidden behind the clouds, enveloping the entire world in a great black curtain, pitch dark, where one could not see their own hand. The fierce wind howled wantonly in the darkness, its sharp and piercing sound reminiscent of monsters emerging from the depths of hell, instilling fear and raising the hair on one's neck. Lin Xiaowei, previously overwhelmed by hunger, had not paid much attention to the eerie and terrifying environment around her. However, after filling her stomach, her senses seemed to sharpen considerably. She slowly lifted her head, gazing into the thick darkness surrounding her, and an intense wave of fear surged within her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Just when she felt an overwhelming sense of fear, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Yi not far away. In that instant, it felt as though a calming pill had dropped in her heart, making her feel significantly more at ease. She secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking, fortunately Lin Yi is here. At the same time, she deeply understood that in this strange and dangerous deserted island, the only person she could rely on was Lin Yi. If she were to lose him, not only would she risk starving in this desolate place, but the chilling environment surrounding her was enough to scare her to death. Thinking of this, she instinctively shifted her body closer to Lin Yi. But just then she noticed that Lin Yi seemed to be in a daze, showing no reaction to her approach. A surge of displeasure welled up inside her, and she lifted her small foot to lightly kick Lin Yi, speaking with a hint of reproach. "Lin Yi, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring me?" This call, like a clear bell, instantly roused Lin Yi from his deep thoughts about the system. He slowly raised his head, and his gaze fell upon Lin Xiaowei before him. In the pitch-black night, Lin Xiaowei looked like a beautiful flower blooming proudly in the darkness, captivating enough to draw one's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart stirred slightly. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for being so reckless earlier, not having taken the time to appreciate this beauty before him. He instinctively moved closer to Lin Xiaowei. The previous 2 encounters had been too hasty, one in complete darkness, and the other in a waterhole, preventing him from carefully admiring the beauty before him. Now that he had the opportunity, he certainly did not want to miss it. Lin Xiaowei was startled by the desire in his eyes and panically shouted, What are you going to do? I just wanted to talk to you, not to make you." Filled with fear, she regretted having called out to him. However, Lin Yi did not act impulsively as she imagined. Instead, he paused briefly before slowly taking action. After all, he had just eaten, and it was not appropriate to be overly aggressive. The long night was ahead, and he did not wish to be too hasty. In this corner of the valley, a subtle atmosphere had begun to develop. The The moon seemed to shy away, hiding and not daring to show its face. On the other side of the deserted island, two people were also struggling in the darkness. After arriving on the deserted island today, they found it impossible to pick coconuts, so they decided to venture deeper into the island, hoping to discover something new there. However, after only a short while, a giant python over 8 meters long suddenly appeared before their eyes. The massive body of the python emerged faintly in the darkness, glimmering with a cold light, its scales sharp like blades, sending shivers down their spines. The two of them turned pale with fear, their legs going weak, and they quickly turned to run for their lives. Due to the dense vegetation on the deserted island, they did not manage to run far in their panic. Instead, they were scratched by many thorny plants, leaving bloody wounds that were agonizing. By the time they finally returned to the beach with great difficulty, their stomachs were already growling with hunger. They saw that two elderly men had caught a good number of shells and a few small fish, so they hurriedly began searching anxiously by the sea. After much effort, they finally found a few shells, but just then the moon suddenly disappeared, and the entire world was instantly shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, they could not continue their search at all, and could only helplessly curse under their breath, constantly complaining about their terrible luck. In contrast, others fared somewhat better. The two elderly men were quite fortunate, having gathered a good number of shells. Being habitual smokers, they had lighters on them, so they started a fire and roasted the shells to eat. The girl and the boy student also managed to find a few coconuts by some method, which could temporarily alleviate their hunger. As for the beer belly and the bespectacled man, surprisingly, they had somehow ended up together. On this deserted island, everyone was unfamiliar with one another. Being newcomers, it was human nature not to easily huddle together. Everyone chose to rest at places relatively far from others, so Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei's distance did not attract anyone else's attention. In fact, during the previous simulation, Lin Xiaowei had greatly disliked the way the men in the kayak had leered at her legs, making her uncomfortable and not wanting to be among that group. However, being just a fragile girl, she was afraid to stay outside alone, so she dragged Lin Yi to another part of the beach. At that time, Lin Yi was still very well behaved. Even though the two of them were alone for a night, he did not make any inappropriate moves. Perhaps later Wang Junkai's targeting of Lin Yi was partly due to his misunderstanding of the relationship between Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei, thinking that something inappropriate had happened between them. Maybe it was due to having experienced a brush with death. Lin Yi's mentality underwent significant changes, no longer being as meek as before. After all, in real life, honest people often not only do not have girlfriends, but also easily become the ones left to take care of others. That night, because there were only two people, uninterrupted, Lin Yi was overjoyed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the clouds, casting down golden rays. Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei were still in their sweet dreams when they suddenly felt something bouncing on them repeatedly. This strange sensation jolted them awake from their slumber. They opened their eyes and, upon focusing, saw a hairless little bird before them. Lin Yi looked at the cracked eggshell beside the fire and suddenly understood. Yesterday, he had intentionally left an egg by the fire, originally intending to use it for breakfast today, but unexpectedly the egg had absorbed the heat from the fire and hatched. Lin Xiaowei frowned in disgust at the sight of the hairless little bird and said, "Xiao Yezi, is this a chick? It's so ugly, not a single feather, and it's all sticky, throw it away." Yet Lin Yi clearly remembered that the system had mentioned last night that this egg was a golden eagle's egg. This meant that this was not an ordinary little bird, but a golden eagle. Just hatched, the little golden eagle saw Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei, who resembled itself. Bald and bare, it regarded them as its parents. The little golden eagle kept wriggling on them, opening its mouth towards Lin Yi and emitting goo-goo sounds. Lin Yi looked at the adorable little golden eagle and instantly felt a desire to adopt it. In the simulation, he had once seen the class beauty Li Zixuan tame several animals using some unknown method. Those animals not only sought food for her, but also protected her. The golden eagle egg, once consumed, would enhance physical attributes, and the little golden eagle would be able to jump onto them shortly after hatching. Clearly not an ordinary creature. If he could raise it, it might become a great ally in the future. With this thought, Lin Yi decisively abandoned the idea of discarding the little golden eagle and gently grasped it in his hands. The little golden eagle seemed unafraid at all, affectionately nuzzling Lin Yi, then opening its small beak, seemingly indicating that it was hungry. Lin Xiao. As soon as Lin Yi opened his mouth, he sensed an angry gaze directed at him, prompting him to quickly amend, "Xiaowei, this should be a bird. If we raise it, it might surprise us in the future." "Such a disgusting thing, I won't raise it. If you want to keep it, you can raise it yourself. Right now it may not look appealing because it lacks feathers, but once it grows a bit and has its feathers all fluffy, you will surely like it. Just like how you couldn't bear to part with it last night." "You? Humph." Lin Xiao's face flushed red with embarrassment, recalling last night. She never expected that the previously serious Lin Yi could now speak so flirtatiously. With a cold snort, she turned her head away and ignored him. Seeing Lin Xiao's reaction, Lin Yi did not respond. After all, he had many important matters to attend to today. Although he had the warmth of a campfire with Lin Xiao last night, he was still cold. Despite the cold forcing Lin Xiao to cling closely to him, which brought Lin Yi some comfort, he knew that if this continued for long, the chill would seep into their bones, and falling ill on this deserted island would be truly disastrous. Thus today, the top priority for Lin Yi was to build a suitable shelter. In the simulation, just a few days after arriving on the island, heavy rain had begun. To prepare for the impending bad weather, he needed to get ready early, ensuring both he and Lin Xiao could have a safe and comfortable place to stay. Moreover, today some supplies would wash ashore. In the previous simulation, he had failed to seize the opportunity. This time, he was determined to gather more resources to enhance their survival on the island. Though he had worked hard all night, the body of a young man was filled with energy. Thus, early in the morning, Lin Yi got up. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao's face flushed slightly. What left her speechless, however, was that this man seemed to act as if nothing had happened and stood up wanting to leave. Therefore, Lin Xiao bit her lip and hugged Lin Yi tightly from behind. Last night, Lin Yi successfully completed 3 tasks from the system, earning 0.03 attribute points. However, by morning, whether it was due to heightened sensitivity or the pressure, Lin Yi had not completed the system's tasks, still needing over 20 more. After some effort, Lin Yi decided to take a break. During the rest period, he had planned to try again to complete the system's tasks, but his body simply couldn't take it anymore. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily give up and wait until nightfall. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Yi, who appeared a bit troubled at that moment, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Earlier, she had merely made a slight effort, yet it had led Lin Yi to this predicament. System allocate all attribute points to strength. Lin Yi ignored Lin Xiao, while resting, he silently commanded in his mind. Ding, successfully allocated to strength. Your current strength is 0.58. The system's notification echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Today, whether for gathering supplies or building a shelter, strength was essential, so Lin Yi allocated all his attribute points to strength. Since ancient times, there has never been a field that could be ruined. After resting for a while, Lin Xiao regained her spirits and stood up as if nothing had happened. Then she said to Lin Yi, "Xiao Yezi, I'm hungry. What are we going to eat? How about we take a bath first?" After a busy morning, Lin Yi had worked up quite a sweat. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he made the suggestion. However, Lin Xiao promptly refused. "You wash if you want to, I won't." Lin Xiao had just tested the morning's pond water, finding it extremely cold, so she was unwilling to go in. Hearing this, Lin Yi did not push her. Boys usually washed up quickly, and before long Lin Yi was all set. Since last night, he had exerted a great deal of energy, and now his stomach was growling with hunger, as if a starving beast was roaring in his belly. Thus, once he put on his clothes, he took Lin Xiao with him towards the coconut grove at the edge of the island. Having already traveled this path, once they moved considerably faster this time. In just over 20 minutes, the two arrived at the island's edge. From a distance, Lin Yi spotted many people gathered on the beach, and upon closer inspection, they were indeed the people from their kayak. When Lin Yi saw the crowd, they noticed him as well. Immediately, the female student waved at Lin Xiao, signaling them to come over. Her lively demeanor brought a touch of vitality and energy to the deserted island. This scene had occurred in the simulation as well. It was simply that everyone realized there was no signal on the deserted island, and with dangers lurking, they thought it best to stick together for warmth. However, Lin Yi paid no mind to these people. He selected 2 stones for himself, and with precision threw them out. With 2 resounding thuds, the coconuts fell to the ground. The people on the beach were stunned by this scene. Earlier, they had tried many times, but could not knock down the coconuts. In the simulation, Lin Yi had no system, and was merely an ordinary person. Thus, he could only gather wild fruits to satisfy his hunger, which is how he honed some skills. Moreover, now that his strength had increased, performing such feats was naturally much easier. Seeing that the 2 did not come over, the female student, perhaps noticing the fallen coconuts, took the initiative to walk over. As she approached Lin Xiao, the female student caught a whiff of a somewhat fishy scent coming from her. However, being young, she did not know what it was and thought little of it. After all, she herself found the seawater cold and had not bathed, so she likely had some unusual smell as well. "Hello. The people over there want to discuss how to get rescued. Could you join us in the discussion?" The female student's voice was pure, her clear tone ringing in the air like silver bells, making one feel that she was an innocent young girl. "Okay." Lin Yi was about to refuse, but unexpectedly Lin Xiao Wei answered first. Saying this, she reached out to grab Lin Yi's hand, preparing to go together. The female student saw the 2 of them, who had not met for a night, acting much more intimate, and a flash of surprise and curiosity crossed her big eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yi said nothing and did not move immediately. He skillfully took out a dagger, opened 2 coconuts, then handed one to Lin Xiao Wei and began to drink from the other. In his view, the matter of discussion could wait. The priority was to fill their stomachs, as maintaining strength was crucial on this deserted island. Lin Xiaowei did not refuse and took the coconut to drink. After consuming half of the coconut water, she felt a bit full and slowly stopped. Gurgle, a faint but clear sound suddenly rang out. It was the female student's stomach protesting from hunger. Lin Xiaowei looked over upon hearing the sound and smiled softly, asking, "Did you not have breakfast? This is a deserted island. Where would there be breakfast?" Last night the female student and that male student had only eaten one coconut. After a night of consumption and a morning of exhaustion, she was naturally extremely hungry. Thus, when hearing Lin Xiaowei's question, the female student said nothing and just awkwardly lowered her head. Lin Xiaowei, kind-hearted, saw her state and unhesitatingly handed over the coconut with half the coconut water still in it. The female student widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe someone would be so generous on this difficult deserted island. However, her movements were not slow. She almost instinctively took the coconut and eagerly began to drink. Lin Yi was startled at the sight and wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. Last night Lin Xiaowei had eaten, and on this deserted island there were no conditions to brush teeth in the morning. In this case, it was equivalent to the female student indirectly. Lin Yi thought of this and felt somewhat awkward. If the female student had directly asked him for help, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to break another coconut with his skills. However, for some reason Lin Yi felt even more pleased. Simply drinking coconut water wouldn't suffice, so Lin Yi took out his dagger and began to scoop out the coconut meat. His movements were very skilled, and soon a chunk of white coconut meat was completely dug out. Since Lin Xiaowei had already given her coconut to the female student, Lin Yi shared this coconut with her. They carefully used the dagger to scoop out the coconut meat, tasting it piece by piece. The fragrant coconut meat spread in their mouths, bringing them some sense of fullness. The female student, having finished the coconut water, did not have a dagger, and feeling quite hungry, directly used her hands to dig for the coconut meat. However, she only took a portion, leaving half untouched, clearly intending to save it for the male student. The three of them walked slowly, stopping and going until they reached the middle of the beach. At this moment, a large SOS was particularly eye-catching on the beach. It was a distress signal written with branches, the handwriting somewhat crooked, but filled with the group's desire to survive, undoubtedly created by them. However, Lin Yi found it strange that there were only 6 figures on the beach. Including the 3 of them, there were only 9 people, and 1 person was missing. Lin Yi had seen this group of people in 2 lifetimes, so he was naturally impressed. After a moment of thought, he realized that 1 middle-aged man was missing. Although Lin Yi was familiar with these people's names, he didn't want to directly mention them. After all, while everyone introduced themselves on the kayak, they were all hungry and thirsty, and under the blazing sun, who could remember everyone's names? So Lin Yi turned to the female student and softly asked, "Hello, I noticed there are only 9 people here. Where is the other person?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of gloom and fear crossed the female student's eyes. She trembled slightly, pointing with a finger toward a distant mound of sand, her voice a bit hoarse, as she said, "Over there. Last night, he was bitten by a poisonous snake, and when they discovered it in the morning, he had already lost his breath. They buried him." Hearing this, Lin Yi was shocked. During the previous simulation, no one had died on the first day. Death occurred several days later, when someone could no longer bear the hunger and went to hunt in the woods, only to be bitten by a wolf. A strong sense of unease surged within Lin Yi, as this diverged from the simulated situation he had experienced, which meant something was amiss. Not only was Lin Yi astonished, but Lin Xiaowei was also extremely terrified. She directly clung tightly to Lin Yi's arm, unwilling to let go. Her body trembled slightly, filled with fear. The people on the beach, seeing this scene, were not surprised. When they discovered someone had been bitten to death by a poisonous snake, that morning they too felt an uncontainable fear. Thus, everyone thought it necessary to unite and face the unknown dangers of this deserted island together. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss how to survive on this deserted island. Now, relying on immediate rescue seemed unlikely, so we must find a way to save ourselves. As long as we can survive, we will eventually wait for the day the rescue team finds us. After not seeing each other for a night, it seemed many things had happened. The bespectacled man, for some unknown reason, had shed his lewd demeanor and become somewhat sunny and confident. When Lin Yi and the others approached, he spoke up, his steady tone carrying a hint of determination. It seemed he had taken on a leadership role, making others look at him with new respect. "Everyone has already introduced themselves, so I believe these 2 do not yet know who I am. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Gu Shenglong, and my friends often jokingly call me Gulong. You can call me that too." The bespectacled man deliberately turned his head to Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei and said. This man was verbose, his words dripping with grandeur, presenting himself in a seemingly upright manner. However, Lin Xiaowei keenly perceived that this man's gaze lingered on her legs for several seconds. The bespectacled man seemed to realize his lapse and quickly withdrew his gaze, clearing his throat a couple of times before continuing. "Since you just arrived, you must be unaware of what we've discussed before. So he'll play the role of a narrator and recount the events to you once more. This person was likely a university student speaking clearly and in a well-organized manner. After a round of narration, Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei quickly understood the ins and outs of the situation. According to the bespectacled man yesterday, two middle-aged men, after the moonlight disappeared, continued searching for small fish on the beach due to unbearable hunger. However, unexpectedly during the search, one of them accidentally touched a poisonous snake and ended up getting bitten. That person fell into a coma instantly, and because there was no moonlight, the other man had no idea what had happened and thought he just wanted to be alone for a while. It was only in the morning that they discovered the person's body had stiffened with 2 bite marks on his arm. The skin around the bite marks had already turned black, indicating he had indeed been bitten by a snake. Upon discovering this, the man immediately cried out, attracting the other people. Everyone gathered around, seeing the stiff body and the bite marks on the arm. Although they were extremely frightened, they had no choice but to bury it to avoid the body stinking and causing more issues. After burying it due to fear, everyone began discussing how to survive on the deserted island. A few people first tried their phones, but after trying multiple spots and finding no signal, they wrote down SOS on the beach in disappointment. After a series of struggles, everyone felt an increasingly intense hunger that was hard to bear. Thus, they began to fervently discuss the matter of food. The two middle-aged men had ventured deep into the woods earlier, and now the surviving one vividly recounted to everyone the giant python he had encountered there. Upon hearing this, everyone realized just how perilous this deserted island truly was. They became even more resolute in their decision to band together for warmth. Just as they were passionately discussing how to obtain food, Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei approached. After the bespectacled man finished speaking, he continued saying, "Given our current predicament, the hope for rescue seems indeed slim, and even if there is a rescue, it may require a lengthy wait. Therefore, we must unite. Only by doing so can we survive on this deserted island. This island is not small, and the terrain is quite complex. From the edge of the beach where we currently are, there is a vast jungle leading inland, which may harbor various wild animals. Dangerous, but it could also contain more survival resources. Moreover, judging by the climate and vegetation here, it is likely that there will be frequent rainfall and strong winds. We must build a suitable shelter and prepare for long-term survival rather than merely relying on rescue." Listening to the bespectacled man's analysis, Lin Xiaowei's face turned slightly pale. She had originally held a glimmer of hope, wishing for a swift rescue. But now, hearing about the situation on the deserted island, fear welled up in her heart, and she instinctively grasped Lin Yi's arm tightly. "Are we really unable to return, eh?" she asked, clinging to Lin Yi's arm, her eyes filled with expectation, seemingly seeking a definitive answer from him. Lin Yi looked at Lin Xiaowei's expression, his heart softened. He reached out to hold her hand softly, saying, "Don't worry, we will surely find a way to survive, and we will definitely wait for rescue." Although he himself understood that the hope for rescue was slim at this moment, he needed to offer Lin Xiaowei comfort and confidence. Lin Xiaowei gazed into Lin Yi's determined eyes, feeling slightly reassured, yet her hands refused to let go of his arm. The bespectacled man observed this and felt a flicker of jealousy. Surviving on this deserted island essentially boiled down to meeting basic needs like food and shelter. And for men, women are also a kind of need, especially when they are two inexperienced students. But soon he managed to adjust his emotions and addressed Lin Yi, saying, "Last night, we were like scattered sand, each going our own way, which led to one person being unfortunate enough to be bitten by a venomous snake. So we are prepared to unite and overcome this crisis together. We will build shelter together and search for food together. I wonder if you are willing to join us." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi wanted to refuse. He now had a system and knew some details about the deserted island. He didn't want others to notice anything unusual. Living alone was undoubtedly the best choice for him. While being with everyone had its advantages, Lin Yi understood from a previous simulation that this deserted island was not simple. His most important task was to seek opportunities on the island, not to scramble for food every day. However, before Lin Yi could refuse, Lin Xiaowei spoke up first. "No need, we too will stay together." Her tone was firm, and a hint of stubbornness shone in her eyes. There were several men in this group whom she disliked, especially that beer belly. His eyes hadn't left her legs, and such a disgusting person was someone she definitely did not want to be around. After all, with Lin Yi around to take care of her, she absolutely refused to squeeze in with these people. Moreover, if it were just the two of them, they could be as free as they were in the morning, doing whatever they wanted. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaowei's cheeks slightly flushed. Thus, she subtly squeezed Lin Yi's hand, the gentle pressure carrying a clear signal to him not to agree to the bespectacled man's proposal. Lin Yi had this intention, but to avoid seeming too intentional, he pretended to look at Lin Xiaowei with confusion. Lin Xiaowei felt a bit annoyed. This fool understood nothing. She leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "Don't agree to them. They are quite lewd and smell bad." Moreover, if it's just the two of us, you can. Do whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei felt her cheeks warm up. Oh, she was willing to go all out to distance herself from that beer belly. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Yi instantly became interested and excitedly nodded. Lin Xiaowei, seeing this, shot him an annoyed glare. The bespectacled man nearby burned with anger. Ever since he obtained the system, he had regarded these two female students as his possessions. At this moment, seeing their closeness only fueled his fury, and it was also related to his task. Receiving Lin Xiaowei's hint, Lin Yi also took the opportunity to back down, saying, "Thank you for your goodwill in informing us about the situation on the deserted island. However, we have decided to live on the deserted island by ourselves." As Lin Yi's voice rang out, a sultry voice echoed in the bespectacled man's ear. The task to organize everyone to live together has failed, but since the host successfully organized 6 people, it is not considered a complete failure. Therefore, the host is rewarded with a regular bow and arrow. Please collect it from the system space. Hearing the system's voice, although the bespectacled man felt a bit disappointed. After all, completing the task would have rewarded him with a compound bow. Soon a wave of surprise surged in his heart. As long as he kept completing system tasks, he would become stronger, and by then he wouldn't fear these two student girls not throwing themselves at him. While he was lost in thought, Lin Yi continued, "Although we plan to live by ourselves, if there's anything we can help with, we will do our best to assist. After all, as fellow Chinese, if they were all to perish, being alone with Lin Xiaowei on this deserted island would be very lonely." Although he had died once, Lin Yi was not a cold-hearted person, hence he spoke thus. Moreover, the deserted island was so mysterious, there might be a time when they would need help. So he should help when he could. However, he also couldn't give without receiving. Those who receive things for free often do not appreciate them. Thus he continued, saying, "I see that everyone hasn't eaten today. How about this? I can fetch some coconuts. As long as someone brings a bundle of firewood, I can trade a coconut for it." Lin Yi's words instantly brightened everyone's eyes. They had not yet found fresh water on this deserted island. Although some people had collected some seafood yesterday to slightly fill their stomachs, the thirst issue remained unresolved. An elderly man with a receding hairline hurriedly spoke up. "Young man, is what you said true? These people had experienced many storms in life and knew that no one would give without a reason. Thus, although they saw Lin Yi could fetch coconuts, none of them foolishly demanded him to do so." Lin Yi recognized this elderly man named Deng Weiguo, who was a warm-hearted person. When he was pushed into the sea by the beer belly during the simulation, it was this man who stopped the beer belly, allowing Lin Yi to climb back up. Previously, when the beer belly fell into the sea, this man was the first to call for help. Upon seeing Deng Weiguo, Lin Yi inadvertently softened his tone and replied, "Yes, a bundle of firewood can be exchanged for a coconut." Without hesitation, he immediately set out to find firewood to trade for the coconut. On this deserted island, the vegetation was lush and many trees had shed their dry branches. With a little effort, one could gather a bundle in less than half an hour. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Deng Weiguo quickly signaled another elder to go gather firewood. Although they were older, they were both farmers and found the task of collecting firewood quite easy. Although they had listened to the bespectacled man speak grandly before, they only knew that the situation on the island was indeed as he described, and it was all just superficial. Now that someone was offering real benefits, it was only natural to seize the tangible advantages first. Besides these two elders in their 60s, another middle-aged man also followed them into the woods. Even the beer belly man hesitated for a moment before circling around Lin Yi and the others to join them. He had snatched a coconut from Lin Yi yesterday. Although he was a strong man and unafraid, he did not wish to cause more trouble. Lin Xiaowei frowned upon seeing this. She knew the beer belly man also wanted to trade firewood for a coconut. Thus, she hurriedly whispered to Lin Yi, "Xiao Yezi, please don't trade with that person. If you agree, I can." As she spoke, Lin Xiaowei seemed to feel something dirty on her face and quickly wiped it with her small hand. Lin Yi immediately understood and nodded in agreement. The bespectacled man watched as the crowd he had painstakingly organized was dispersed by Lin Yi's few words, and his resentment deepened. He did not know what he was thinking, but he turned and walked into the woods as well. At this moment, only Lin Yi and the 4 students remained on the beach. After all, they were from the same school, so they got along fairly well. "What's your name, sister?" Lin Xiaowei asked the female student. On the kayak, although they had introduced themselves to each other, the environment was special. Lin Xiaowei had forgotten. Lin Yi, having simulated the situation, was quite familiar with these people. "I'm Chinsiki. I'm in my 2nd year of high school. What about you?" "Then you are 1 grade younger than us. Wow, I didn't expect to meet you here." After a brief conversation, they all learned each other's names. The male student was named Tang Cheng. They chatted for a while about school, mainly the 2 girls talking. However, since they were ultimately not familiar, after exchanging a few pleasantries, they fell silent. Lin Yi had his reasons for sending those people away. Soon supplies would drift in from the sea, allowing him to seize some useful items. Seeing that the two did not intend to leave, he spoke up. You all haven't eaten for a long time, right? You can also trade firewood with me for a coconut. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the female student Shinseki instantly understood his intentions. She blinked at Lin Yi, mustered her courage, and said, we are all from the same school. How about we form a team of 4? We can listen to you from now on. Shinseki was the cute type with a round face and a bit of baby fat. Standing at just over 1.5 meters, she gave off a lowly vibe. As a man, Lin Yi indeed wanted to keep this adorable lowly by his side. However, just as he was about to speak, Lin Xiaowei interjected, Shinseki, you can join us, but we don't want men, only women. The male student Tang Cheng had been on the kayak multiple times, and after letting water out, Lin Xiaowei noticed that this person always had some water stains on his pants. Feeling a sense of discomfort, she inherently disliked him and thus refused to allow him to join. Lin Yi did not rebut Lin Xiaowei's statement and tacitly agreed. Tang Cheng's face revealed a look of disappointment. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately kept silent. Shinseki glanced at Tang Cheng, her eyes filled with hesitation. She seemed to be contemplating whether to abandon him and join Lin Yi instead. However, in the end, for reasons unknown, she simply said, oh, and pulled Tang Cheng away. As soon as the two left, Lin Xiaowei tilted her head slightly, her lively eyes gazing at Lin Yi as she softly said, Xiao Yezi, do you want to team up with them? If you want, it's fine. Before Lin Xiaowei could finish, Lin Yi interrupted, I listened to my wife. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Lin Xiaowei revealed a radiant smile. Since the supplies had not yet arrived, Lin Yi led Lin Xiaowei to wait in the shade of a nearby tree. They sat side by side, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Lin Yi occasionally gazed toward the distant sea, anticipating the arrival of supplies. Lin Xiaowei leaned on Lin Yi's shoulder, her eyes revealing a hint of reassurance. Knowing that Lin Xiaowei was wearing shorts, Lin Yi had carefully applied mint juice on her legs before departing, which prevented mosquitoes from biting them. However, the situation was quite different for Shinseki. She wore a long skirt and sandals, which made her particularly eye-catching in the woods of the deserted island. The mosquitoes seemed to have discovered a delicious prey, continuously targeting her. She had intended to gather some dry branches, but within just a few minutes her body was covered in welts. She kept waving her arms, trying to shoo the mosquitoes away, but the effect was minimal. Yet she had clearly noticed that Lin Xiaowei had come out of the woods without a single mosquito biting her. Clearly Lin Yi had some mosquito-repelling methods. This thought made her feel a bit regretful. Lin Yi remembered that the supplies would arrive in the morning. Sure enough, after patiently waiting for a while, some small black dots appeared on the surface of the sea. These black dots were items from a sunken ship floating on the water, washed ashore by the waves. From a distance, those black dots flickered on the shimmering surface of the sea. Lin Yi's gaze was fixated on those dots, and he felt a wave of uncontrollable excitement surge within him. In his simulations, he had heard of people salvaging pots, utensils, clothes, and other items from the surface of the sea. Thinking of this, Lin Yi silently resolved to obtain as many supplies as possible this time, so their life on the deserted island would be much more comfortable. The waves continued to wash ashore, and those supplies were getting closer. But at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly noticed a current appearing in the sea. This current swirled, as if it were purposely separating the supplies. From what Lin Yi understood, several kayaks had arrived at this deserted island, but everyone had landed at different spots initially. For instance, Wang Junkai and his group appeared from the woods on the 4th day after Lin Yi and the others arrived, landing at a different spot from Lin Yi. Looking at this sudden current, Lin Yi felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. He vaguely sensed that this current seemed to have appeared intentionally with the purpose of distributing these supplies to different locations. Though puzzled, Lin Yi did not slow his movements. He immediately walked quickly toward the kayak, preparing to take the initiative. Although Lin Xiaowei did not understand what Lin Yi was planning to do, she did not hesitate at all and immediately got up to closely follow Lin Yi. When Lin Yi arrived on the island yesterday, worried that the kayak might be needed later, he tied it to a large rock. That large rock was exceptionally stable. Even at night, as the tide rose and the surging waves crashed against the shore, the kayak remained unwashed away. However, when Lin Yi began to untie the rope, he discovered that the bottom of the kayak had many bite marks from fish, and even 2 barnacles tightly clung to it. Seeing the damage, Lin Yi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It seemed that the kayak would be utterly unusable after just a few more outings. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei noticed Lin Yi dragging the kayak and seemed to want to go into the sea. Filled with confusion, she gently asked Lin Yi, where are you going? Xiaowei, I saw something drifting in the sea and am going to retrieve it. Wait for me here. Lin Yi explained, not intending to bring Lin Xiaowei along. I want to go with you. But you can't swim. I have to go with you. If you don't let me, I won't give you anything at night. After saying that, Lin Xiaowei raised her chin, looking proudly at Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Xiaowei's stubborn expression, Lin Yi thought of the happiness of the night. Feeling helpless, he eventually had no choice but to take her along. Indeed, when a woman is in one's heart, the speed of drawing the sword slows down. The beer-belly man knew there was danger in the woods, so he kept picking up dead branches at the edge of the forest. However, while gathering firewood, his gaze kept drifting involuntarily towards Lin Xiaowei, for her legs were so fair and tender that it was hard to look away. Whenever those fair legs came into view, the beer-belly man would instinctively swallow, feeling a surge of inexplicable heat. So when the two stepped onto the kayak, he immediately noticed. His heart sank, thinking it was not good. He thought they were trying to escape. The kayak was a communal property, so he quickly raised his voice and shouted, "What are you doing? That kayak belongs to everyone, you can't just paddle away like this." With this shout, the beer-belly man startled everyone in the woods. Everyone looked in the direction the beer-belly man pointed, only to see Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei sitting in the kayak, already heading towards the sea. The expressions of the crowd instantly turned anxious. After all, on this desolate island, if no rescue came, the kayak was their only hope. Just as they were about to curse in unison, they heard the bespectacled man shout in surprise, "There are supplies drifting in the sea. Let's hurry, don't let that kid take everything." Saying this, the bespectacled man rushed towards the shore. The bespectacled man knew there were supplies not because of his excellent eyesight, but because he suddenly heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding, a large amount of supplies is detected drifting by the sea, issuing a task to collect supplies. For this task, the system will provide corresponding rewards based on the host's performance. Please give it your all. This is why the bespectacled man shouted. The bespectacled man understood that Lin Yi had already seized the opportunity, and relying solely on himself would make it difficult to gather sufficient supplies, so he had to depend on the strength of the crowd, hoping to collect more and even snatch some from Lin Yi. Hearing the shout and seeing the bespectacled man running forward, everyone hurriedly ran towards the sea to see what was happening. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei had already entered the sea, surrounded by the roaring sound of waves. Without a paddle, once in the water, Lin Yi simply took off his shirt, lay on the kayak, and used his legs to paddle and propel the kayak forward. Thus they paid no attention to the movements of the few people behind them. At this moment, the waves were pushing the supplies closer to the deserted island, so Lin Yi and the others were going against the current. In the sea, moving against the current requires immense effort. It wasn't long before Lin Yi was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Lin Xiaowei looked at the panting Lin Yi, her heart filled with tenderness. She gently bit her lip and softly said, "Xiao Yi, seeing you so weary, let me sit on top today." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately increased his paddling strength, causing the kayak to speed up significantly. They continued to move forward for a while, when suddenly Lin Xiaowei excitedly pointed ahead and shouted, "Xiao Yi, quickly go a little to the left, something is drifting over there." Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly adjusted his direction and paddled hard to the left. As they got closer, they gradually saw the drifting object. It was a large black plastic bag rising and falling with the waves. Lin Yi became excited, increased the frequency of his leg strokes, and soon reached the side of the plastic bag. Both he and Lin Xiaowei reached out their hands to pull the object onto the kayak. After pulling it up, Lin Xiaowei eagerly opened the plastic bag and saw that inside was a duvet wrapped in plastic film. "Xiao Yi, it's a blanket. We won't have to freeze at night. Hurry, let's continue. Oh, we need to gather more good things. At worst, I'll just stay on top a little longer tonight." Having found supplies, Lin Xiaowei was very happy and made a promise to Lin Yi. Encouraged by her words, Lin Yi became invigorated and soon collected several items. However, due to the impact of the waves, other supplies had already been washed far away. Seeing that the items were scattered far apart, and Lin Yi had exhausted much of his strength, worried that the kayak could not withstand it, they prepared to return. However, Lin Yi did not plan to return the same way. After all, he had obtained many items this time, and with so many adult men on the beach, they might forcibly snatch them. Since the kayak was at some distance from the deserted island, the people on the beach did not know what Lin Yi had obtained. As long as they did not see it, no one should have their eyes on it. Lin Yi knew there was a hidden cave in another part of the deserted island, not far from the valley where they had stayed last night. He planned to hide most of the supplies there. Thus, Lin Yi steered the kayak slowly towards the other side of the deserted island. Although he had collected many supplies, a large portion had still been washed away by the waves. The people on the beach had originally planned to wait for Lin Yi to return before asking for some items together. However, unexpectedly, before Lin Yi returned, some things began to drift over. Seeing this, everyone rushed into the sea to collect them. The first to act was the beer-belly man. He saw a long object floating over, and without waiting to reach the shore, he jumped into the sea to grab it. Upon catching it, he found that it was a very lightweight machete. After obtaining the machete out of habit, the beer-belly man waved it a few times in the air. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a sultry woman's voice rang in his ears. Ding, successfully swung MOMO, 3 times. Hunting system activated. Catching or killing prey will earn hunting points. Hunting points can be exchanged for weapons, food, tools, etc. What? System. The beer-belly man was somewhat confused, still in shock. when he heard the sultry woman's voice in his ear again, stirring something within him. "Host, hello, I am your system manager, MOMO." Not only the beer belly man, but others also saw a lot of things drifting on the sea, so they all jumped into the water to collect them. At this moment, no one noticed what was happening with Lin Yi. By the time all the supplies on the shore were divided up, they realized the two of them had mysteriously disappeared. The place Lin Yi intended to reach was not far from the beach, yet an enormous boulder blocked the line of sight. Those on the beach could not see what lay beyond it. That location was exceptionally secluded, entirely encircled by towering rocks. Aside from approaching by sea, only a narrow fissure in the stone offered passage downward. Lin Yi had discovered this crevice by chance during his simulated expeditions in search of rare opportunities. Ordinary people would scarcely ever find it. Thanks to the current, Lin Yi and his companion arrived there swiftly. Unlike the sandy expanse of the beach, this stretch of shore was strewn with stones. Stones of all sizes lay scattered along the coastline, some smooth and rounded, others jagged and sharp. As Lin Yi guided the inflatable kayak toward shore, the hull nearly scraped against the rocks. Fortunately, this was not his first visit. He knew the waters concealed numerous hidden reefs and therefore navigated with extreme caution. Thus the kayak remained afloat. No sooner had they reached land than Lin Yi began unloading supplies from the kayak without pausing to rest. Their haul proved remarkably rich: several plastic water bottles, a plastic bucket, and within it astonishingly a fire axe, whether by sheer coincidence or deliberate placement. At the sight of the axe, Lin Yi's breath caught, but the fleeting surprise vanished as quickly as it arose. Also retrieved were a blanket carefully wrapped in plastic and a suitcase. The suitcase was waterproof and contained men's clothing, yet nestled within its hidden compartment Lin Xiaowei discovered a pristine set of white Jake-style thigh-high stockings. She shot Lin Yi a sharp, disapproving glance, as if silently accusing all men of base intent. In addition, they found a sealed pressure cooker and several glass jars filled with fruit preserves. Though modest in quantity, these supplies would later become fiercely contested among island survivors. Hence Lin Yi's unwavering resolve to conceal them far from prying eyes. Once everything had been safely stowed away, Lin Yi selected the fire axe and, accompanied by Lin Xiaowei, climbed back into the kayak to retrace their course across the sea toward the beach. Midway, to their mutual astonishment, they spotted a 2-liter bottle of Sprite and a large pack of 5 instant noodles drifting upon the waves. Overjoyed, Lin Yi immediately dived in and swam to retrieve them. No sooner had he surfaced than Lin Xiaowei eagerly uncapped the Sprite and took a long, thirsty gulp. As the cool, sweet liquid spread across her tongue, her eyes gently narrowed and a soft, contented smile bloomed, seemingly washing away every trace of recent sorrow with that single sip. Lin Yi drank deeply too. Having gone even longer without any beverage, his sense of relief ran deeper still. Since the beach lay close at hand, they soon returned. By then, all floating supplies had already been claimed. The crowd now held various items, each person clutching at least a few. Spotting Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei approaching in the kayak, the group instinctively gathered around the shoreline. When their gazes fell upon the kayak and saw only a meager handful of belongings, faint smirks flickered across their faces. So, they hadn't fared well either. Yet the moment their eyes alighted upon the Sprite and noodles, envy flared instantly in their expressions. On this desolate island, instant noodles and carbonated soda were nothing short of priceless delicacies. Curious about their prolonged absence, the crowd had almost stepped forward to inquire, until they noticed Lin Yi gripping the fire axe firmly in one hand, prompting them to hesitate and fall silent. After all, the kayak had returned. That was what mattered. As the others observed Lin Yi, he too studied them quietly and keenly. Among them, the college girl had secured the greatest bounty. She clutched 3 large bags, one clearly bulging with loaves of bread. For the next few days, she would need no longer fret over sustenance. Others' hauls were comparatively modest. One item such as a cast iron pot, or perhaps 2 tools or garments. Yet one figure stood apart: the man with the beer belly. He held a machete whose blade gleamed fiercely under the sun, its sharpness alone enough to stir unease. His gaze locked onto Lin Yi with icy disdain, but when it shifted to Lin Xiaowei, it burned with raw, unmasked lust, a searing, devouring flame. Sensing that scorching stare, Lin Xiaowei shivered inwardly and instinctively edged closer to Lin Yi. Noting her discomfort, he furrowed his brow, silently musing. He's changed, bolder, far bolder than before. Hatred and possessiveness blazed openly across his face, utterly unguarded. As Lin Yi observed him, the man turned his gaze slowly, deliberately, toward Lin Yi. Then with sudden force, he thrust the machete straight toward Lin Yi's throat and bellowed, "Boy, you've got some nerve. This kayak belongs to everyone. What gives you the right to use it alone? Did you even consult the rest of us?" As the blade hovered inches from Lin Yi's neck, a familiar emblem caught his eye. His pulse spiked instantly. The motif engraved on the machete bore striking resemblance to that on the dagger. Same style, same craftsmanship. They must belong to the same class of artifacts. If so, perhaps this machete too housed a system. Could the man have activated a system? Lin Ye's thoughts raced. That would explain his sudden audacity, his brazen predatory fixation on Lin Xiaowei. His expression hardened. He could not afford carelessness, not knowing what kind of system the man wielded. Calmly he replied, yesterday had I not secured the kayak, it would have been swept away by the waves. You know it belongs to all of us, and mine is a rightful share. So why may I not use it? If you wish to use it, take it now. You. The man choked on his retort, his face flushing crimson, the machete trembling slightly in his grip, clearly contemplating violence. But seeing Lin Ye's hands tighten around the fire axe, he weighed his options and chose restraint. He had other matters demanding his attention. Beyond the machete, he'd acquired other items. Objects he now intended to test, wondering whether any might conceal systems or latent properties. With one last venomous glare at Lin Ye's eyes slid down, lingering with greedy hunger upon Lin Xiaowei's glistening seawater-dampened legs. He stared for a long while, savoring the sight before turning away reluctantly, his departure heavy with thwarted desire. Soon after, Deng Weigua, the balding man, eyed the noodles in Lin Xiaowei's hands and addressed Lin Yi. Young man, you've got noodles. I've got an iron bowl. How about one bowl for one noodle block? Lin Yi saw Deng Weigua holding several iron bowls and without hesitation agreed to the exchange. Though food was not scarce, tools were desperately needed. Thus he traded 2 packs of instant noodles for 2 large Mediterranean-style bowls. Nearby, a male student named Tang Chung watched the transaction and approached, as well exchanging a flashlight for 1 pack of instant noodles. Others observing this grew eager to trade for Lin Ye's instant noodles. Yet he refused further exchanges. 2 packs remained reserved for himself and Lin Xiaowei. A female student then produced a coil of nylon rope, hoping to barter for part of his Sprite. After brief consideration, Lin Yi accepted her offer. Once the exchange was complete, others also sought to obtain Sprite, but none were willing to part with their newly acquired items, preferring instead to negotiate with words alone. Lin Yi, refusing to indulge them, secured the inflatable raft and prepared to return to the valley to construct shelter. The previous night had left him and Lin Xiaowei shivering with cold. Building a proper shelter today was essential. Otherwise tonight would be unbearable. Before departing, however, he turned to the group and said, my earlier promise still stands. I will return this afternoon. Anyone needing coconuts may trade firewood for them. Having spoken, he paid no heed to their lingering gazes fixed upon his instant noodles, took Lin Xiaowei's hand, and walked toward the valley. On the beach, several had briefly considered following, to discover where Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei intended to set up camp. Yet none followed. Each held belongings in their hands, making movement cumbersome. For safety, Lin Xiaowei carried the instant noodles and Sprite behind, while Lin Yi led ahead, fire axe in one hand, bamboo pole in the other. Xiao Yezi, if we never go back, then so be it. Just the 2 of us surviving alone on this island apart from them. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? Perhaps affection had quietly taken root. Lin Xiaowei's gaze now held only Lin Yi, and she spoke to him incessantly along the path. As she spoke, an uncanny vision suddenly surfaced before her eyes, a patch of grass, strikingly similar to the terrain they now traversed, and nestled within it a large white rabbit sat motionless. Though puzzled, Lin Xiaowei dismissed the image as mere imagination, until moments later when a stretch of grass appeared ahead, identical in every detail to the one she had just envisioned. The uncanny resemblance unsettled her, stirring hesitant uncertainty in her heart. After a moment of inner conflict, she finally voiced her suspicion, timidly, tentatively, Xiao Yezi, I think there's something hiding in that patch of grass. What is it? Is it dangerous? Knowing the forest concealed countless perils, Lin Yi instantly tensed, his grip tightening instinctively around the fire axe, ready to swing at a moment's notice. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xiaowei hastily backtracked. Never mind. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Still, I'll check it out. Better to spot danger early than risk surprise. With that, Lin Yi picked up the bamboo pole and stepped cautiously toward the grass. Before he could draw near, however, the dense foliage stirred first. Amidst the swaying reeds, a snow-white rabbit burst forth in a flash. Lin Yi, already hypervigilant, reacted with lightning speed. The moment the creature emerged, his body moved on pure instinct. He hurled the bamboo pole like a spear. It sliced through the air with a soft whistling rush. But the strike, launched in haste, missed its mark. The pole grazed the grass beside the rabbit and plunged deep into the earth. Without pause, Lin Yi repositioned himself and launched a second bamboo pole, this time channeling full focus, strength, and precision. The pole shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Then came a soft, muffled thud as its tip pierced the rabbit's hind leg with surgical accuracy. Wounded, the rabbit staggered. Its gait slowed, its body writhing in agony across the grass as terrified cries escaped its throat. Relief surged through Lin Yi at the successful strike. Today's lunch was secured. In 3 swift strides, he closed the distance to the fallen creature. Raising the axe high, he showed no mercy, swung downward and struck the rabbit's head with the blunt side of the blade, instantly rendering it unconscious. Then swiftly drawing his knife from his belt, he slit the rabbit's throat with practiced efficiency. Crimson blood dripped onto the emerald grass, spreading slowly in vivid contrast. The sequence unfolded with seamless fluency. Only after he finished did Lin Xiaowei's voice reach him. Bunnies are so adorable. Xiao Yezi, don't hurt it. Whether sincere or playful, Lin Yi paid it no mind. Once the blood had drained, he hoisted the carcass and walked back. Lin Xiaowei stared at the lifeless rabbit, her expression flickering with quiet complexity. Unclear what thoughts stirred behind her eyes. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lin Yi assumed only her innate kindness recoiled at the sight of slaughter and continued onward toward the valley without further thought. This was a deserted island, not civilized society. Survival came first. Such acts, though harsh, were inevitable and would recur often. Life itself would gradually teach her acceptance. Let's go, Xiaowei. Hearing his call, Lin Xiaowei blinked back to awareness, gazed at his retreating figure, and broke into a light run to catch up. Back in the valley, Lin Xiaowei's composure had fully returned. Seeing her steadier, Lin Yi felt a measure of relief and murmured softly, Xiaowei, gather some dry firewood. I'll build the shelter. Okay, Xiao Yi, but how do I gather it? She asked, blinking with innocent curiosity. Lin Yi faltered, then inwardly sighed. Of course, born into privilege, Lin Xiaowei had never handled such tasks. Patiently, he began guiding her step by step, instructing her to select dry, easily combustible branches. She knelt obediently, reaching out with slender fingers to grasp fallen twigs. Yet her movements were stiff and unpracticed, utterly unlike her usual grace. As she lifted one branch, a sharp twig scraped across her pale thigh, leaving behind a faint rosy line. Lin Yi's gaze swept over it. His chest tightened, a pang of tenderness rising unbidden. Fine. My woman, my responsibility. He approached gently. Xiaowei, rest a while. I'll handle the firewood. Xiao Yezi, you're wonderful. I'll reward you properly tonight. Delighted at being excused from labor, Lin Xiaowei beamed. Her promise spontaneous, light-hearted, unrehearsed. Today, Lin Xiaowei has made several promises, and Lin Yi cannot help but feel more and more excited about the evening. With anticipation, he is full of energy and impatiently begins to build the shelter. Lin Yi has long outlined the blueprint for the shelter's appearance and location in his mind, so constructing it is not particularly difficult. Lin Yi searched the woods for several sturdy tree trunks, felled them, sharpened one end, and inserted it into the ground to set up the main framework of the shelter. Next, he found thinner branches and, starting from the bottom, tied them horizontally with vines every half-meter to reinforce the vertical poles. Finally, he wrapped the tops of the 3 poles with vines to form a pointed top, creating a 3-dimensional triangle. By this time, a 3-dimensional triangular framework for the shelter has taken shape, but it is not yet windproof. To make it windproof, he must seal the gaps between the branches. Generally speaking, there are 2 materials to choose from. One is mud, and the other is leaves or dried grass. Mud has good effects, but is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Lin Yi considers this shelter only as a temporary measure. There are no suitable caves for habitation at the edge of the deserted island, and only by delving deeper into the island can one find caves. Currently, there are still many dangers in the inner woods, making it unwise to venture there recklessly. Once most of the survivors from the ship gather together, they will organize an expedition to explore the deserted island. At that time, with more people, safety will be greatly enhanced, and he will go into the interior to select a cave. Therefore, the current shelter is sufficient as long as it provides a temporary place to rest. Just as Lin Yi finished building the framework, the featherless bird from the morning fluttered over with its tender wings. Its small beak was wide open, chirping, incessantly signaling that it was hungry. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Xiaowei, who was sitting idly nearby. She instinctively rubbed her stomach, her face showing a hint of playful grievance. Little Yi, my stomach is growling too. I want to eat something. Lin Yi looked up at the sun's position in the sky and, based on experience, roughly estimated that it should be a little past 1 in the afternoon. It is time to cook. However, if Lin Xiaowei could be a bit more diligent and they could work together, their efficiency would greatly increase, and he would be more comfortable. But there is no way around it. Lin Xiaowei has been spoiled since childhood, relying on him for everything. Lin Yi is also infatuated with her, so he can only bear these tasks alone. Thus, he put down the tools he was using to build the shelter and decided to temporarily halt work to prepare lunch. Because he unexpectedly obtained a pressure cooker today, Lin Yi's cooking plans had more options. He planned to pair rabbit meat with instant noodles, making a pot of delicious rabbit meat soup with noodles. Handling the rabbit meat itself is not difficult, but Lin Yi also needs to transport all the supplies from today. After handling the rabbit meat and transporting the supplies, by the time everything was ready and he started cooking, 2 hours had quietly passed. The featherless bird was fed some rabbit meat and was already full, comfortably nestled nearby. Lin Xiaowei, on the other hand, was already starving, urging Lin Yi beside her. "Little Yi, why isn't it ready yet? I'm almost starving to death." Her voice was filled with urgency and impatience, especially as the enticing aroma of the rabbit meat cooking wafted through the air. She was even more anxious, repeatedly urging Lin Yi to hurry. Despite this, Lin Yi remained unfazed. During the process of cooking the rabbit meat, he also went to cut a lot of thatch and laid it out on the stone platform to dry. He intended to use this thatch to cover the shelter and fill in the gaps. After Lin Xiaowei had been urging for more than half an hour, Lin Yi estimated that the rabbit meat was nearly done, so he quickly walked back to the fire pit and carefully removed the pressure cooker from the flames. Once the steam from the pressure cooker had slightly dissipated, Lin Yi slowly opened the lid and put a package of instant noodles into the pot. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowei said, "Little Yi, put in 2 packages, 1 package isn't enough." Lin Yi gently shook his head. He knew that resources on the deserted island were scarce, and every bit of supply had to be carefully calculated. Even for the seasoning packet, he only sprinkled in half, as these spices are the most precious on the deserted island. As the instant noodles slowly softened and unfolded in the rabbit meat soup, Lin Yi picked up his homemade bamboo chopsticks and served Lin Xiaowei a large bowl. The rabbit meat and instant noodles intertwined, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. "Little Yi, you are so good." Lin Xiaowei's eyes curved with a smile filled with affection and gratitude as she pretended to lean in to kiss Lin Yi on the cheek. Lin Yi's face turned slightly red. Although they had already been intimate, he was still essentially a shy man, yet he did not shy away. The two of them enjoyed the meal, immensely filled with joy. After all, they had been living off cold food for many days, and this bowl of rabbit meat noodles was a taste of heaven. "Little Yi, I really like you." After finishing her meal, Lin Xiaowei's face was filled with a satisfied smile, and like a child asking for candy, she opened her arms and insisted on hugging Lin Yi. Lin Yi was helpless and could only temporarily set aside the task of improving the shelter. Although Lin Xiaowei couldn't do anything, looking like a spoiled young lady who couldn't lift a finger. But at this moment, seeing her delicate appearance, the light of dependence flickering in her eyes, and her slightly willful expression, Lin Yi found it particularly pleasing and willingly took on the work alone. After all, a woman can either be diligent and capable during the day, a virtuous wife, or be charming and gentle under the night, offering a different kind of tenderness to a man. Either one is sufficient. If both qualities can be combined, that would be even better. However, such situations are rare and hard to come by. The two of them cuddled and were affectionate for a while, and only then did Lin Yi gently struggle to rise from Lin Xiaowei's embrace, turning to continue improving the unfinished shelter. With the pressure cooker, their lives on the deserted island improved significantly. Not only could they drink boiled water, but they could also heat water for bathing. During the afternoon, Lin Yi worked on the shelter while boiling water, allowing Lin Xiaowei to take a hot shower. Seeing that she couldn't help, Lin Xiaowei sang songs to entertain Lin Yi, and this scene was somewhat different in its tranquility and beauty. By the time Lin Yi spread the collected thatch on the shelter, it was already nearing dusk. Today, most of his energy was spent on building the shelter, and he was so busy that he did not stockpile much firewood. Although he wasn't sure whether the other survivors would be willing to trade firewood with him, he felt he had to give it a try. So he hurriedly called Lin Xiaowei as night was about to fully cover the earth, and the two of them walked toward the beach together. That morning, the man with the beer belly acquired a machete. Had he used it to chop down coconut palms, he could have harvested numerous coconuts. Yet were he to do so, few would likely agree to trade firewood for coconuts. After all, the island's extreme diurnal temperature swings meant that without a fire, freezing to death was a very real possibility. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei made their way to the beach. To Lin Yi's quiet delight, several people were already standing there, as if awaiting his arrival. A brief inquiry revealed that the man with the beer belly had plunged deep into the forest that afternoon and had yet to re-emerge. No one knew where he had gone. A murmur spread that he might have met with some mishap. Lin Yi paid it little mind. The man would surely survive a few more days. But when he attempted to barter coconuts for firewood, he encountered an unexpected complication. Some deemed 1 coconut per bundle of firewood an unfair exchange. Having witnessed Lin Yi effortlessly knock down coconuts earlier, they assumed the fruit held little scarcity for him and sought to leverage the moment for greater gain. Though inwardly resigned, Lin Yi had no choice. Firewood was urgently needed. After protracted negotiation, he ultimately harvested 10 coconuts in exchange for 5 bundles of firewood. Just as Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei gathered their firewood to return to the shelter, the bald man approached with an air of mystery, whispering that he had discovered fresh water and gesturing that Lin Yi could trade for it. Lin Yi was unsurprised. He had foreseen this discovery himself and possessed fresh water of his own. He declined outright. Thereafter, Lin Yi ceased paying attention to the others on the beach. Together with Lin Xiaowei, they hauled the hard-won bundles of firewood along the path back to their shelter. By the time they had carried all the firewood back in successive trips, night had fully descended upon the island, cloaking the landscape in impenetrable darkness, and leaving the two utterly alone. Lin Yi quickly kindled a fire, reheated the leftover rabbit meat broth from the day before, and the two sat side by side, sipping the steaming soup, while exchanging idle talk about school life. One bowl of the fragrant, piping hot broth suffused Lin Ye's body with warmth. Soon a delicate flush rose across Lin Xiaowei's fair cheeks. An old saying holds that warmth breeds desire, and though spoken of men, it proved equally true for women. With no diversions on the island, Lin Xiaowei grew steadily restless. She blinked slowly, a thought dawning within her then, without hesitation, reached out and took Lin Ye's hand. Her gaze shimmered with shy expectation as she murmured softly, "Xiao Yezi, it's growing late, and I'm utterly exhausted. I'd like to sleep early tonight." In truth, she had spent nearly the entire day resting. She was hardly fatigued at all. Hearing her words and seeing the unmistakable blush blooming across her face, Lin Yi instantly grasped her unspoken meaning. A sudden heat flared low in his abdomen, and he let her guide him toward the shelter, wordless and willing. The shelter, refined by Lin Yi throughout the afternoon, now bore a thick, thatched outer layer of dried reeds. Though this crude cloak offered poor resistance against rain, it did effectively shield them from the howling night winds. Lin Xiaowei stepped inside, her eyes sweeping over their modest shared haven, and lit up with genuine wonder. She praised Lin Yi effusively for his resourcefulness and skill. The sole regret was that time had been too short. Lin Yi had not yet fashioned a proper bed. Still, he had laid down a generous cushion of soft reeds on the floor, and with the down quilt acquired that day, their sleeping arrangement that night promised far greater comfort than the previous one. The featherless bird which had followed Lin Yi closely all afternoon was brought inside too. Lin Yi feared its lack of plumage would leave it vulnerable to the night's chill. Perhaps the shelter's enclosed, intimate space, so unlike the open expanse of the beach, instilled in Lin Xiaowei a newfound sense of safety and boldness. Though still shy, she fulfilled every promise made earlier that day. Lin Yi felt as though he had slipped into an exquisite, weightless dream, his body floating untethered, as if borne aloft on celestial clouds. Just as Lin Yi surrendered fully to that rapturous sensation, and had just earned one attribute point, eagerly anticipating the second. The featherless bird, which had been quietly perched in the corner, suddenly flapped wildly onto his body, as if seized by profound terror. It leapt frantically, emitting sharp, urgent cries, clearly signaling that something was approaching. When Lin Yi remained oblivious, lost in his reverie, the bird grew desperate and began pecking sharply at him with its tiny beak. After several stinging jabs, Lin Yi jolted awake. Though part of him longed to drift back into that euphoric haze, the lessons of his prior simulations echoed insistently. On this island, vigilance must never waver, not even for a heartbeat. Slowly he raised his upper body, gazing at the bird's agitated, wide-eyed distress, and a flicker of intuition stirred within him. Animals, after all, possess senses far keener than those of humans. Its panic suggested it had detected danger, perhaps even now drawing near. This valley, nestled beside the island's freshwater source, had never, in any of Lin Ye's prior simulations, been the site of wild animal attacks. Even common small creatures rarely appeared here. Precisely for that reason, he had chosen this secluded valley to build their shelter, seeking safety, silence, and solitude. Yet the bird's terror was unmistakably genuine, not feigned. A cold certainty tightened Lin Ye's chest. If no beast threatened them, then the peril must stem from human hands. The beer-bellied man. The name flashed through Lin Ye's mind. In his simulations, that man had indeed discovered this valley and uncovered significant fortune here. According to the original timeline, he should not have found this place until tomorrow. Yet the island's reality had already diverged. Butterfly effects abounded, and earlier discovery was entirely plausible. That afternoon, the man's gaze had lingered on Lin Yi with unsettling intensity, especially when it drifted toward Lin Xiaowei, carrying a leering, predatory hunger that sent chills down Lin Ye's spine. On this lawless island, such a look could only mean one thing: ill intent. Lin Yi immediately signaled Lin Xiaowei to pause. Lin Xiaowei, already weary and with legs aching from exertion, had been silently hoping for precisely such a reprieve. At Lin Ye's gesture, she nodded obediently and whispered, "Xiao Yezi, I'll leave it all to you now. I'm stepping back." "All right," Lin Yi replied in a hushed voice. He didn't reveal his suspicions to Lin Xiaowei, fearing it would frighten her and alert the beer belly lurking in the shadows, thus alarming the snake in the grass. "Hurry up, little Yizi." Lin Xiaowei was completely unaware of the impending danger. She felt a bit unsettled, and her impatience prompted her to urge him softly. "Damn, it's so shameless. You little brat, just wait until I show you my strength." In the darkness, a tall shadow crouched behind a large rock, straining to hear the movements of Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei. Upon hearing Lin Xiaowei's slightly impatient words, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. This man was none other than the beer belly. He activated the hunting system, and according to its rules, as long as he successfully captured a prey, the system would reward him with hunting points. These hunting points could be exchanged for various useful skills or rare items. However, despite having the system, he had never hunted before. For an entire afternoon today, he roamed the woods and only managed to catch 2 fledglings. Since the prey was small, the rewards from the system were minimal. He barely managed to exchange for a hamburger using the resources from the novice gift pack, just enough to fill his stomach. Since the woods were quite dangerous, he didn't dare venture too deep and gradually made his way to this spot. Seeing that there was a water source and a firelight here, he quietly crept in following the glow. As soon as he entered, he heard an incredibly tantalizing sound, especially the youthful and unique tone in that voice, which he instantly recognized as Lin Xiaowei's. Having some life experience, he quickly guessed what the two were doing at that moment, and an unnameable fury suddenly surged from the depths of his heart, igniting his rage. A charming girl like Lin Xiaowei should naturally belong to him. Thus, evil thoughts began to take shape. In an instant, a strong impulse surged within him, wanting to kill Lin Yi and claim Lin Xiaowei for himself. After all, he was now a person with a system, the destined protagonist. All the good things and beautiful women in this world should rightfully belong to him. The beer belly lurked like a wolf in the shadows, his eyes fixed on the direction of Lin Yi and the others, as if he were ready to pounce. He knew that after a man, there would be a period of weakness. He planned to wait until Lin Yi was in a cold sweat, and then rush in, taking him out with a single strike. But as he waited, the alluring sounds showed no signs of stopping, still coming intermittently. This made the beer belly feel a bit more admiration and secretly astonished. Wow, it's been over 10 minutes, and it's still not finished. Shouldn't men be done in 3 minutes? Just as he was pondering, the sound suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Immediately afterward, he heard the words that Lin Xiaowei had said earlier. In that instant, he understood. It turned out Lin Xiaowei had taken the initiative. Damn it. He couldn't help but curse softly. Inside the shelter, Lin Yi had placed some appropriately sized stones to warm the space, and he had also started a small fire. Although the interior of the shelter was not yet fully completed and still looked a bit crude, it was sufficient for warmth. However, one thing was certain: making a fire would inevitably produce smoke, so he had to open the reserved window. The beer belly, seeing the faint shadow illuminated by the firelight penetrating the shelter, knew that they had begun again. Sure enough, moments later, that enticing voice rang out once more. He felt a surge of joy, estimating that in at most 10 minutes the timing would be right. So he crouched low and stealthily approached the door of the shelter. Upon reaching the door, he first listened attentively for any unusual sounds inside. Confirming that there was nothing unusual, he used the rising sounds from within as cover to quietly draw out the sharp knife from his waist, beginning to cut the vines binding the door little by little. The vines were not particularly thick, and under the blades cutting, they gradually snapped apart. Lin Xiaowei was lost in her little world, happily humming her favorite tune. In such an atmosphere, it was naturally difficult for them to notice the faint sound of cutting from outside the door. Although Lin Yi was unclear about the situation outside, he remained vigilant and had already gripped his dagger tightly, without revealing any signs. Meanwhile, the fire axe and bamboo pole were placed within reach so that he could immediately grab them to face any danger at the slightest disturbance. Due to his concerns, the beer belly's astonishment only grew. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, the urgent gasping sounds finally came from inside the shelter. He knew the time had come, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the desires and rage within him intertwined, making him restless and eager to vent, while his anger towards Lin Yi reached its peak, leaving him no room for hesitation. Seeing the moment was right, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the makeshift branch door with all his might, sending it flying with a loud crash. Then, like a frantic beast, he charged into the room with fierce momentum. Upon bursting into the room, the scene before him was indeed as vibrant as he had imagined, but to his surprise, only Lin Xiaowei was in a panic. Lin Yi was not as flustered as he had anticipated. The interior of the shelter was relatively small, making it difficult to wield a machete freely. Though puzzled, his movements did not slow down as he swiftly thrust the machete towards Lin Yi's abdomen. However, before his machete could reach Lin Yi, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a dagger flew through the air like an arrow, accurately embedding itself in his abdomen. It turned out that Lin Yi was quick-witted. Upon seeing the beer belly, he threw the dagger like a flying knife. Although it hit the beer belly, the power of the flying knife was significantly reduced due to the close range. Moreover, the clothing the beer belly was wearing provided some degree of obstruction, so the depth of the dagger's penetration was not too great. Though it hurt intensely, the beer belly would not immediately lose his combat capability. But before he could fully regain his senses, Lin Yi swiftly grabbed a nearby bamboo pole and charged at him with it. The bamboo pole struck with great force, piercing directly into the beer belly's chest with a resounding thud. The bamboo pole continued its momentum, striking true. Then Lin Yi surged forward with sudden force, propelling the pot-bellied man out of the shelter. A jolt of overwhelming power pierced through him. The man dared not resist. His feet slid backward involuntarily. Thud, 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 staggering several paces before losing balance entirely and collapsing onto the dark, cold ground. The bamboo pole had pierced precisely where the heart lay. Lying supine, he instinctively clutched his chest and abdomen, gasping raggedly, as searing pain radiated deeper into his torso. Gradually, darkness crept across his vision. His strength drained away like water through cracked earth. The world around him blurred, softening at the edges until clarity dissolved. How utterly different people can be, how strangely. This final flicker of thought, laced with disbelief and reluctant awe, faded like smoke. His gaze dulled, his breath grew fainter, slower, until silence settled over him completely. Inside the shelter, Lin Yi stood gripping the bamboo pole, chest heaving, too shaken to approach the body just yet. Though he had rehearsed countless survival scenarios in his mind, the raw, unfiltered reality of life-and-death combat left him trembling with aftershock. Only when a pair of soft, warm arms gently enfolded him did Lin Yi jolt back from the nightmare, his senses returning slow and deliberate. "Xiao Yezi, did you kill him?" Lin Xiaowei's voice trembled, edged with tears. She shrank beside him, her slender frame quivering with fear. Earlier lost in the fragile solace of her own singing, she had panicked the moment the pot-bellied man burst in, ducking instantly beneath the blanket, breath held tight. Now, with the man lying motionless in the pitch-black expanse beyond the shelter's threshold, she could barely make out his shape. "I don't know. I'll go check." "Wait here." Lin Yi gently disengaged from her embrace, stepping toward the entrance. "Don't go. I'm terrified alone," she pleaded, fingers tightening around his arm. "I must. What if he revives and comes after us again? We cannot live in perpetual dread." His resolve remained unshaken. Unable to hold him back and fearing exposure, she retreated once more beneath the blanket. Only her wide, anxious eyes peering out, fixed on his retreating silhouette. Flickering firelight within the shelter obscured the darkness outside. Only upon reaching the man's side did Lin Yi confirm he was already lifeless. A creeping unease took root. Perhaps it was mere psychology, but leaving the corpse so near the shelter felt profoundly unsettling. Best to move it farther away. The initial panic had subsided, his breathing steadied, his thoughts clarified, his composure slowly reassembling. As he bent to drag the body, his peripheral vision caught something black and metallic nearby, the cleaver. Its hilt bore the same intricate pattern as the dagger he'd seen earlier. Curiosity stirred. Lin Yi stooped and lifted it. The instant his palm closed around the hilt, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Primary system detected. Choose devour or fuse. Devour. Fuse. Lin Yi froze. Two starkly divergent paths, each cloaked in uncertainty. Before he could decide, another chime rang out. Ding. Primary system requests fusion to become your secondary system. Confirm. He pondered the term, fuse, and realized it implied coexistence, two systems operating in tandem. A decision crystallized in his mind. Fuse the system. A sharp ding resounded. Then the emotionless mechanical voice followed. Fusion complete. Secondary system bound. Access secondary system functions via the secondary system interface. Eager to uncover its capabilities, Lin Yi silently commanded, "Open secondary system." A familiar chime confirmed success. Then unexpectedly a new voice emerged, warm, poised, distinctly feminine. "Congratulations, host. You've activated the hunting system. Hunting system, slay prey to earn hunting points. Exchange points for practical tools, advanced skills, or rare resources. Greetings, host. I am Xiao Mo, your system concierge." "Xiao Mo. Present, host. You're the secondary system. Why can you speak?" "Xiao Mo possesses intelligence, thus I may answer your questions." "Then why can't my original system speak?" "That is your primary system. It remains incomplete, hence intelligent interaction remains locked." "Incomplete?" "Yes, critical components are missing." After further dialogue with Xiao Mo, Lin Yi gleaned much. His primary system, for reasons unknown, lacked essential modules, rendering it functional, yet mute, limited to basic operations. Xiao Mo admitted ignorance regarding which components were absent. As for devour versus fuse, devour meant absorbing another system entirely, triggering an upgrade of one's own. Each tier of advancement unlocked greater functionality and eventually intelligent response. Fusion, by contrast, added a secondary system without altering the primary. Because fusion preserved the original architecture, the primary system could not level up, and future upgrades would demand exponentially more energy. Systems that devoured others forfeited their intelligence entirely. A likely reason Xiao Mo had initiated fusion self-preservation. Beyond mechanics, Lin Yi probed Xiao Mo's origins, but the concierge lacked clearance to disclose them. "Xiao Mo, during fusion was the 1-meter storage space retained?" "Affirmative, host." The predecessor's starter gift activated storage space, and remarkably, this feature survived fusion. You now possess a 1 cubic meter inventory. Delight surged through him. Open it, Xiaomo. Instantly light shimmered, and before him unfolded a perfect 1 meter cube of translucent holographic space. Inside rested 2 items of fishing net and a metal pipe, likely salvaged by the pot-bellied man from the sea earlier that day. Xiao Yezi, are you not ready yet? Hurry back, I'm frightened. Lin Xiaowei watched Lin Yeping vanish into the darkness. Minute after minute passed in silence, and her anxiety surged uncontrollably. Coming, Lin Yi gathered his thoughts. There would be ample time ahead to question Xiao Mo at length. He first stowed the machete into his newly activated storage space, then seized the corpse of the man with the beer belly and dragged it step by step toward a more secluded spot. Xiao Yezi, hurry back. Lin Xiaowei's urging grew increasingly urgent. Lin Yi quickened his pace. The moment he stepped inside the shelter, a white figure rushed toward him. Xiao Yezi, you're finally back. I'm so frightened. Her voice trembled with palpable grievance and lingering dread. She had been humming cheerfully just hours earlier, savoring this rare, peaceful time with Lin Yi, never imagining such terror would shatter it. Fear and sorrow had coiled tightly within her heart all night with no one to confide in. Until now, seeing Lin Yi return, her pent-up words burst forth like floodwaters, unstoppable and unrestrained. Xiao Yezi, what happened to that monster? He was injured and fled while I wasn't looking. I searched for a while, but couldn't find him. Lin Yi tested the view from inside pitch black, utterly impenetrable. He chose not to tell the truth. After all, admitting the truth would irrevocably implicate him in homicide upon his eventual return to modern society. Will he come back? No, he dares not. Perhaps haunted by the fear that the beer-bellied man might reappear, Lin Xiaowei clung to Lin Yi all night, pressing close against him without ever letting go. For this, he earned an additional 0.2 attribute point. These past days had left Lin Yi exhausted. Worried he might collapse, he allocated all the attribute points gained overnight to endurance, prompting immediate shifts across his stats. Strength 0, 58. Speed 0, 45. Endurance 0, 61. Defense 0, 01. Mental power 0, 45. At dawn the next day, while Lin Xiaowei still slept, Lin Yi slipped quietly outside to bury the beer-bellied man's body. After all, he'd already told her the man had fled wounded. Yet when he reached the spot where he'd left the corpse the previous night, it was gone. Only a dark pool of blood remained on the ground. A chill crept up Lin Yi's spine. There were no drag marks on the earth, nor any signs of predation by wild beasts. Had a beast devoured him, at least bones or scraps of clothing would linger. But here, not even a shred remained. It was as though the body had vanished into thin air. Unable to fathom the mystery, Lin Yi could only resolve inwardly to remain vigilant. Returning to the shelter, he found Lin Xiaowei still asleep, and chose not to disturb her. He had much to accomplish today. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Wang Junkai and his group would arrive tomorrow, and Lin Yi intended to settle accounts with that man then. Still, for safety's sake, he needed to strengthen himself as much as possible before confronting Wang Junkai, meaning he must gather provisions and seek opportunities for advancement today. After careful reflection, Lin Yi concluded there were only 2 prospects he knew of. One was a rumor from a classmate, a miraculous fruit discovered among coral reefs along the coast. After consuming it, the classmate claimed his strength increased by 10 kilograms. Though Lin Yi knew of the story, he had no idea where precisely those reefs lay. The second opportunity was the very location where he'd spotted the fruit moments before his death. That place posed grave danger. Several brown bears roamed nearby. With his current strength, venturing there would likely make him bear bait long before he ever laid hands on the fruit. Weighing his options, Lin Yi decided to head for the coast. Perhaps fortune would favor him. Having just activated the system the day before, Lin Yi wished to test its capabilities and mentally called out, Xiao Mo, is it true that hunting any prey grants me hunting points? Yes, master. Points are awarded proportionally to the prey's strength. However, please note, once you've captured 100 specimens of the same species, the hunting points earned per kill will halve. Upon reaching 1,000, they have again, and continue diminishing exponentially thereafter. Xiao Mo's crisp, mellifluous voice echoed clearly in Lin Yi's mind. Having absorbed Xiao Mo's explanation, Lin Yi began to grasp the system's logic, and immediately wondered what exactly could these hunting points purchase. He swiftly navigated to the system's inbuilt marketplace, and what he saw filled him with both astonishment and delight. The store overflowed with diverse treasures, pistols, rice seasonings, and astonishingly, amidst the everyday supplies, he spotted a martial arts manual, the 8 Extremes Fist. Alas, it cost a staggering 1,000 points, a sum he had no idea how long it would take to accumulate under his current circumstances. Moreover, points between the primary and secondary systems were strictly non-transferable. Ding! The system has issued your first hunting quest. Earn 10 hunting points within 24 hours and receive 1 lottery draw as reward. Lin Yi was deeply engrossed in browsing the marketplace, calculating how best to amass points, when Xiao Mo's sultry, crystalline voice pierced his thoughts. As the chime faded, a precise 24-hour countdown materialized vividly in his mind. A quest. Now that feels like a proper system. A spark of excitement lit Lin Yi's eyes. His primary system had been agonizingly slow. Half an hour of strenuous effort yielded merely 0.1 attribute point. Sometimes, despite exhausting himself, he failed to secure even that 0.1 point from Lin Xiaowei. If he lost composure for even a moment. Eager to complete the quest, Lin Yi quietly slipped out of the shelter, gripping a bamboo pole, and ensured his fire axe and dagger were safely stored in his system space. Familiar with the island's terrain, Lin Yi knew a forest beside the valley teemed with wild pheasants. Catching just one would yield hunting points and solve his lunch dilemma. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward the woods. Lin Yi hurried along, his heart filled with anticipation. As expected, before he reached the forest, the faint call of a wild chicken drifted through the air. Hearing the chicken's call, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. He had arrived at the right place. However, wild chickens were naturally alert, and any slight movement could send them flying away, so he quickly lightened his steps and stealthily crept deeper into the forest. Good-a-goo. As he gradually delved deeper into the forest, the wild chicken's call grew clearer and louder. After progressing for a while, the view suddenly opened up. In a relatively spacious grassy area, several wild chickens were leisurely pecking at the seeds on the ground. Lin Yi's gaze was instantly captivated by the group of wild chickens, his heart racing with excitement and tension. He had brought 3 bamboo poles, meaning he only had 3 chances to strike, and he had to be cautious. Lin Yi's eyes swiftly scanned the flock, ultimately choosing the 3 plumpest wild chickens as his targets. After selecting his targets, he carefully arranged the 3 bamboo poles beside him. Wild chickens were extremely wary, any rustle could ruin his chances, so he needed to throw all 3 poles in quick succession to maximize his opportunities. With a deep breath, Lin Yi adjusted himself to peak condition. Opportunities like this must not be missed. Without further hesitation, he slowly picked up the first bamboo pole, pulling his arm back, slightly, his muscles tensed like a bowstring drawn tight. Lin Yi's gaze focused on a brightly feathered wild chicken which was pecking at the ground, completely oblivious to the impending danger. As the wild chicken moved, Lin Yi subtly adjusted his stance. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he hurled the bamboo pole, sending it shooting towards the target wild chicken like a bolt of lightning. With no time to spare on the outcome of that throw, Lin Yi swiftly launched the second and third bamboo poles. In an instant, the 3 poles shot towards the flock like meteors racing towards the moon. When the first bamboo pole was thrown, the wild chickens had yet to react. Thus, it accurately struck the wing of a plump wild chicken, causing it to cry out in pain as it flapped and struggled on the ground. The second bamboo pole also struck another wild chicken's leg, directly causing it to lose balance and tumble to the ground. However, the third bamboo pole missed its target. By this time, the flock had reacted and started to scatter in all directions. Consequently, that pole merely grazed one of the wild chickens before embedding itself in the ground. Startled by the commotion, the wild chickens flapped their wings frantically, emitting a cacophony of sounds as they fled in all directions. Even though he had only hit 2 wild chickens, Lin Yi was filled with joy. He hurried over and seized the 2 injured wild chickens. The 2 wild chickens struggled desperately in his hands, trying to break free. Seeing this, Lin Yi wasted no time and pulled out a dagger from his system space, swiftly ending their struggles. At that moment, his shelter was still not adequate, and he had no means to consider how to raise these wild chickens. The immediate priority was to solve his hunger problem and complete the system task. After killing the wild chickens, Lin Yi immediately heard the tempting voice of Xiao Mo. Ding successfully hunted 2 ordinary wild chickens, rewarding the host with 1 hunting point. So that means 1 wild chicken is worth 0.5 points. This amount is less than expected. It seems I need to continue searching for other prey to obtain 10 points. Just as he was pondering, Xiao Mo's voice rang out again. Ding, since the host has completed a hunting task, the skill panel has been unlocked. Please hunt more to exchange for hunting skills. As soon as the voice faded, a skill panel appeared in front of Lin Yi, listing a variety of practical skills: tracking, stealth, shooting, trap, making, mastery, anatomy, etc. Looking at the plethora of skills, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim again. Now this is what a system should look like. That dagger had no special functions at all. Among the numerous skills, one in particular caught Lin Yi's attention: beast taming. Beast taming has a certain chance to tame small, docile, or injured prey. The tamed prey would be able to follow some simple commands from its master. However, even this basic beast taming skill required a hefty 100 points to exchange for. He wondered how long it would take him to accumulate that many points. Goo goo, an untimely sound emanated from Lin Yi's stomach. Having exerted himself too much the previous night, he was now a bit hungry. Lin Yi checked the time and estimated that Lin Xiaowei should also be getting up. He took the 2 wild chickens he had just captured and quickly headed towards the shelter. The wild chickens were not very large, 2 would suffice for him and Lin Xiaowei to have a meal. When he returned to the shelter, Lin Xiaowei was still deep in sleep, exhausted from the previous night. Lin Yi did not wake her, but went about preparing the chicken meat, planning to make a pot of chicken soup. Just as he was busy, a featherless bird came flapping over. It had alerted Lin Yi in time the night before, allowing him to be prepared, thus earning its keep. Grateful, Lin Yi tore off some small bits of chicken meat and fed it generously. Lin Xiaowei was sleeping soundly when suddenly a rich and enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Lin Xiaowei slowly sat up and didn't care about her disheveled hair. She walked straight to the entrance of the shelter and lazily asked Lin Yi, "Lil Yi, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." Lin Yi turned his head upon hearing her voice. Looking at the adorable yet slightly disheveled Lin Xiaowei, he smiled and said, "You're awake. Quickly get dressed, I'll make you chicken soup soon." Chicken soup. Lin Xiaowei's initially drowsy eyes lit up instantly. She instinctively touched her flat stomach, indeed feeling a bit hungry. However, she pouted her pink lips slightly and said in a somewhat spoiled tone, "No, bring it in, or I want to drink it inside." Lin Yi had no choice but to carefully bring 2 large bowls in with an iron bowl. As soon as he stepped into the shelter, a peculiar scent reached his nose. Smelling this unique odor, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. Animals often use urine to mark their territory, declaring their sovereignty to other members of the same species or intruders. He wondered to himself whether this could be considered marking. Lin Xiaowei harbored none of Lin Yi's peculiar notions. She simply craved chicken soup. Impatient, she lifted the bowl, gently blew across its steaming surface, and then took a delicate sip. At that first taste, a rich, mellow umami burst across her palate, while the warm broth glided smoothly down her throat, like a current of heat surging through her entire being, wrapping her in soothing warmth. Abandoning all pretense of ladylike restraint, she drank greedily, and in moments the bowl stood empty, scoured clean to the very bottom. Before she could even praise Lin Yi's culinary skill, the savory aftertaste still lingering on her tongue, an image flashed unbidden before her eyes. At the edge of the deserted island, near a cluster of coconut palms, she saw Wang Junkai clearly, speaking something indistinct, before Lin Yi struck him down with a single brutal kick. What chilled her to the bone was what followed. In the blink of an eye, a gleaming dagger materialized in Lin Yi's hand. Clutching the blade tightly, Lin Yi lunged forward like a feral leopard unleashed, swift, lethal, and utterly enraged. The vision shattered abruptly. Lin Xiaowei's head buzzed. Confusion and shock flooded her mind. She could not fathom how a dagger had appeared so suddenly in Lin Yi's hand. It defied all reason. Yet as doubt gripped her, the memory of yesterday's inexplicable rabbit, its sudden uncanny appearance, rose unbidden before her mind's eye. Her heart plummeted. A foreboding dread coiled within her chest. Could it all be real? The more she dwelled on it, the more her thoughts spiraled into panic. Instinctively, she raised her gaze and locked it onto Lin Yi. A single insistent voice echoed in her mind, "Lin Yi will kill Wang Junkai." Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having finished his bowl of soup, let out a contented belch. His limbs heavy with languid ease, his spirit deeply at peace. All he longed for now was to stretch out and rest fully and without interruption. Yet the thought of his system quest, still 9 points short of completion, jolted him back to urgency. Not a moment could be spared. He rose immediately, determined to resume hunting and fulfill the task without delay. Seeing him stand, Lin Xiaowei's composure shattered. She feared that the moment he stepped outside, the horrifying vision would crystallize into reality, that Lin Yi truly would slay Wang Junkai, just as she had seen. In desperation, she rushed forward and clung to him with both arms, pouring every ounce of her strength into holding him back. Lin Yi frowned, puzzled. "What is it, Xiaowei?" Torn between revelation and silence, Lin Xiaowei stammered, her voice trembling. "Xiao? Yezi, you mustn't go. Don't go out today. Stay here with me. Let's talk. Just for a little while, please." She was certain the vision would manifest, soon, perhaps as swiftly as yesterday's rabbit had appeared without warning. She could not bear to watch Lin Yi and Wang Junkai hurtle towards such a dire fate, and so resolved with unwavering conviction to keep Lin Yi confined within the shelter at all costs. Lin Yi understood the gravity of his system quest, but revealing its true nature was impossible. He could not admit he hunted solely to earn points. Pausing, he offered a plausible excuse. "Xiaowei, we can talk tonight, but our food is running low. I must forage or we'll go hungry by evening." Panicked, Lin Xiaowei cried out, "I don't care. Just talk with me first. You can go later. Do anything you like. Just don't leave." Fearing he might suspect her secret, she hastily added, "You haven't fulfilled yesterday's promise yet." With that, she seized the shelter door and slammed it shut, Her stance resolute, her message unmistakable. Today, he would not step beyond this threshold. Lin Yi stared at the closed door, sighing inwardly, yet reasoned that remaining inside might still yield attribute points, and nodded in reluctant agreement. And so within that modest shelter the two fell into easy conversation, back and forth word by word. Time slipped away unnoticed, and something tender unspoken deepened between them. As dusk bled into twilight, the sun sank slowly behind the horizon. Near nightfall, a soft creak echoed. The crude wooden gate of the shelter swung open, and Lin Yi emerged looking faintly drained. His steps were slow, unsteady, yet his face glowed with serene vitality, his lips curved upward in quiet, unmistakable satisfaction. It had been no easy day. Sometimes one must push oneself relentlessly. Only then does one discover the true limits of one's own resilience. Indeed, over the course of that single day, Lin Yi completed 6 primary system quests, earning 0.6 attribute points. Hard won though they were, he hesitated not, allocating every point to endurance. His endurance stat now stood at 0.67. With such stamina, he felt confident he could navigate any situation arising from his time with Lin Xiaowei. One regret lingered, however. The secondary system's hunting quest remained incomplete. Glancing at the countdown flashing in his mind, Lin Yi exhaled softly. 13 hours remained. But no one else was to blame. If fault lay anywhere, it rested solely upon his own wavering resolve. Soon after Lin Yi emerged, Lin Xiaowei stepped lightly from the shelter. A delicate flush tinged her fair cheeks, persistent radiant refusing to fade. A subtle, ineffable glow shimmered beneath her skin, quiet, luminous, deeply fulfilled. Meanwhile, at the island's far edge, Wang Junkai paced, his eyes sharp with mounting anxiety and frustration. He had searched tirelessly since dawn, yet found no trace of Lin Xiaowei. That morning, he finally reached the beach. Upon arrival, he spotted several figures bent low over the sand, carefully collecting seashells. His heart leapt. At last, a lead. He hurried forward, hopeful they might know Lin Xiaowei's whereabouts. As he drew nearer, he recognized them, the Mediterranean man, the bespectacled man, and the college girl, the same survivors who had shared Lin Xiaowei's inflatable raft. Wang Junkai's eyes lit up. He demanded urgently where Lin Xiaowei was. Instead, he received only icy dismissal. The bespectacled man curled his lip with mocking disdain. Oh, her. She left, with a man. They've been holed up in the woods for days. Who knows what transpired? His gaze flickered meaningfully, upward toward Wang Junkai's crown. Wang Junkai needed no translation. 2 people, alone, secluded in the forest for days. Anyone would draw the same conclusion. The thought alone sent a storm of emotions churning within him, bitter, acrid, and overwhelming. Rage erupted, white-hot, instantaneous, flooding his skull. His vision darkened at the edges as if already draped in emerald green shadow. His face flushed crimson, a cord stood out along his neck. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened, his teeth grinding audibly. Battling his fury, he pressed the others for confirmation, only to hear identical answers. You bitch. Daring to betray me, to humiliate me. Just wait till I'm done with you. And you too, Lin Yi. I'll make you pay. I'll destroy you. In silence, Wang Junkai swore a vow Lin Yi would die, and he would ensure it was absolute. Wang Junkai cursed fiercely, but the anger in his heart continued to burn fiercely. However, he understood that merely venting his frustration and uttering threats was futile. The urgent task was to find Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei. Thus, he gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing his anger, and began a frantic search around the beach. Unfortunately, the location of the valley was relatively deeper, and while Wang Junkai was busy near the beach heading in the wrong direction. So no matter how anxious and meticulous he was in searching, he could never find any trace of Lin Yi and the others. On Lin Xiaowei's side, after stepping out of the shelter and looking around, she realized that it was almost pitch dark, and even the moon was already hanging in the sky. She glanced at Lin Yi and said playfully, "Little Yi, how did it get to night so quickly?" Little Yi, it seems you were quite impressive." Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. This woman still wanted to tease him. Perhaps what his roommate said was right, women were even more. In the dorm, they talked about things that were much more colorful than the men. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Lin Xiaowei didn't mind. She first stretched her body lazily, her delicate figure appearing particularly charming under the moonlight. Then in a somewhat coquettish tone, she said, "Little Yi, I am praising you. Oh dear, my stomach is already grumbling. Ooh, I'm so hungry. Don't forget you promised to make me something delicious." Sigh. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. At times men tend to agree to anything women say. Sighing aside, a man still had to take care of his woman. "Wait here for me, I'll see if I can find something to eat. Then hurry up and come back quickly." Although she was afraid to be alone, she had only drunk some chicken soup in the morning, so her stomach was already growling from hunger. Thus, she could only urge Lin Yi to go and return quickly. However, if she weren't hungry, she probably wouldn't let Lin Yi go out at all. "All right, call me if there's any danger." Lin Yi earnestly reminded Lin Xiaowei. He then picked up a bamboo pole beside him and cautiously walked towards the valley. The night on the deserted island was quiet, yet carried a hint of danger. Many wild beasts preferred to hunt under the cover of night. Lin Yi was aware of this, so he took each step with utmost caution, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Although he had simulated living on this deserted island for a while and had gained some understanding of the environment, he was ultimately not a professional hunter, and he didn't dare to hunt at night in such a perilous situation. He was out now to dig for taro. Within the valley there were ponds, and sometimes when heavy rainfall occurred the valley would flood, spilling out to the exterior. Not far from the valley there was a low-lying area where wild taro grew. During his simulation, Lin Yi had barely survived for a few days by digging up some taro from there, avoiding starvation. Familiar with this area, Lin Yi soon arrived at the low-lying ground. It was the peak season for taro growth, and under the soft moonlight Lin Yi looked up. He saw the taro leaves densely packed together, a vast expanse of greenery, and at a glance there were at least dozens of them. This was even more than he had seen during his simulation. Lin Yi understood that with so many taro he definitely wouldn't be able to dig them all tonight. He only needed to dig a few to solve his dinner for the day. As for the rest, he could come back tomorrow in daylight to continue digging. Lin Yi slowly crouched down, carefully searching through the taro patch. Eventually he chose a few taro plants that looked particularly plump. The leaves of these taro plants were dark green and shiny, exuding a vigorous vitality that made one feel that the taro beneath must be quite large. After selecting, Lin Yi did not delay, with a thought a dagger appeared in his hand. Having a storage space was indeed convenient. After a moment of amazement, Lin Yi quickly reached out to part the taro leaves and pinpointed the location. He slowly inserted the dagger into the soil and began to pry it up bit by bit. As the soil was gradually turned over, the outline of a taro began to emerge. A hint of joy appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Just from the outline, he could tell this taro must be quite large. Sure enough, as he patiently continued to dig away the soil, a complete oval-shaped taro with a diameter of at least 12 centimeters was revealed. The skin of the taro was slightly covered in dirt, yet it still could not hide its fullness. It was astonishing that a wild taro could grow this big. It seemed the soil and water on this deserted island were indeed excellent. Lin Yi carefully dug out the taro and set it aside, estimating that if he dug one more it should be enough for tonight's dinner. Thus he immediately began to dig for the second one. However, just as he was halfway through, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby woods. In the night the woods were devoid of the chirping of birds that filled the daytime. The surroundings were much quieter, making this sudden noise particularly jarring. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Yi cursed inwardly and his movements came to an abrupt halt. The experience from his simulation made him immediately store the taro he had already dug into his space. Then he quickly crouched down, curling his body up. He hid among the large taro leaves nearby, trying to ensure that his figure would not be noticed. After doing all this, his eyes fixed intently in the direction of the sound. Moments later, a wild boar larger than an adult golden retriever charged out of the woods with a fierce demeanor. This wild boar was covered in coarse, hard black fur with long tusks protruding from its mouth, glinting coldly in the moonlight. Its ears were perked up high and its nose was constantly sniffing, as if searching for something. It turned out that this low-lying area had long been regarded as its territory by this wild boar. It loved these taros, and in its mind these taros were its exclusive treasures. Tonight it was originally wandering in the woods when it suddenly heard unusual sounds from the taro patch, as if a thief had intruded into its territory. This made it furious, so it immediately galloped over, looking to give this audacious thief a harsh lesson. The wild boar kept sniffing vigorously for a while, and after repeatedly identifying the scent, it confirmed that it was just the smell of an ordinary plant, so it paid no further attention to it. It then swaggered directly toward the location of the taro, preparing to snack on something. Lin Yi saw the wild boar approaching and felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the bamboo pole, beads of sweat forming in his palms, his eyes locked on the boar, not daring to breathe. Upon reaching the low-lying area, the wild boar sniffed here and there, carefully picking and choosing, and soon settled on a taro, beginning to root around with its strong nose. As its nose kept turning, the soil was tossed aside, splattering everywhere, and before long a taro was successfully dug out from the ground. The wild boar let out a happy grunt, then opened its mouth wide and began to munch on it without any hesitation. Lin Yi crouched under the taro leaves, watching the wild boar stroll around, sniffing and pacing, his heart racing with fear of being discovered by the boar. Although the wild boar was not particularly large, its temperament was extremely fierce. Lin Yi had no suitable tools, and if it discovered him, it could easily injure him with a light bump. Watching the boar rummage around, he understood why in the simulation he found that there were not many taros left here. After satisfying its hunger, the wild boar seemed to think about patrolling its territory, leisurely wandering around the low area. Seeing this, Lin Yi thought it would be bad if the wild boar kept wandering like this. It would definitely discover him. Suddenly, he summoned a fire axe into his hand. Lin Yi kept his eyes fixed on the wandering wild boar, gripping the fire axe tightly in his hands like a vice. The wild boar had tough skin and thick flesh. The best way to hunt, it was to catch it off guard and deliver a fatal blow at the right moment. Otherwise, once it reacted, he would be in danger. Lin Yi carefully adjusted his breathing, trying to calm his racing heart to avoid alerting the boar with his heartbeat. After a moment of control, the wild boar did not notice Lin Yi continuing to swagger around its territory. Gradually, step by step, it unknowingly walked right beside Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes widened in an instant, focusing on the moment the wild boar turned its back to him. He took a deep breath, then gathered all his strength, springing up from beneath the taro leaves. He then raised the fire axe high and brought it down fiercely onto the boar's neck. The boar's neck had arteries and trachea. Hitting there could easily cause a fatal injury. The wild boar was very sensitive. As soon as Lin Yi made a move, it noticed, but unfortunately the attack was too sudden for it to react in time. The fire axe sliced through the air, accurately striking down toward the boar's neck. In the darkness, the wild boar's shrill scream echoed, huff huff, huff huff. With that one axe strike, the force was tremendous, directly severing one of its blood vessels. Blood gushed out like a broken faucet, creating a dazzling spray of blood in the moonlight. Due to the sudden intense pain, the wild boar went into a frenzy, its massive body twisting violently, struggling mightily. Lin Yi had no intention of giving it time to react. He immediately raised the fire axe again and delivered a second and third strike at the wild boar. However, because the boar's body was twisting violently, not all of Lin Yi's strikes landed on vital spots, but rather hit around them. Even so, the boar's neck became a bloody mess. In pain, the wild boar finally reacted, completely ignoring everything else as it hurriedly ran to the side in a panic. But its steps were somewhat frantic. With each stride, the wound on its neck, which was already bleeding profusely, bled even more. After barely running 20 meters, the wild boar was clearly struggling to continue, its head starting to feel dizzy and its vision becoming blurry. Its steps became increasingly faltering, its massive body swayed unsteadily, each step appearing extremely difficult, leaving a trail of bloody hoofprints on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. He gripped the fire axe tightly, ignoring the blood splattered on his face, and rushed after it. As he closed in on the wild boar, Lin Yi accelerated again, suddenly taking a leap forward, raising the fire axe high and bringing it down fiercely onto the boar's hindquarters. With a thud, the fire axe embedded deeply into the boar's flesh, and the boar let out a painful roar. Then it lunged forward and could no longer support itself, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly withdrew the fire axe and moved to the front of the boar's head. Looking into the boar's already dazed eyes, he felt no pity. Lin Yi knew he couldn't show mercy at this moment. On this deserted island, it was a matter of life and death. So he tightened his grip on the axe handle, aiming for the vital spot on the boar's neck, and channeled all his strength to strike down. With a dull thud, the axe struck down, and the wild boar fell completely silent. Its body, which had been rising and falling, also became still. At this moment, Lin Yi's hands felt strained from the effort, and he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he were trying to exchange all the air in his lungs. At this moment, he could care less about the system notification ringing in his mind. After a long while, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Lin Yi wanted to laugh. This was his first time hunting such a large prey. He had grown stronger. He was no longer the coward who could only be humiliated and bullied by Wang Junkai. However, the wild boar's tragic screams must have echoed far and wide, likely startling other beasts nearby. He absolutely could not linger here. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out a dagger from his storage, carefully widening the boar's wound to allow the blood to drain quickly. Then he took out the nylon rope he had previously received from the exchange student and deftly tied it around the boar's limbs, ensuring it wouldn't come loose when dragged. Once everything was ready, Lin Yi dared not delay any further. He immediately bent down, gripping the nylon rope tightly, using all his strength to drag the wild boar back. This wild boar is a small-sized one weighing approximately 140 gene. Lin Yi's current strength attribute is 0.58. While dragging it is somewhat strenuous, it is not impossible. After spending quite some time, Lin Yi finally dragged the wild boar back to the valley. Previously worried that making a fire would attract unnecessary dangers, Lin Yi only left a flashlight for Lin Xiaowei as a backup when he left. Outside under the moonlight, it is relatively bright. However, the valley is different. The surrounding cliffs block most of the moonlight, allowing only scattered starlight to filter in, rendering the valley pitch black. The valley at night is even quieter, so quiet that it sends chills down one's spine. Lin Xiaowei curled up alone in the small shelter, her heart racing like a little rabbit, filled with anxiety. In this pitch-black and silent environment, any slight rustle sends her heart racing. The more she thinks about it, the more regret she feels for letting Lin Yi go out. It's just a meal. At worst, she could have waited until the evening with a hungry stomach, which is certainly better than being anxious like this now. She eagerly anticipated Lin Yi's return, frequently glancing outside the shelter. But no matter how long she waited, he did not return. Aside from her fear, she began to complain, muttering that once Lin Yi came back, she'd have to give him a piece of her mind, refusing to let him off the hook tonight. While she was still fuming, a sudden noise broke the silence in the valley, approaching with a rustling sound, as if something was slowly making its way toward the shelter. Lin Xiaowei was startled, various terrifying thoughts flashing through her mind, fearing it might not be Lin Yi. Hearing the sound heading straight for the shelter, after hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage and called out quietly to the outside with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, "Is that you, little Yezi?" "Yes, it's me." Lin Yi's familiar voice quickly came back, sounding somewhat weary, but Lin Xiaowei recognized it instantly, and her racing heart finally settled. "Wu, you finally came back." Lin Xiaowei exclaimed, her eyes turning red with excitement, as she hurriedly turned on the flashlight and shone it in the direction of the voice. Upon recognizing it was Lin Yi, she quickly got up and eagerly ran toward him. But as she ran, she noticed something was off. Why did Lin Yi have so many bloodstains on him? Her eyes widened in shock and worry as her pace quickened. Finally, breathless, she reached Lin Yi and grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "Little Yezi, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" "Huff." Lin Yi, a bit fatigued, took several deep breaths before replying, "No, it's all from the wild boar." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Xiaowei was initially stunned, then quickly looked behind him and discovered he was dragging a large wild boar. The wild boar was quite large. Even lying on the ground, it exuded a heavy presence. Lin Xiaowei was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. But soon her astonishment turned into admiration and joy, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Lin Yi, you're amazing." Saying this, she could no longer contain her excitement and jumped onto Lin Yi like a cheerful little bird, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck as if to choke him. "I'm dirty." Lin Yi was still covered in the boar's blood. "I don't care. I was so scared and missed you. Next time you mustn't go out at night." After a busy round of preparations, Lin Yi made a pork rib soup with taro and the boar's meat. The two finally had their fill, replenishing the energy they had lost during the day. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Lin Yi finally had time to settle down and check the system's messages. Ding! The host has successfully hunted a normal wild boar, rewarding the host with 4 hunting points. Please check. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised upon seeing this, not expecting one wild boar to yield 4 points. He now had a total of 5 points, and there was a skill book for basic trap-making proficiency in the shop, which required 10 points for redemption. If he saved up, well, he could redeem it soon. At that time, with this skill in trap-making, his hunting efficiency would surely increase, making it easier to gain points. After checking the system messages, Lin Yi pondered how to preserve the boar meat. He had asked the system Xiao Mo, and the current storage space was only at the lowest level, lacking food preservation functions. If he directly stored the meat, it wouldn't be long before it spoiled. The temperature on the deserted island was relatively low at night, but during the day it would rise. Tonight was fine, but by tomorrow night the wild boar meat would likely start to go bad. Hence he needed to think of a way to preserve it. After all, this was over 100 gen of meat, and even if Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei had good appetites, they couldn't finish it all at once. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to use the method of curing and smoking meat during the new year in rural areas to preserve the wild boar meat. However, there wasn't much firewood tonight, so he could only set it aside for now and proceed with the smoking tomorrow. Having learned from the experience of the beer belly, Li Si quickly took some wild boar meat and placed it into the storage space, while Lin Xiaowei was off to take a shower. This way he could at least ensure that some meat would be preserved and not mysteriously disappear. The remaining wild boar meat was placed under a rather concealed rock near the shelter, covered with some leaves and stones. As for why he didn't place the wild boar meat directly inside the shelter, it was for safety. The wild boar meat has a smell, while human sense of smell isn't very acute and can't detect it easily. But animals are different. Their sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and they can smell the scent of meat from afar. If a wild beast were to come at night following the scent, and the wild boar meat were outside the shelter, it would most likely head toward the meat first. While it is munching on the wild boar meat, the noise would surely wake Lin Yi and Lin Xiaowei, allowing them to react in time and avoid a passive situation. After roasting by the fire outside for a while, she felt quite bored due to the lack of a phone to play with. Therefore, she turned to Lin Yi, took his hand, and playfully said, "Shall we go inside?" The implication in her words was obvious. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he extinguished the campfire outside. A night quietly passed, and indeed his stamina reached 0. After reaching 0, his body had significantly strengthened in various aspects. Compared to before, it felt much easier, and Lin Yi completed 2 tasks issued by the main system, gaining 2 attribute points. As for why he did not complete more, it was naturally due to concerns about his physical condition, not just for himself. After all, everything must be done step by step, but one cannot be overly impatient. On the morning of the second day, gentle sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves sprinkled in patches around the shelter. Lin Yi was still asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a series of chirping sounds. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked in the direction of the sound, discovering that it was the hairless bird making a fuss nearby. Over the past few days, Lin Yi occasionally fed this hairless bird some meat strips. Under the nourishment of ample food, it had undergone quite a transformation. Its once smooth body had now grown some down feathers, and it was noticeably larger, looking more spirited. Seeing the significantly changed hairless bird, Lin Yi remembered that his main system had a detection function, which he had forgotten while being immersed in things he loved to do. Thus a thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, and he activated the detection function on the hairless bird. Instantly, a familiar notification tone rang in his mind. Ding, elite level beast, golden eagle juvenile stage. Strength 0, 05, speed 0, 1, defense 0, 02, skill eagle eye insight. Lin Yi then noticed the title, the wild boar and wild chicken had been deemed ordinary beasts by the system. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to these differences in titles, but now upon looking it seemed there was deep meaning behind it. Moreover, the attributes of this golden eagle differed from those of humans, clearly lacking several attributes, but having an additional skill slot. The more Lin Yi pondered the various aspects of this deserted island, the more he felt an enigmatic aura emanating from it, growing increasingly curious about what was happening. Xiao Mo, since I have raised an elite-level beast, can I also earn points? Unable to comprehend these matters, Lin Yi decided to see if he could reap some wool from the system. Host taming beasts can yield points. Then why didn't you give me any? Host taming requires establishing a link. Only after that can it understand your simple commands. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart stirred, and a thought sprang to mind. He reached out his hand towards the hairless bird and softly called, "Come here." The hairless bird seemed to genuinely understand, hopping onto Lin Yi's hand, tilting its head, and looking at him with its small black eyes, as if asking, "What is it?" Lin Yi looked at the hairless bird in his hand, and said to Xiao Mo in his mind, "Did you see that, Xiao Mo? Host, you have not established a link. Then, fine, I know the others also have systems. How about I let them devour the machete instead? Host, a link must be established for it to count as taming. It'll go now. Goodbye, Xiao Mo. Host, it can only be an exception this once." Ding, detecting the host has tamed the elite-level beast golden eagle, rewarding the host with 4 hunting points. Please check. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mo finally compromised. After Lin Yi received the points, he felt a bit of joy, but soon after, no matter how he called Xiao Mo in his mind, it no longer responded, seemingly upset. Lin Yi's heart sank, pondering that this Xiao Mo seemed not simple, perhaps capable of altering the rules of the system itself. After gaining these 4 points, Lin Yi now had a total of 9 points. He was just 1 point away from completing the task of earning 10 points issued by the system. Looking at the countdown, there were still over 50 minutes left. If he could catch 2 wild chickens, it wouldn't be impossible to complete the task. Thinking of this, Lin Yi hurriedly got up, quietly dressed, and took a bamboo pole, running towards the previous woods. As he left, he specifically checked the state of the wild boar meat. The stones and leaves showed no signs of being disturbed, so it seemed the wild boar meat was still there, which eased Lin Yi's mind considerably. With the previous experience, Lin Yi was now quite familiar with the route, and before long he arrived at that familiar lawn. However, whether it was due to the fright from yesterday, the wild chickens, although still crowing, had become extremely alert, all hiding in the trees and not coming down. Even the slightest rustle would send them flapping their wings to higher branches. The bamboo pole couldn't reach them, only a bow and arrow could. As a child, Lin Yi had played with bows and arrows in the countryside. However, the homemade ones lacked power, as he was not a professional hunter, so he had not considered making one. Previously, during simulations, he had also tried using homemade bows and arrows to hunt, but the results were always unsatisfactory. The bow lacked power, and his archery skills were not great, resulting in never hitting a target. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, thinking that catching a wild chicken today was unlikely, and prepared to head back home. But just then there was a commotion on the lawn, and a few gray figures suddenly darted out from the bushes. Lin Yi focused his eyes and was astonished to find they were wild rabbits. He instantly became energized, unconsciously gripping the bamboo pole tightly. There were 3 wild rabbits in total, leisurely munching on grass on the lawn. Their long ears kept swiveling like 2 sensitive radars, constantly alert to their surroundings, highly vigilant. Had Lin Yi not arrived first, they probably would have heard his movements long ago. The rabbits were some distance away from him, and seeing that there were only about 10 minutes left, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel anxious. Thinking that no matter what, he had to give it a shot today, he was about to act when the 3 wild rabbits seemed to sense some danger and suddenly bolted away, their speed quite impressive. At the same time, the wild chickens in the trees were also startled, flapping their wings and flying into the sky, incessantly clucking, turning the entire lawn into chaos. Something is happening. Could it be that a wild beast has come? Lin Yi hurriedly looked into the distance, only to see a yellow figure running swiftly. It was a weasel hunting a wild rabbit. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. Weasels are not particularly dangerous beasts for humans. The rabbits fled in a panic, and one of them, in its frantic state, ran close to Lin Yi. The few rabbits were in such a hurry to escape that one of them ended up running near Lin Yi without thinking. Lin Yi's eyes brightened instantly. He quickly adjusted his posture, gripping the bamboo pole tightly and focused intently on the wild rabbit. As the wild rabbit was about to land, he suddenly sprang up, exerting all his strength, and forcefully shot the bamboo pole towards the rabbit. With his 0.58 strength boost, the bamboo pole flew like a runaway arrow, slicing through the air with a whoosh, heading straight for the rabbit. The wild rabbit had just landed and hadn't adjusted its state before being hit accurately by the bamboo pole. It let out a mournful cry, its small body collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yi rushed forward without hesitation and captured the rabbit before it could fully recover. At that moment, the weasel also noticed Lin Yi. The weasel had a rabbit it had just caught in its mouth and fixated its eyes on Lin Yi, displaying a hint of wariness before slowly approaching him. Lin Yi, seeing this, quickly took out a fire axe from his space and shouted loudly, trying to scare it away. Upon hearing Lin Yi's shout, the weasel's steps noticeably paused. It raised its head, cautiously scrutinizing this unknown creature before it. This monster appeared quite large, and its voice was so loud. After a brief hesitation, the weasel ultimately decided against approaching Lin Yi any further. It turned and ran into the nearby grass. As its figure disappeared into the grass, a rustling sound followed, growing fainter as it receded. Soon the weasel was completely gone from sight. Lin Yi let out a long breath, relieved that the weasel had left. If it had attacked, he might not have been able to dodge. The consequences of a bite could be dire. After all, this is a deserted island with no medicine or medical facilities. With only a few minutes left before the task deadline, Lin Yi dared not linger and quickly took out a dagger from his space, swiftly ending the rabbit's life. Almost at the same time, the system's voice rang out, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have hunted a wild rabbit. You have earned 1 hunting point. Please check it. Fortunately, I have 1 point." Just as he was feeling relieved, the system's voice sounded again in his ear, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 hunting points for completing the system task. You have earned a chance for a lottery draw. Would you like to draw now?" As this voice sounded, a transparent panel suddenly appeared before Lin Yi, clearly listing dozens of prizes. There were points, 10 points, 5 points. Tools like bows and guns, food seasonings, hamburgers, and a martial arts manual, 8 extremes fist. In addition to these, there was also a thank you for participating. It seemed that this lottery system, no matter where, was bound to work this way. The better and more practical items had a smaller proportion. Despite this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit envious. After all, if he could draw a gun or a bow, his life on this deserted island would undoubtedly improve. Therefore, without hesitation, he said in his heart, "Lottery." Ding. Lottery started. The host can stop at any time. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, and the pointer on the panel began to spin quickly. Although he knew it was just a matter of probability, and what he would get depended on luck, he still couldn't help but feel nervous, staring intently at the pointer, hoping it would stop at the prize he desired. As he saw the pointer approaching the gun, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop." The pointer seemed to have heard the command and started to slow down, gradually, finally coming to a stop just beside the gun, above a bag of salt. Although he felt a bit disappointed, salt was still good. He hadn't specifically learned wilderness survival skills and couldn't extract sea salt, so the food he had eaten these days was rather tasteless and dry. Now, with this bag of salt, it would resolve his urgent need. After putting the salt into his space, Lin Yi thought he must deal with the wild boar meat today. Otherwise, by tomorrow, the wild boar meat would definitely spoil. Thus, Lin Yi didn't linger any longer and quickly turned towards the direction of the shelter. On his way back, Lin Yi was conflicted and hesitated, thinking about whether to take out the salt. After all, he still hadn't decided whether to tell Lin Xiaowei about the system. If he took out the salt now, Lin Xiaowei would surely be curious about where it came from, and he would really have a hard time explaining. But if he told the truth, he was afraid she would overthink it, leading to some undesirable consequences. After pondering for a while, he ultimately decided to tell Lin Xiaowei. After all, the two had relied on each other on this deserted island for quite some time, and their relationship had grown quite close. There was nothing to hide. Moreover, many people on this deserted island should also have systems. Like that beer belly, Lin Yi had never thought about it. He actually had a system too. So even if he didn't say anything now, Lin Xiaowei would eventually find out, and it would seem disingenuous if he didn't come clean. Besides, perhaps he could use his knowledge of the deserted island to help Lin Xiaowei plan and see if he could help her find a system too, so that both of them could have more assurance while surviving on this island. However, while he could talk about the system, there were some things he couldn't reveal about the simulations. Lost in thought, Lin Yi unknowingly walked into the valley. At this moment, the valley was quiet. Everything was just as usual, exuding a peaceful and tranquil aura. Lin Yi didn't pay much attention, knowing the valley was quite complete. Seeing that the door of the shelter was still closed, just like when he left, he thought to himself that he should prepare breakfast first before waking Lin Xiaowei. With that in mind, he dug out the wild boar meat he had hidden. The meat had already been chopped into pieces with an axe last night, so it was quick to handle. He only needed to wash it, then switch to a small knife, and it could go straight into the pot to simmer. After starting to cook the meat, Lin Yi smacked his lips. He had been eating soup-cooked meat for the past 2 days and was a bit tired of it. Just right, he had just drawn salt and could make some barbecue to change the flavor. So he took out the dagger again, cut some pork belly, skewered it on a stick, and placed it by the fire to roast. The pork belly gradually turned golden under the heat of the fire, sizzling as it released enticing aromas. Lin Yi watched the grilled meat before him, glancing at the pot of meat soup boiling nearby, with half a taro remaining beside it, feeling quite pleased. Thinking about such a lavish breakfast, he was sure Lin Xiaowei would praise him when she woke up, and perhaps that girl would even offer him a warm embrace in her excitement. After grilling the pork belly, Lin Yi estimated the time and figured it was about time to wake Lin Xiaowei up. Once she finished washing up, they could have breakfast together. Thus, he walked to the entrance of the shelter, pushed the door open, and was about to call out to Lin Xiaowei. However, to his utter surprise, upon opening the door, the inside was completely empty, with no one around, only the hairless bird quietly sleeping in its nest. Where is Lin Xiaowei? Why is she not here? Has she gone to the bathroom? That doesn't make sense, so I've been back for a while now. Could something have happened? The moment this thought emerged, Lin Yi's heart began to race, anxiously preparing to search for Lin Xiaowei. But just as he took a step forward, he suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow, feeling that something was amiss. If there were danger, this hairless bird was usually very alert and wouldn't remain so calm. In the past, it would react at the slightest disturbance. On this deserted island, the only sources of danger were humans and wild beasts. If a wild beast had attacked, given their ferocity, it would surely have eaten the hairless bird as well, leaving no chance for it to sleep peacefully here. As for humans, during that sudden beer incident, the hairless bird had panicked when it sensed someone approaching, so it shouldn't be so calm now. After pondering this, Lin Yi considered that it was quite possible Lin Xiaowei had gone out on her own. With that thought, he carefully observed the scene around him. Just as he suspected, there were no signs of chaos or struggle beside the shelter. Everything remained as it was when he left, and everything was neatly arranged. Now Lin Yi was even more certain that Lin Xiaowei had likely left on her own, and she must have done so calmly, which is why she closed the door behind her. If she left on her own, she must be safe. Yet he felt some confusion. She was a girl who usually needed someone to accompany her, even to leave the valley, always saying she was afraid of this and that. Where could she have gone now? Thus he prepared to go out and look for her. However, suddenly he remembered something. Today was the day when Wang Junkai appeared in the simulation. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, his footsteps halted. Could it be? She went to find Wang Junkai. He had taken Lin Xiaowei to the beach several times before. Moreover, he had specifically told her to pay attention to certain markers if she couldn't remember the way. Given her memory, if she wanted to go, she could indeed follow those markers to the seaside. The only doubt was, if that were the case, how did she know that Wang Junkai had arrived? Just then a strong burnt smell wafted over. The pork belly had burned from being left unmoved for too long. In an instant, an indescribable disappointment surged within Lin Yi, a feeling akin to warm expectations slipping away from his fingertips, leaving him frozen in place. His earlier intention to step out and search for Lin Xiaowei slowly faded. He mentally reviewed his earlier thoughts and felt increasingly certain he had guessed correctly. Last night, just before going to bed, he had patiently reminded Lin Xiaowei, telling her that if she woke up and found him missing in the morning, she should not panic. He was merely out hunting and would return soon. Thus, Lin Xiaowei likely took advantage of the time he was out hunting to quietly leave the shelter. After all, Wang Junkai was her boyfriend, and it was probably the first time she wanted to catch fish for him. Perhaps the affection and dependence she had shown before were merely expressions of helplessness in seeking security in this unusual environment. Now that someone she truly cared about had appeared naturally. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips, filled with complex emotions: disappointment, helplessness. As for how she knew Wang Junkai had arrived, this deserted island was full of mysteries. It wasn't solely he who could have strange encounters. Having understood all this, Lin Yi gradually calmed down, thinking it was normal for others to be eager to meet their boyfriends. Lin Yi secretly mocked himself, wondering why he was so anxious here. Since that was the case, he should fill his stomach first. Some debts also needed to be settled. With the addition of salt, the flavor of the meat soup improved significantly, and Lin Yi slurped down 2 large bowls. After finishing the soup, he picked up the grilled pork belly and began to eat heartily. The crispy and fragrant texture mingling with the saltiness made each bite more enjoyable. Before long, he had eaten quite a bit of pork belly, and his belly gradually turned round and full, finally feeling satisfied. As a man, as long as he was happy, it didn't necessarily mean he needed a woman by his side. After eating Lin, Yi didn't immediately set off for the beach. He knew that on this deserted island, food was the most important thing. Everything else could wait. Thus Lin Yi carefully searched around, collecting a large amount of wet firewood. Then he built a simple rack, hanging the remaining wild boar meat piece by piece on it, starting a fire to begin smoking the meat. The process of smoking meat was not something that could be completed quickly. It would take several hours at least. After adding more firewood, Lin Yi didn't stay there the whole time. Although he knew that his assumptions were likely correct, he still felt uneasy. So he strapped the fire axe to his back and took a bamboo pole as he headed towards the beach. Help! As Lin Yi was investigating the knowledge of these traps, suddenly a cry for help came from not far away. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment of thought, Lin Yi's mind instantly conjured the image of that student girl. It was indeed her voice. There were not many people on the deserted island. Given the harsh environment, Lin Yi was quite willing to lend a helping hand if he could. Moreover, the student girl looked like a lowly, petite, and adorable, evoking a natural sense of pity. Though willing, Lin Yi was not the type to rush in recklessly. He treaded lightly, cautiously, moving towards the direction of the sound, inching closer. A woo! As he got closer, Lin Yi slowly heard a sound resembling a dog's howl. There were no dogs on the deserted island. It was a wolf. Just the thought of wolves made Lin Yi's heart race, and he became even more careful and vigilant. As he continued to stealthily move forward, several black shadows larger than golden retrievers gradually came into his view. The wolves were pacing under the tree, their eyes filled with ferocity and greed. Occasionally, they would leap high, their sharp claws waving in the air as they lunged forcefully at the tree. Each lunge created a gust of wind, suggesting they were trying to catch something on the tree. Following their direction of attack, Lin Yi soon saw a girl in a long skirt. Her face filled with panic and her slightly chubby cheeks revealed her as that student girl. Lin Yi had simulated it before and knew her name was Chinsiki. At this moment, Chinsiki was tightly clinging to the tree trunk with both hands and feet. Since there was no branch below, she could only cling to the trunk like a koala. It was unclear why she encountered wolves in this forest, and there were quite a few of them, 3 to be exact. If she hadn't been lucky enough to scramble up the tree at the critical moment, she would have been torn to shreds by now. Lin Yi watched the scene unfold, feeling anxious, but not daring to rush out to save her. The 3 wolves were quite robust, each looking larger than an average golden retriever. Their strong limbs and broad backs showcased their formidable strength. An average-sized golden retriever could easily knock someone to the ground with a single pounce, let alone these wild, fierce wolves. If there had only been one wolf with the fire axe in his hand, he might have dared to try and see if he could find an opportunity to fend it off. But with 3, it was out of the question. He estimated that the moment he showed himself, he would be swarmed. Thus, he couldn't act recklessly and needed to devise a safe plan. A woo! The 3 wolves, finding themselves unable to reach their target after multiple jumps, grew impatient. They began to circle around the tree and then started to slam their sturdy bodies against the trunk. This tree was small, only the thickness of a bowl. Although it wouldn't fall immediately, it began to shake violently from the wolves' fierce impacts. Chinsiki, already physically exhausted, was holding onto the trunk with sheer willpower. At that moment, as the tree shook from constant impacts, she felt she might lose her grip, her hands and feet nearly slipping off, causing her to sway dangerously on the tree. She was frightened, her face as pale as paper with tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She knew very well that in her current state, she couldn't hold on much longer. Her arms and legs were already sore and numb, feeling as if they weren't her own, and she could lose her strength at any moment. If she fell, all that awaited her was to be devoured by the wolves. In her heart, she hoped that in this moment of despair, a Prince Charming like in fairy tales would suddenly appear to rescue her from this danger. But this was a deserted island, far from any fairy tale prince. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Yi couldn't afford to ponder further. He hurriedly opened his storage space, took out some wild boar meat and rope, and firmly tied the meat to one end of the rope. In a rush, he couldn't think of any other solution but to hope that the piece of wild boar meat would distract the 3 wolves. This wild boar meat was originally set aside for dinner, kept as a backup food supply, just in case. After all, leaving the valley, he couldn't guarantee that the meat left there wouldn't be stolen by other wild beasts. Thus, he had brought extra into the storage space, and it turned out to be useful now. After securing the meat, Lin Yi looked up and saw that Chinsiki's hands were already struggling to hold the trunk, her whole body swaying precariously. Lin Yi didn't dare to delay. He quickly grabbed the other end of the rope and ran off into the distance. As he ran, he estimated the length of the rope. After reaching a suitable distance, he stopped, aimed at the tree trunk, and forcefully swung the rope, ensuring that the tied piece of meat landed in a spot that a wolf could reach with a jump, but not too easily. After doing all this, he dared not linger, swiftly turned back, and along the way he occasionally tossed down some small pieces of meat, deliberately breaking them up to let the scent of the wild boar meat waft more fully, enticing the three wolves to follow the scent. By the time he breathlessly returned to his original position, Shinseki was already drenched in sweat, with perspiration rolling down her forehead and cheeks, making it hard to tell whether it was sweat or the tears she had shed earlier. Her hands were still shaking uncontrollably, clearly at her limit. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly took out a few small pieces of meat from the storage space, and seizing the moment threw them towards the vicinity of the three wolves. The direction he threw in was not far from where he had placed the broken meat. With a thud, the piece of meat landed on the ground. This sudden sound was particularly jarring, startling the three wolves. They instantly became cautious, tails tucked, sniffing the air around them, seemingly assessing the source of the sound and any potential danger. After a while, the largest wolf couldn't hold back any longer. It seemed to have caught the scent of its favorite wild boar meat and immediately dashed towards the direction of the sound. When it arrived and sniffed closer, it was indeed wild boar meat. Without hesitation, it began to feast heartily. Seeing this, the other two wolves, unwilling to fall behind, also sprinted after it. A wolf was running slightly slower and missed out on the wild boar meat. Just as this wolf intended to rush at the one that was eating, it suddenly caught a whiff of meat further ahead. It hurriedly set aside its desire to fight and dashed towards the direction where the meat was scattered. The earlier two wolves, seeing their companion run towards the scattered meat, felt anxious, fearing they would miss out on the delicious wild boar meat. Thus, they hurriedly sprinted after the direction of the scattered meat. As they ran, they eagerly devoured the pieces on the ground, gradually distancing themselves from the tree where Shinseki was. Seeing that the three wolves had already gone far, Lin Yi dared not hesitate any longer and quickly dashed out from his hiding spot, heading towards the base of the tree where Shinseki was. At that moment, Shinseki, unable to hold on any longer, let go with both hands and fell straight down from the tree. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, taking a leap forward to catch her securely. It's over. Shinseki tightly shut her eyes, her mind filled with this one desperate thought. She was too scared to look down from the tree and had no idea what was happening below. All she felt was that she was surely going to be eaten by the wolf, her body continuously falling downwards, the fear of plunging into an abyss nearly overwhelming her. Is this what it feels like to be eaten? But why does it feel warm? Shinseki thought, puzzled, only to suddenly realize that she seemed to still be moving, still running, which felt odd. She hastily opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was Lin Yi's face, which bore a hint of tension, yet was resolute. For a moment she was taken aback, thinking to herself how handsome he was. Indeed, a true Prince Charming. Are you okay? Lin Yi, having caught her, felt worried that the three wolves might suddenly regain their senses, so he neglected everything else and began to sprint away with her. Seeing that she had opened her eyes, Lin Yi hurriedly asked, "Can you run on your own? Should I put you down?" "I can't, my legs are weak," Shinseki said shyly, her face flushed, and as she spoke she wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi felt somewhat helpless, but fortunately he was quite familiar with the surrounding area and knew there was a slope nearby. The slope was quite steep, nearly vertical. A human could climb it with some effort using their hands and feet, but a wolf could not. As long as they could reach that slope safely, they could temporarily escape the threat of the wolves. The three wolves arrived beside the meat chunk that Lin Yi had hung, their eyes turning red as they jumped up, stretching their necks and baring their teeth as they desperately gnawed at the meat. They all intended to enjoy this delicious wild boar meat alone. Thus, even though they vaguely heard some noise behind them, they couldn't spare a moment to check the situation. When they finally tore the meat chunk down and finished eating, they followed the scent to chase after it, only to discover that their previous food had already climbed up a slope. The slope was quite high, about 5 meters. If Lin Yi had not been able to use the vines beside him, he probably wouldn't have been able to climb up. The three wolves reached the bottom of the slope, gazing at the two atop, their eyes filled with unwillingness, continuously growling and gnashing their teeth below. Lin Yi and Shinseki finally managed to reach the top of the slope and were now sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The frantic dash had exhausted them. The wolves were much faster than they were, and had it not been for their timely ascent to the slope, they would have almost been caught. "Lingage, thank you." Shinseki looked at the three wolves below, who seemed helpless, her face filled with relief after surviving, her large eyes brimming with gratitude. "It's nothing, we are all victims of circumstance. Helping each other is only natural. Moreover, we are from the same school, so we should look out for one another." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, though he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this student to directly call him brother. To be honest, such a term of endearment was quite pleasing. While feeling happy, he also felt a bit curious and asked, "How did you end up here alone and encounter wolves? This place is quite a distance from the beach. Normally a girl wouldn't venture this far." I. Shinseki's lips moved slightly, but she was obviously hesitant and didn't want to say, swallowing her words instead. Everyone had their secrets, and Lin Yi didn't press her. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, he shifted the topic. Those 3 wolves have been guarding below, and it seems they are unwilling to let us go, so we definitely can't go down from here. Let's take a detour from behind and see if we can avoid them and find a safe route back to the beach. All right, they'll follow you. Shinseiki quickly replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of security when she was with Lin Yi. The back of the slope was also a forest, and Lin Yi had not been here during the simulation. But looking at the terrain, he estimated that they should be able to reach the beach by taking a detour. Seeing Shinseki's agreement, Lin Yi said no more. After all, they weren't familiar with each other, only having introduced themselves on the kayak. During the simulation, Lin Yi hadn't spoken much to her. Every time he saw her, that male student was always closely accompanying her, and judging by their interaction, their relationship seemed quite close. Yet he couldn't understand why he hadn't seen him today. Upon entering the forest, Lin Yi found it odd. This forest was noticeably taller than those in other parts of the deserted island. The birds in the forest also seemed to be much more numerous than elsewhere, and they had barely walked a short distance before a large flock of birds took flight. Those birds, startled to the core, flapped their wings and took to the air, the sound of their wings fluttering resonating loudly in the tranquil forest. But why did they startle so many birds when Lin Yi and Shinseiki were not even ferocious beasts? Not good. There are other fierce beasts. Lin Yi realized this and hurriedly shouted at Shinseiki, "Quick! Hide! Climb a tree! Hurry up and climb a tree!" After shouting this, he himself rushed towards a nearby large tree, using both hands and feet to quickly climb up. Shinseiki watched Lin Yi climb the tree, feeling somewhat puzzled, momentarily frozen in place, not understanding why Lin Yi wanted her to climb. But at that moment, something rushed quickly from behind. Just as she was distracted, she suddenly heard a series of urgent and heavy sounds behind her, as if some colossal creature was charging towards them at an incredible speed. Shinseiki instinctively turned her head to look back, and this glance nearly scared the soul out of her. Shinseiki was stunned, as if all her strength had been drained away, frozen in fear and unable to move. It's over. I'm going to die. In this overwhelming fear, her mind went blank, and she couldn't even think of resisting or escaping, only able to watch helplessly as the white tiger pounced towards her. "Grab my hand, jump." At this critical moment, a reassuring voice reached her ears. It was as if a ray of light had pierced through the darkness instantly, giving Shinseiki a sense of support. Returning to her senses, she hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Yi climbing up a tree, stretching out his hand towards her. Without a second thought, she summoned all her strength, leaping up and reaching for Lin Yi's hand. At that moment, the fierce white tiger had already pounced, its sharp claws ruthlessly aiming at Shinseiki's waist. Lin Yi clung to the branch, his feet gripping the trunk like iron claws, using all his strength to desperately pull Shinseiki upwards. Rip! It seemed to come too late. The white tiger was just too fast, and one of its massive claws still caught Shinseiki. Lin Yi sighed. With such large claws, this girl was likely. However, he felt something was off. He didn't sense much resistance, and easily pulled Shinseiki up. But it seemed something had fallen. Whoosh-woo. Once Shinseiki was lifted, she clung to Lin Yi like a frightened deer, wrapping her arms and legs tightly around him. She had just seen the white tiger catch her, and she clearly felt a chill beneath her, certain she had been injured. She dared not look, only clinging tightly to Lin Yi. What? 2 white tigers? Oh, here we need to guess, where is the other white tiger? Although Lin Yi was also tense and his heart raced, he remained calm and quickly assessed the situation. It turned out that Shinseiki was not injured. Rather, the long skirt she was wearing had been caught by the tiger's claws and was torn apart, falling away. And this girl, for some reason, was driving with an open window today. The other white tiger appeared. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and his eyes involuntarily lingered for a second. But this was not the time to admire. He quickly snapped back to reality. After the torn skirt fell, it landed right on the white tiger's head. The white tiger, already fierce and irritable, became even more enraged with this sudden obstruction, covering its eyes, roaring furiously beneath the tree. Its claws flailed wildly in the air, desperately trying to remove the obstruction. Lin Yi knew he had to take advantage of this moment to climb higher. As for escaping from the ground, forget it. The tiger's running speed was no joke. Humans could never outrun it. Although tigers can climb trees, and it wasn't safe up there, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Lin Yi tilted his head, quickly scanning above, and soon spotted a thicker trunk more suitable for shelter. Without a second thought, he carefully led Shinseiki towards that spot. Huff! At this moment, Shinseiki slowly regained her senses from the terror, though her heart continued to race, and she was gasping uncontrollably. She instinctively glanced at herself and realized she was unharmed, but when she looked down, her skirt had indeed been torn apart by the white tiger. Her pretty face flushed crimson, feeling mortified but too scared to let go. You come down first. After Lin Yi climbed onto that branch, he wanted to prepare for the tiger's approach. Upon hearing this, Shinseki immediately shook her head vigorously. Ignoring the fact that her skirt had been torn apart by the tiger, she clung tightly, refusing to come down. Seeing this, Lin Yi reached out to tug at her, only to find her entire body was icy cold and trembling violently. With no other choice, he slowly pulled out the fire axe tied to his back. He didn't want to reveal any space, so he had tied the axe to his back when leaving the valley. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed. At this moment, the white tiger beneath the tree had already torn apart the skirt. It had been tormented by the garment in the darkness for quite some time, and now it was filled with rage, its large eyes burning with fury. After letting out a loud roar, it suddenly leaped and began to climb the tree. Tigers, being felines, are incredibly fast climbers, and with a few swipes of its claws against the trunk, it was nearing the branch where Lin Yi was. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the tiger. Before it got too close, he had already raised the fire axe high. As the tiger lunged, the overwhelming pressure made one's heart race. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve, and put all his strength into swinging the axe towards the tiger's nose. Although the tiger was climbing, its reflexes were quick. Seeing the axe coming, it tilted its head just in time to narrowly evade the critical blow. However, the axe still grazed its forehead. Clang! A loud sound resonated like an axe striking hard stone, exceptionally dull. With the sound, the tiger's upward momentum slowed, clearly impacted by the blow. Then a line of blood appeared on its forehead, crimson blood slowly seeping out of sight. That was quite shocking. Lin Yi at this moment was in a high position, naturally gaining significant strength from the terrain. Yet even so, with this swing, he still felt as if he had struck an immovable rock. A powerful recoil surged through the axe handle, making his hands ache, almost causing him to lose grip on the axe. The injured white tiger became even more ferocious. Its originally fierce gaze now held even more brutality. It opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs, roaring as it continued to attack Lin Yi. When brave men meet on a narrow path, the victor prevails. In this life-and-death crisis, Lin Yi was in a blank state, only thinking that he must repel this white tiger. Thus he gritted his teeth and swung down again and again, regardless of anything, putting all his strength into the axe against the white tiger. Although the tiger was incredibly fierce, it couldn't withstand several blows to its face. With a tragic cry, its body swayed, and it fell directly from the tree, landing heavily with a thud on the ground. Although the white tiger's head was hard, it was now drenched in blood. At this moment, it stood under the tree looking up at the leaves, and Shinseki above its eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. With just one strike, it could have torn apart those two prey, but unfortunately it couldn't climb up. Owl! 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 The white tiger was unable to exert its strength, wanting to kill, but unable to, so it paced in circles beneath the tree, occasionally leaping high and making lunging motions toward the tree. However, after each landing, it hesitated due to the pain from the recent fall and the bleeding wound on its head, ultimately not daring to rush upwards recklessly. At this moment, Lin Yi's hands trembled and his body swayed, almost causing him to fall. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, grabbing a nearby branch to stabilize himself and prevent a fall. Lin Gidge, are you alright? Shinseki held on to Lin Yi tightly, naturally feeling his trembling body and the rapid heavy breaths instantly filled with worry. Huff. I'm fine, just need to catch my breath. Huff, it dares not come up now. Lin Yi took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, while reassuring Shinseki, his gaze remaining vigilant on the white tiger below, not daring to relax in the slightest. Hearing this, Shinseki mustered her courage to look down. Upon looking down, she saw the blood slowly flowing from the white tiger's forehead, the bright red bloodstain standing out starkly against its white fur. She couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Gidge, you are so amazing. You've made the tiger bleed. Whether it was because she called him older brother, or because of the praise, Lin Yi's mood improved significantly. After roaring for a while beneath the tree, the white tiger seemed to realize that a strong attack would not gain it any advantage. In the end, it did not attempt to climb the tree again. It merely paced back and forth for a moment before slowly retreating, inching back into the bushes until its white figure completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi not only did not relax, but became even more cautious. This tiger had been beaten to such an extent by him, it would not let him off easily. The only possibility was that it was lying in wait in the bushes, waiting for them to come down from the tree. This tiger is very clever. Wild beasts are not terrifying. What is terrifying is a beast with intelligence. Lin Gidge, did the tiger leave? Shinseki also saw this scene, feeling somewhat uncertain. It shouldn't have, it is just waiting for us to come down. So what do we do? Let's wait and see, but it's still early, not yet noon. We have the whole afternoon to think of a way, but if we still haven't found a way to escape by nightfall, we might really die here. As Lin Yi spoke, he continued to pay attention to the direction where the white tiger had disappeared. In that patch of bushes something was clearly lurking, and the faintly emitted aura of danger frightened a nearby squirrel, causing it to flee without looking back. "Oh, Lin Gage, I believe in you. You must have a way." Chinseki's tone was filled with certainty, her big eyes full of trust. For some reason, Chinseki was filled with confidence in Lin Yi. Lin Yi found it somewhat strange as they had only met for a few days. Why would this girl trust him so much, not only hugging him, but also having such confidence? During their time on the kayak, she had not shown such behavior towards the other male. Confusion aside, he did not want to exaggerate himself. He truly had no good ideas at the moment. The nearby big tree was quite far away, and he was unfamiliar with the terrain. "I truly have no." Lin Yi was about to speak the truth when Shinseki interrupted him directly. "I awakened a system." After saying this, Lin Seki felt a bit anxious. The matter of the system was serious, and she did not know how Lin Yi would react upon hearing it. However, she also felt a bit smug, as if she were the destined protagonist with extraordinary abilities. Seeing Lin Yi's surprised expression, she felt a little happy. Then she couldn't wait to continue. "My system is an auxiliary system that can bind to a person and help them grow. I can help you become powerful." System. Lin Yi was indeed surprised. He did not expect Chinseki to have awakened a system as well. Perhaps many things had changed because of him. The original beer belly had been resolved, and there was no longer the need to force Chinseki. "Yes, but it hasn't been activated yet. It can only be officially activated after selecting the auxiliary target. I'm preparing to choose you, so please don't reject me." As she spoke, Chinseki's big eyes stared straight at Lin Yi, her gaze filled with expectation and longing. At this moment, the two were very close, so close that the breath Chinseki exhaled while speaking brushed lightly against Lin Yi's face. That warm and slightly sweet breath made Lin Yi's heart tremble slightly, and he became tense. This white tiger was no less intimidating than the one with the slit-eyed white tiger, and it made one feel anxious. "Okay," Lin Yi subconsciously responded with this. Hee. Seeing Lin Yi's somewhat dazed expression, Chinseki felt a flash of pride. At that moment, a different mechanical electronic sound echoed in their hearts. "Ding, auxiliary target selection, complete auxiliary system, officially activated. Congratulations to the host for activating the system. A newbie gift package is hereby awarded." Ding, auxiliary system accepted, successfully bound to the main system. The auxiliary system can help the host complete system tasks more quickly. "Oh, please utilize the auxiliary system." After a brief introduction, Lin Yi understood what the auxiliary system was. The auxiliary system could help him complete system tasks, and once a day there would be an opportunity for rewards. Whatever rewards he received, the auxiliary system would also get. For instance, if Lin Yi originally received 1 attribute point for completing a task, because of Chinseki's auxiliary system, he would instead receive 2 attribute points. Moreover, Chinseki would also receive 2 attribute points. It was essentially a win-win situation. It seemed great, but this auxiliary system was bound to Lin Yi's main system. In other words, he had to complete the main system's tasks. After the binding, Chinseki instantly understood what the main task of Lin Yi's system was. This sudden realization shocked her, causing her charming face to flush bright red, feeling both shy and angry, as if she had fallen into a deep pit. Originally, she was delighted to have finally activated the system. Moreover, her system had 2 impressive functions. It not only allowed her to see others' health bars, but could also reward her with medical knowledge. As long as she completed the tasks, she could become a medical expert. Thus, once she returned to modern society, she could become a doctor and even open a small clinic. However, she never expected that her task was to help Lin Yi accomplish such tasks. She had never been in a romantic relationship. What kind of ridiculous task is this? Why does it have to involve that? Chinseki complained again, feeling both angry and frustrated. Lin Yi was at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain. The system was beyond his control. As they spoke, the system's notification sound rang in their minds again. Ding, system task issued. Complete a special exercise within 1 hour. Upon completion, both hosts will be rewarded with the ability to communicate telepathically. If the task fails, both hosts will face random penalties. What kind of broken system is this? I don't want it. Can I just refuse? Upon hearing this task, Chinseki felt like she was about to explode with anger. She widened her eyes incredulously, shouting. Even if she didn't want those so-called rewards, she didn't want to do something so embarrassing. Who would want to get intimate with this man? However, after the system's voice faded, she noticed a countdown appearing in her mind, glaringly displaying 59 minutes and 55 seconds. The constantly decreasing numbers felt like a death warrant. You need to say something. What kind of broken system is this? Chinseki was on the verge of tears. Lin Yi was momentarily speechless, aware that his main system task was indeed quite outrageous, making it terribly awkward. However, he wouldn't let a little girl intimidate him. He steeled himself and said, "It was you who asked me to choose you. I didn't force you to bind with me. You should first ask your system what the random penalties are." Lin Ye's main system lacked intelligence, so he figured Chinseki's should have some. He also wanted to clarify through Chinseki what the penalties for failing the task might be. Although he found Chinseki quite attractive with delicate features and already an adult. However, at only 1.5 meters tall, she appeared petite and delicate, which made him feel a sense of guilt deep down, making him reluctant to proceed. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Chinseki thought it through. If the penalties weren't severe, she could easily refuse to complete the task. At worst, she could just choose not to become a doctor. So she hurriedly asked in her mind, "System, what are the random penalties?" Soon a clear voice resonated in her mind. "Host, I am Xiaoling. The content of the random penalties is uncertain. It may involve deducting a significant amount of attribute points from the host, resulting in a temporary decline in physical functions. It could also place the host in a period of misfortune of varying lengths, making everything go wrong. Or it might strip the host of certain senses, and so please consider carefully." Why is it so severe? Chinseki's face turned pale with fright upon hearing this. The thought of possibly becoming blind forever, surrounded by darkness, or never hearing any sounds again was terrifying. She quickly shook her head. Just thinking about it was horrifying. In her fear, she didn't dare to delay and quickly relayed all this information to Lin Yi. After listening, Lin Yi's face also turned serious, unsure if his incomplete system had similar random penalties. "You tell me, what should we do?" At this point, Chinseki was out of ideas and could only look at Lin Yi with wide eyes. "You should come down first. I'm a bit tired." Lin Yi felt somewhat helpless. Chinseki hadn't come down yet, and after such a long time his arm had grown sore and numb, nearly unable to hold her. Chinseki's face turned red, but she didn't make any moves. She knew that the white tiger was still lurking nearby, watching them closely, so naturally, she didn't dare to come down. Looking at her legs exposed outside, Chinseki's thoughts were running wild. Since this person has already seen me completely, if I were in ancient times, I probably couldn't marry anyone else. What if I just comply with this system task once? It might not be so bad. As she pondered, she secretly glanced at Lin Yi. This guy isn't too bad looking, not ugly, and he's quite capable. He was incredibly cool when facing the tiger earlier, much more reliable than that Tangqing kid. This deserted island exuded a strange aura. She initially thought only she had a system, but unexpectedly he did too. Could it be that both of us are destined children of fate, destined to be together? If that's the case, complying with the system task once doesn't seem too bad. With that thought, Chinseki's face reddened further as she awkwardly spoke. "The system says that since this is the first task issued, the penalties will be extremely severe, and there's a high possibility of direct annihilation." Once she said this, her heart skipped a beat, but her charming face was already flushed, so she wasn't afraid Lin Yi would notice she was lying. Direct annihilation. Lin Yi's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. This penalty was too harsh. Chinseki hurriedly replied. Seemingly afraid Lin Yi would discover her true feelings after responding, she nodded emphatically to indicate it was absolutely true. Lin Yi wanted to ask further, "So what do you think? Are you willing?" But recalling the videos he had watched about how to pursue girls, he remembered that sometimes not asking was a sign of agreement when a girl doesn't refuse. Without hesitation, he began to complete the system task. Now Lin Yi's stamina of 0.68 was no longer what it used to be. Even though the road to Rome is a winding path, you have to treat me well. This is the first time for me. You can't abandon me, and you have to treat me well always. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised, though. After all, who doesn't like a maiden's first work? Over an hour later, the system's notification sound echoed in their minds simultaneously. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing this task. 0.5 attribute points have been awarded to your panel. Feel free to allocate them." Ding, auxiliary task completed. Penalties will be doubled for daily rewards. Each host receives 0.2 attribute points. Please check. Ding, main system task completed. Each host receives 0.1 attribute points. Please check. Lin Yi silently calculated in his heart. He had completed a total of 2 system tasks and received 0.8 attribute points. Although he could continue to complete more system tasks, he didn't want to worry about Chinseki's discomfort, so he decided not to proceed. After this experience, Lin Yi had roughly understood some of the rules of the auxiliary system. Although the auxiliary system could double the rewards, there was only one opportunity each day. After that, the rewards would be the same as usual. The system's spirit of Chinseki said this was due to the low level of the system. If their systems could be upgraded, the chances of doubling the rewards would increase. At this moment, Chinseki seemed a bit tired, her face still flushed with a lingering blush, exuding a unique shyness and beauty. As a woman, for the first time, she was naturally quite shy. However, she was not an ancient woman, although she was extremely shy at first and didn't dare to lift her head. After a while, her emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt it was time to let her understand more about the system-related matters. He detailed the function of the attribute points to her. Due to the binding between the two, Shinseki was also able to allocate the attribute points to various aspects of her body. Although Lin Ye's main system was incomplete, upon careful consideration he realized this main system should also be quite extraordinary. While his secondary system was relatively complete and its functions clear, it could not directly enhance the various functions of the body. It could only exchange some resources through hunting. Compared to this, it was obvious that the main system should be more powerful. After all, external resources are ultimately external, and what is most reliable in the long run is still oneself. If he were to accumulate attribute points over time and then allocate all of them to defense, he would probably become impervious to bullets. Brother Lin, what aspects should I allocate my attribute points to? Shinseki tilted her head slightly, her big watery eyes looking at Lin Yi. After their intimacy, her attitude towards Lin Yi became much softer. She always wanted to act cute. Perhaps this is how a woman beautifies herself for the one she admires. There's still a tiger under the tree. Prioritize speed and strength. Lin Yi pondered and analyzed seriously. All right, Brother Lin, I'll allocate everything to speed. Shinseki's speech had a somewhat stammering quality, perhaps due to the recent experiences. It sounded adorable and delicate. Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, but inside, he was already overjoyed. After all, men generally hope to have a soft girl by their side. Shinseki followed Lin Ye's advice and allocated all the attribute points she had just obtained to speed, thinking that it would allow her to escape more swiftly in case of danger. However, Lin Yi had his own considerations. He did not focus solely on one attribute like Shinseki. Instead, he allocated 0.1 to strength, endurance, defense, and mental power. The remaining attribute points were then allocated to speed. Thus, his body attributes were updated to strength 0.68, speed 0.85, endurance 0.78, defense 0.11, mental power 0.55. After the allocation, Lin Yi felt as if a surge of power was flowing through his body, and he felt invigorated. The fatigue accumulated from staying on the branches for a long time dissipated significantly, and he felt re-energized. Facing the white tiger lurking beneath the tree, he felt a surge of confidence. Brother Lin, your system is quite good. Shinseki could genuinely feel the changes in her body. After allocating the attribute points, she felt much lighter in her movements, and the sensation of becoming stronger thrilled her. After hearing this, Lin Yi used the system to check her current body attributes: strength 0.25, speed 0.9, endurance 0.3, defense 0.01, mental power 0.6. Brother Lin, after the allocation, my body seems to have improved a lot. I can still. After becoming stronger, Shinseki was also experiencing a different sensation. Moreover, she had previously noticed Lin Ye's continued interest. Blushing, she shyly spoke. After another half hour, Lin Yi completed another system task and received 0.1 attribute points. This time he thought for a moment and decided to allocate the attribute points to speed, as the most urgent need was to dodge the white tiger's attack quickly. However, even though both of their speeds had increased significantly through the allocated points, they probably still could not outrun the long-necked white tiger. Shinseki had just tasted the thrill. She wanted to discuss life with Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought for a moment and stopped her. After all, there was a tiger lurking beneath the tree watching. They could not exhaust all their stamina. Shinseki eagerly proposed an idea, but was met with refusal, immediately turning beet red. She didn't understand why she suddenly became so greedy for this matter. After their relationship became closer, Shinseki was completely open with Lin Yi. She told Lin Yi everything about the abilities she had gained in detail. This trust made Lin Yi feel a warm surge in his heart, deeply moved. In return, Lin Yi candidly shared that he possessed a system space. Thus, he didn't have to hide anything. As they communicated, they gained a deeper understanding of each other. Lin Yi also realized that the reason Shinseki encountered the wolf pack was due to her system being quite special. Although it was not fully activated, it still granted her the ability to identify plants. With such a useful ability, she thought about wandering in the forest to see if she could find some plants useful for their current situation. This could explain why during the simulation the beer belly had found her in the woods and attempted to force her to comply. He probably had bad intentions upon seeing her alone in the forest. As for the boy Tang Chung, who had been following her closely, Shinseki pouted and disdainfully said he was just her licking dog. She didn't like Tang Chung at all and didn't want to share such an important secret with him. That's why she found an opportunity to run away from them, intending to explore on her own, but unexpectedly ran into the wolf pack. Lin Yi understood that this girl truly regarded him as someone very close, willing to tell him everything. He silently vowed to treat her well in the future and not to let down her feelings. During their conversation, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but still inquired about Lin Xiaowei with Shinseki. As Lin Yi had guessed, Lin Xiaowei had gone to the seaside earlier that morning and had specifically sought out Wang Junkai. He didn't know what exactly they talked about, but as they chatted they ended up arguing and the scene was quite intense. Then both of them angrily ran into the woods, and as for what happened afterward, Shinseki admitted she wasn't sure. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's gaze suddenly became sharp. He couldn't help but wonder if these two were still the same as during the simulation. Did Wang Junkai suddenly gain immense strength after entering the small grove? Shinseki observed Lin Ye's expression and guessed the situation. Pouting, she could sense that Lin Ye's relationship with Lin Xiaowei was undoubtedly complicated, which made her somewhat displeased. Seeing this, Lin Yi realized she was feeling a bit jealous, so he held her a little tighter. However, what shocked him was not just this matter. According to Shinseki, Wang Junkai had already arrived at the beach yesterday, and at that time, he was searching frantically for him and Lin Xiaowei. But Lin Yi remembered very clearly that during the simulation, Wang Junkai had only arrived today. This was different from the previous simulation, and Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder, could there be another simulator on Wang Junkai's kayak? Thus, a change in the development of events occurred. Lin Yi was somewhat puzzled, but since they were still trapped in the tree with the white tiger nearby ready to attack again, he had no choice but to bury these thoughts for the time being. After they escaped, regardless of whether Lin Xiaowei had entangled herself with Wang Junkai again, he would have to deal with that guy. Brother Lin, is that tiger still here? No, I saw it glance at us earlier. Oh, when? What should we do? It was when you screamed. Yeah. Shinseki felt a bit embarrassed as she couldn't help herself at that moment. She shot Lin Yi an annoyed glare, thinking to herself that this guy had no filter. I plan to make a torch to scare off the white tiger. Lin Yi ignored Shinseki's mix of shyness and anger and proceeded with his actions. He first took a pair of pants from the system space and handed it to Shinseki, signaling her to put them on quickly. In Lin Ye's heart, Shinseki was already the woman he acknowledged, and he didn't want other men to see her in her current state. Then Lin Yi took out 2 pieces of clothing from the space again, chopped 2 appropriately sized branches from the tree, and tied the clothing around them. In this way, 2 simple, yet practical torches were completed. Shinseki quietly watched Lin Ye's actions, filled with admiration, feeling that her man was truly clever to think of such a solution. Once the torches were ready, Lin Yi dared not delay. He understood that their success depended on this moment. Taking advantage of the still early daylight, they had to go down, otherwise if it dragged into the night surrounded by darkness, the situation would only become more dangerous. The two took a brief rest to recover their strength, and when they felt ready, they prepared to climb down the tree. However, just before they descended, Shinseki was extremely frightened. She tightly held Lin Ye's hand, her small hand trembling slightly from tension, and timidly asked, Brother Lin, is it really safe? It will be fine, ma'am, here. Lin Yi turned his head to look at Shinseki, his gaze filled with unwavering confidence. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Shinseki hesitated for a moment, but eventually bit her lip and gently nodded. Then they took a deep breath, exchanged glances, and slid down the tree trunk together. The tiger nearby had long been impatient. While the two were up in the tree, it had several times been on the verge of charging out, unable to contain itself. But Lin Yi had been closely watching it from the tree, occasionally waving his fire axe, which intimidated the white tiger, forcing it to wait patiently. Now that the two finally came down, the white tiger immediately lunged forward with a powerful momentum, its massive body charging straight toward Lin Yi and Shinseki. As soon as Lin Yi landed, he placed the lighter next to the torch, ensuring that the clothes would burn quickly, so he needed to light it right when the tiger came out. He saw a white figure flash by, moving as fast as lightning. It was the white tiger pouncing toward them. Seeing this, Lin Yi reacted swiftly, immediately lighting one of the torches without hesitation. In an instant, the torch blazed to life, the orange flame dancing in the wind, radiating waves of warmth. Then Lin Yi hurriedly handed the lighter to Shinseki. Their eyes met, conveying a mutual understanding, signaling her to wait for the right moment to ignite the second torch. While they were still in the tree, they had discussed their strategy, and the entire process flowed seamlessly without any hesitation. As soon as Lin Yi handed over the lighter, he quickly reached into the system space again to retrieve the fire axe, gripping it tightly in his hand. He then stood tall, one hand raised high with the burning torch, the flames roaring in the wind, while the other hand firmly held the fire axe positioned protectively in front of Shinseki. At this moment, the bloodstains on the white tiger's face had dried, forming dark red scabs that made it appear even more ferocious and terrifying. It had charged forward aggressively, but suddenly it seemed to sense something was amiss. The fierce motion that had been leaping forward came to an abrupt halt, its eyes warily fixated on the burning torch, as if it was facing something extremely terrifying, causing it to hesitate to charge forward. Lin Yi knew very well that the torch burned quickly, and if this stalemate continued until the torch extinguished, they would be in danger. Thus, gritting his teeth, he advanced instead of retreating, swinging the torch as he slowly approached the tiger. The material of the clothing was cotton, which ignited easily. At this moment, the flame on the torch was fierce and roaring, and the high temperature in the air rapidly spread, causing the white tiger to instinctively want to take a few steps back to avoid the scorching flames. However, being the king of the forest, its inherent pride and ferocity wouldn't allow it to back down so easily. So it forced itself to muster courage, raising its sharp claws high, pretending to pounce at Lin Yi. Yet it never expected that before its claws could even get close to the torch in Lin Yi's hand, they would be scorched by the scorching flames. The searing pain shot through its claws and spread throughout its body, causing it to hastily withdraw its paw in panic. Lin Yi, however, did not give it a chance, knowing that cotton would shed sparks when burning. Seeing sparks flying, Lin Yi quickly swung the torch, sending numerous sparks flying toward the white tiger. The white tiger had no idea what these sparks were. It had never experienced anything like this before, so in that moment, it didn't even think about dodging. The temperature of these sparks was extremely high. As soon as they touched the white tiger, it let out a mournful howl, jumping around in agony. Furious, the white tiger's eyes widened as it fixed its gaze on Lin Yi, wanting to pounce and tear him apart. However, to its surprise, Lin Yi immediately swung the torch in his hand once more with great force. This time, the white tiger learned its lesson, hurriedly twisting its massive and heavy body in an attempt to avoid the sparks. Yet despite its efforts, a few sparks still fell on it. What was worse was that these sparks did not extinguish upon landing on it. Instead, they ignited upon contact with its thick fur, and the flames spread like a raging tide. The white tiger was terrified by this sudden blaze, crying out in distress as it frantically extended its claws, trying to swat away the flames on its body. But the flames seemed possessed, refusing to be extinguished no matter how hard it swatted at them, and instead grew more intense. Unable to bear the pain, the white tiger turned and desperately retreated. As it ran, it rolled on the ground, incessantly attempting to smother the flames with the friction of the earth. Fortunately, after this struggle, it did manage to extinguish the fire. However, by this time, the white tiger was already in a disheveled state, with much of its fur singed, and its eyes devoid of their previous ferocity and majesty, having clearly lost the courage to fight any longer. The white tiger stood up and cast a deep glance at Lin Yi, its eyes filled with a mixture of resentment and a hint of unmistakable fear. Then, without looking back, it dashed deep into the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi and Qin Siki watched this thrilling scene unfold, their hearts finally at ease as the heavy stone that had been weighing on them dropped. They secretly rejoiced, relieved to have escaped disaster and found safety. However, they still felt a twinge of worry, fearing the tiger might launch a counterattack, so they dared not linger and hurriedly retreated into the distance. After walking far from the forest and confirming their safety, Qin Siki finally let out a long sigh of relief. In her relief, she excitedly hugged Lin Yi tightly, her body slightly trembling, tears welling in her eyes as she began to recount how frightened she had been, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly spoke in a gentle voice to comfort her, and after a while Qin Siki gradually calmed her excited heart. Yet her fear seemed not to have fully dissipated, and she requested Lin Yi to hold her hand. Lin Yi naturally had no objections, and without hesitation took her small hand, and the two walked hand in hand toward the beach. Previously, Lin Yi had never ventured into this area, so he could only rely on his instincts to navigate through the forest. After a long and arduous journey with Qin Siki, they finally spotted a familiar rock. Using this rock as a marker, he finally managed to find the way back slowly to the beach. Qin Siki was quite bold, a girl who dared to love and hate, and she did not care about others' opinions, so she never let go of Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi felt there was nothing wrong with this and allowed Qin Siki to hold on to him. However, when his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the beach, his brow involuntarily furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. He noticed that dozens of people had gathered on the beach, bustling and lively. Yet in the previous simulation, these people wouldn't appear for several more days, but unexpectedly, they had all shown up ahead of time today. Xiao Linzi, you're still alive. As soon as Lin Yi appeared on the beach, those people nearly simultaneously noticed him. Instantly, there was a stir among the crowd. A thin, not very tall boy with an expression full of excitement dashed towards Lin Yi with great speed. This person was named Hu Bo, and his family background was similar to Lin Yi's, neither of them being well off. Because of their similar life experiences, they often found common ground in their conversations. However, in the simulations, Hu Bo often got bullied and had not attained any opportunities. One time, he was so hungry that he bravely ventured into the forest in search of food. But who would have thought that he would never return, ultimately being killed by a pack of wolves? Lin Yi was saddened for a long time because of this. Xiao Linzi, is this your girlfriend? Hu Bo asked while glancing at Qin Siki and Lin Yi's intertwined hands, his face displaying curiosity and a hint of probing. In his impression, Lin Yi had always been ordinary with a poor family background. He never expected that he could find such a lovely and beautiful girlfriend, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Hearing this, Qin Siki tilted her head slightly, looking at Lin Yi with anticipation, her sparkling eyes seemingly saying, quickly admitted. Yes. Lin Yi nodded and responded. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Shinseki's face immediately blossomed with a sweet smile. Clearly having received the answer she desired, feeling extremely happy inside. Then she eagerly greeted Hubo, saying, "Hello, my name is Shinseki. I am Lin Gige's girlfriend. What is your name?" Upon hearing Shinseki's voice, Hubo was somewhat puzzled. This girl looked so delicate and cute. How could she possibly have fallen for Lin Yi? Not understanding where he fell short. Just as Hubo was about to answer, his stomach suddenly growled, turning his face bright red. He scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Hello, my name is Hubo." Lin Yi wasn't surprised by this. He recognized that this brother was like him in the past, never having been in a relationship, and would blush when seeing girls. Seeing Hubo's pale complexion, especially with his eye sockets slightly sunken, he looked very weak. Lin Yi felt a tightness in his heart and asked, "Bozi, how long have you gone without food?" "Almost 3 days. Don't mention it. I wanted to grab a coconut just now, but I couldn't get it. It was snatched by that group doing sports," Hubo said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi instinctively looked toward the direction of the coconut trees, and what he saw astonished both him and Shinseki. He saw that the dozens of coconut trees at the edge of the beach had all been chopped down, lying sprawled on the ground. Not a single coconut remained hanging on the trees. Lin Yi and Shinseki were both taken aback, exchanging glances before hurriedly asking Hubo what had happened. Hubo leaned in closer and lowered his voice, saying, "Li Wei has an axe, so he brought people to chop down all the coconut trees." He seemed to feel this wasn't enough and leaned closer to Lin Yi's ear, whispering even more quietly, "I think Li Wei is a bit strange, and not only does he have an axe, but he also has a bow and arrow. Moreover, I don't know how, but it seems he can suddenly produce these things almost like magic. How incredible. You mustn't tell anyone. I saw this secretly while I was using the restroom." Lin Yi remembered Li Wei in the simulation. Wang Junkai had mentioned him just before his near-death moment. He said it seemed that Li Wei had awakened a sign-in system, allowing him to obtain different things every day. However, according to the original simulation, he shouldn't have been able to bring these things out until a few more days had passed. How could everything be so early now? Lin Yi felt a sense of confusion within him at this moment. The situation on this deserted island was becoming increasingly unpredictable, diverging more and more from the scenarios he had previously simulated, as if an invisible and mysterious force was quietly manipulating events behind the scenes, completely altering the originally predetermined path of development. However, despite the myriad of doubts swirling in his mind, he maintained a facade of calmness, revealing no signs of unease. Looking at Hubo's pitiful appearance from having gone several days without food, Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said, "Bozi, follow me later. I arrived here before you and know where to find food. I will definitely make sure you eat your fill." Lin Yi did not speak lightly. He had smoked a considerable amount of cured meat in the valley, so he was somewhat confident. "Really, Xiao Linzi, don't tease me. I'm a bit heavier than you and can bear hunger better. If there's food, you must prioritize yourself. Do not take it out lightly. I just saw someone get beaten to a pulp by an old man over food. At this time, even if there is food, one must act discreetly." Hubo had clearly witnessed too much chaos and brutality in recent days, speaking in a hushed tone, his face serious, as he cautioned Lin Yi. "Goo goo." At that moment, another sound of a stomach growling was heard, but this time it was not from Hubo, but from Shinseki. A few days ago, she had managed to acquire some bread while scavenging for supplies, but as a girl, she couldn't hold on to these items. Thus, for the past 2 days, she had been trying her luck by the sea, foraging for edible seafood to stave off hunger. When she truly found herself at her wits' end due to hunger, she mustered the courage to search the woods for something edible. Having not eaten properly for an extended period, compounded by her encounters with wolves and a white tiger today, her physical strength was nearly exhausted. At that moment, hearing Lin Yi say there would be enough to eat, hope ignited within her, and her stomach cooperatively growled in response. Lin Yi was fully aware that she had been struggling these past few days, so he gently squeezed her hand and said softly, "Later, you can eat your fill too." Upon hearing this, Shinseki immediately displayed a joyful smile on her face, as she had great trust in Lin Yi. Back when they were on the kayak, she had already noticed that Lin Yi was a capable person, so hearing him say this now gave her a sense of security. Hubo watched from the side, feeling a twinge of doubt. He pondered privately, if Lin Yi truly had food that could fill people up, why was his companion still hungry? However, he was perceptive enough to keep this question to himself, simply assuming that Lin Yi had finally found some food and intended to share some with him. After all, during their school days, they both had very little pocket money, and whenever they brought fruits like oranges or chestnuts from home, they always shared with each other. As they spoke, Lin Yi's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the crowd on the beach. After all, his first intimate encounter had been with Lin Xiaowei, and he couldn't help but think of her, wanting to see where she was at that moment. However, after scanning around, Lin Yi did not spot Lin Xiaowei or Wang Junkai. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Could those two have really gone into the woods to do something? At this thought, his heart sank and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He had thought he had successfully captured her heart, only to realize it might have been a one-sided affection. At this moment, Lin Yi wanted to ask Hubo if he had seen Lin Xiaowei, but with Shinseki right beside him, he found it difficult to bring it up. He needed to consider Shinseki's feelings, so he swallowed the question that was on the tip of his tongue. Then the two continued their conversation, discussing the events that had transpired over the past few days. Hubo mentioned that there were a total of 9 people on their kayak, and earlier it had drifted to the other side of the deserted island. All those on the kayak were classmates, all of whom were adults who had graduated with ages, all being 19 years old. Since they were all familiar with each other after some discussion, they planned to row the kayak around the island to see if they could find anything useful or a way out. When they reached this side of the beach and saw many people on the shore, they stopped and landed. The situation with other kayaks was generally the same, which was why over 80 people had gathered here. However, among them were also some bolder individuals who had directly ventured into the woods. During the conversation, Hubo specifically mentioned the class flower Li Zixuan, saying that she had also gone into the woods with a few close female classmates. They had had a good relationship during their school days, and the two boys had often discussed their crushes when they were together. Thus, Hubo naturally knew that Lin Yi had quite liked Li Zixuan in the past, and he brought her up now to see how Lin Yi would react. Lin Yi understood Hubo's intentions, but he was no longer the same as before. After experiencing death once, he had become much more indifferent towards matters of love. To him, love was merely a part of life for a man, not the most important matter in life. In his youth, he had naively thought that love was everything in life, but after experiencing life and death, he realized these feelings were actually dispensable and not as essential as he had imagined. Moreover, he now had Shinseki by his side, as well as the ambiguous relationship with Lin Xiaowei, so there was no need for him to harbor any secret crush on the class flower. Those youthful fantasies should just be kept in his heart as beautiful memories. Just as the two were conversing, several girls approached them. Lin Yi looked at them and found them somewhat familiar. Although he did not know them well, he assumed they must have crossed paths before, just without much interaction. Siki, you're still alive. This morning I only saw Tang Cheng, and I thought you had fallen into the sea. The speaker was a girl with twin ponytails wearing shorts. As she spoke, she jogged over with light steps, her anxious demeanor showing genuine concern for Shinseki. As she got closer, she immediately spotted Shinseki, holding Lin Yi's hand tightly. Her eyes widened in surprise, her face full of astonishment, clearly not expecting the situation to be like this. However, she quickly regained her composure and immediately revealed a mischievous smile, teasingly saying, "Goodness, you little brat, you've made me worry for so long, and it turns out you went looking for your little lover. Right, we were worried sick about you, and you ended up frolicking with a pretty boy." Exactly. 3 girls had come over, appearing to be good friends who often hung out with Shinseki. Shinseki was extremely happy to see them, her pretty face instantly blooming with a radiant smile, yet after experiencing life and death, she was unwilling to let go of Lin Yi's hand. "Yao, you Qian, you are all still alive. That's wonderful," Shinseki exclaimed excitedly, calling out their names. The girls chattered like little birds that had not seen each other for a long time, asking about each other's recent experiences. The young women exchanged words, their lively conversation resonating joyfully on the beach. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Hubo stood awkwardly to the side, silently listening to their chatter, unable to interject. Lin Yi was relatively fine, having been through quite a bit, maintaining a calm demeanor while quietly listening. Hubo, on the other hand, felt increasingly out of place. Being somewhat introverted, he was unsure whether to move or stay, feeling uncomfortable in every way. He didn't know where to put his hands and feet, his face occasionally revealing a look of embarrassment. Although the 3 girls had plenty they wanted to share with Shinseki, hunger had set in after days without proper food, leading their conversation to naturally shift toward the topic of food. Hearing her friends lament their hunger, Shinseki felt disheartened and turned to Lin Yi, her gaze questioning, clearly wanting to ask if he could take them along to find food. Lin Yi recognized Shinseki's 3 friends. He recalled that in a previous simulation, they had grown quite close to Wang Junkai. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was hesitant to agree, as he had significant conflicts with Wang Junkai. However, he suddenly remembered that Wang Junkai had once mentioned his system, More Children, More Blessings. As the name suggests, this system should be closely related to girls. It seemed that during the simulations, these individuals must have had a unique connection with Wang Junkai. With this thought, Lin Yi felt a desire to seize the opportunity. He reasoned that since these individuals were linked to Wang Junkai's system, the benefits could not simply be left to that guy. He needed to find a way to take control of it all. Though supporting 3 people was no easy task, given the scarcity of food resources on the deserted island. But as the saying goes, many hands make light work. With more people helping, it might be easier to deal with any challenges that arise. After much contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately decided to agree. Moreover, the instinctive thoughts that men have made him fleetingly ponder whether he could take in these girls. Of course, this idea was nothing more than a fleeting thought. Thus Lin Yi gave Shinseki a slight nod indicating that he could take them along. Seeing Lin Yi nod, Shinseki immediately broke into a joyful smile and hurriedly told her friends. Lin Gij agreed. If you come with us, we will definitely find food. The girls were instantly thrilled, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Lin Yi. In their gratitude, they couldn't help but size Lin Yi up, seemingly curious about what made Shinseki's boyfriend special. Just then Hubo, hearing they were about to leave, hurriedly interrupted. Xiao Linzi, we can't leave now. Supplies will be drifting in soon. We need to stay here to see if we can find something useful. Supplies. Lin Yi felt puzzled upon hearing this. In his memory, during the simulation, supplies had only drifted in once before. Moreover, they had already gathered quite a few useful items from that batch of supplies. Why would there be supplies drifting in again now? Additionally, it had been several days since the shipwreck. Logically, the supplies that were once on the ship should have long since disappeared with the waves. How could there still be supplies adrift at sea? Right, Xiao Qiqi, you and your Lin Gij. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. We'll leave later. Supplies will be drifting in soon. Yao Yao, with her double ponytails, said this while intentionally covering her face with her hands, pretending to be shy. The ponytails swayed gently with her movements, looking quite cute. It was evident that even though she was hungry, this girl still cared greatly about her appearance, her hair neatly arranged and without a strand out of place. Yes, we'll leave later. After being hungry for so long, we can wait a bit longer to see if there's anything good. The girl named Yu Er chimed in. Lin Yi was filled with confusion and was about to ask what was going on when Shinseki preemptively asked, what supplies? We don't know, but we heard the survivors are all talking about it. Yao Yao shook her head and continued, everyone is saying so, it must be true. Talking about it. Lin Yi thought it was just baseless rumors and was about to relax when suddenly an idea struck him, recalling the other fragment of the simulation pearl he had encountered. Although both simulation pearls were single-use items, the effects they produced were entirely different. The person who used the simulation pearl first actually took the initial loss because the later user would experience events altered by the earlier user's simulation. For instance, if that person used the simulation pearl after Lin Yi, it would mean that in that person's simulation, they would see a Lin Yi who was already aware of some future events. If that were the case, then the situation would become far more complicated and dire. That person would undoubtedly know things that Lin Yi was unaware of, and the future trajectories would no longer adhere to Lin Yi's simulation, but would follow the scenario crafted by that individual. With this thought, Lin Yi was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. He instinctively wanted to take out the fire axe hidden in his system space and hold it in his hand for protection. Noticing Lin Yi's body trembling slightly, Shinseki couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her bright eyes were filled with concern, wondering what was wrong with him. Without overthinking, she hurriedly reached out her small hand and tightly grasped Lin Yi's hand. Feeling the warmth and softness of her small hand around his, Lin Yi snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost composure. He took a deep breath, calming himself. No matter how that person had altered the course of events or what they knew that he didn't, Lin Yi didn't have to fear. What was there to fear for someone who had already died once? Moreover, Lin Yi instinctively turned to look at Shinseki, beside him, a wave of satisfaction rising within him. In this life, he had already secured the first blood and had even taken on 2 opponents by himself. It would seem that this trip was not in vain. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would not be a wasted life. Thinking this, his gaze gradually became more resolute. Brother Lin, shall we wait a bit? Shinseki slightly raised her head, looking at Lin Yi with a hint of worry in her eyes. Oh, calling you brother, Shinseki, I didn't expect you to be so clingy. Yao Yao, with her twin tails, couldn't help but pout, pretending to be disdainful. She didn't want to be fed a mouthful of dog food, so, without waiting for Lin Yi to respond, she playfully teased. Oomph. Shinseki felt a bit dissatisfied upon hearing this, her little face puffing up. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised his other hand and gently stroked her cheek softly, saying, let's wait a bit and see if there are any supplies. After a discussion, the group set off towards the edge of the woods. They found a relatively flat and open spot, sat down on the ground, and prepared to see if any supplies would float by. Although the 4 girls had a lot to talk about, everyone was so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs, leaving them without much energy, so they tacitly conserved their strength and quietly sat there attentively waiting for supplies to appear. While waiting, Lin Yi knew that the deserted island was full of mysteries. To be safe, he quietly activated the system to conduct a body scan on the group. This scan indeed revealed some unusual conditions. Hu Bo Yuer and Qian Qian had relatively normal body attributes with not much difference among them. However, Yao Yao's body attributes were clearly different, especially her defense, which shockingly reached 0. 2. This was even higher than Lin Yi's current defense. Normally, a person's defense is around 0. 010, and this difference was substantial. It was evident that Yao Yao's situation was somewhat suspicious. Either she had obtained some fortuitous encounter on this deserted island, or she had also activated the system. Lin Yi suspected that the latter possibility was more likely. Although he had a rough idea, he did not disclose it, merely keeping a watchful eye in his heart. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and on this deserted island, everyone was doing their utmost to survive. Having a bit of their own reliance was normal. Lin Yi knew that by devouring another system his own could upgrade, but there was a prerequisite: he had to kill the host. He considered himself not the cold-blooded type, and naturally did not wish to do such a thing. Moreover, would hunting others truly be beneficial for system upgrades? Could it lead to a situation where the system devours its master, or something else? From what he could see, the system possessed a certain level of intelligence, and with such advanced technology, Lin Yi did not believe it appeared without reason. There were surely deeper secrets hidden behind it, yet they remained undiscovered for now. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts and continued to gaze at the sea. He needed to confirm that if supplies were truly going to appear, it meant that another person using the simulation pearl had done so after him. If that were the case, he had to prepare early. After all, the other party knew some things he did not. Who knows what they had altered or what plans they were concocting. However, Lin Yi silently hoped that the person was not Wang Junkai, otherwise it would indeed be difficult to kill. Without electricity on the deserted island, playing with a phone was impossible, making the waiting process undoubtedly agonizing. Fortunately, after waiting for nearly an hour, the originally quiet beach suddenly became restless. Lin Yi hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound, and saw some dark spots faintly appearing on the distant sea, becoming clearer with the rising waves. It was evident that they were indeed supplies. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's heart sank. He realized that the person had indeed used the simulation pearl after him. Earlier, while waiting, he had tentatively asked Hu Bo and the other girls about who had spread the news of the supplies. But everyone responded that they didn't know, as if suddenly everyone was spreading this news. It seemed that the person was quite cautious, knowing to hide themselves. Shaolinzi, let's hurry to the beach and grab a good spot. Maybe we can snatch up some more things. Hu Bo suddenly stood up from the ground, looking at the crowd that had already started to surge towards the beach, his face filled with urgency. Okay. Lin Yi stood up, and seeing this, Chinsiki quickly followed suit along with her three friends. For some reason at this moment, Lin Yi seemed to have become the backbone among them, with everyone unconsciously looking to him as their leader. The group quickly arrived at the edge of the beach, observing the direction from which the supplies were drifting while selecting a spot they deemed advantageous. Then they quietly stood there waiting for the supplies to slowly approach. Previously, Chinsiki had told Lin Yi that their kayak had been damaged by the glasses-wearing man. No one knew where the glasses-wearing man had gone, and when he returned, he found that the kayak had already been punctured. After some discussion, they decided to disassemble the kayak and use it as waterproof cloth for the grass hut they had built, preparing to guard against rain. Without a kayak, Lin Yi did not dare to rashly venture out to sea, and since he still did not know who the other person using the simulation pearl was, he did not want to stand out too much to avoid being targeted. Thus, he planned to guard the beach and see if he could pick up anything washed ashore by the waves. However, he couldn't help but wonder why, after so much time had passed, Lin Xiaowei and Wang Junkai had still not appeared. He felt somewhat worried about Lin Xiaowei and faintly had the thought of searching for her in the forest. But then he thought the forest on this deserted island was vast, and at a glance there was no visible boundary. If he went in to look for them, it would truly be like seeking a needle in a haystack. Finding them would be no easy task. Just as Lin Yi was conflicted in his heart, there was new movement on the beach. Their kayak was damaged and could no longer be used, but the other people's kayaks were still intact. Soon 7 kayaks were pushed to the beach, each carrying 3 people. Judging by their demeanor, they clearly intended to venture out to sea to retrieve the drifting supplies. These people were quite clever. They had scoured the deserted island for some wooden planks, then simply processed them to use as paddles. As the waves ceaselessly surged, the speed of the kayak's forward movement, though not rapid, gradually brought it closer to the supplies. Hu Bo fixated on the kayaks gradually approaching the supplies, his expression growing increasingly grim, as he couldn't help but exclaim, "These people are too much. They just keep robbing everything." It turned out that when he first disembarked, the kayak he was on had been forcefully commandeered by a group of athletic students. They had already graduated and were adults. At that time, he was too weak to resist. He could only watch helplessly as his kayak was taken away, feeling utterly frustrated, so seeing those people vying for supplies now reignited his anger. The experiences of Yao Yao and the other girls were somewhat similar to Hu Bo's. They were sitting in a kayak, but it was mostly occupied by other tourists, leaving only the 3 of them. Had it not been for the companionship among the 3 girls, they might have been bullied by those people. Lin Yi and Chinsiki appeared relatively calm, not anxious at all. They all possessed a system. As long as they completed the tasks issued by the system, they could exchange for various supplies. The several kayaks moved swiftly across the sea, and one of the kayaks clearly had people who were adept at rowing, making it reach the supplies first like an arrow. The individuals on that kayak were quite skilled in swimming. Once they arrived at the location, they all jumped into the sea, without hesitation, vigorously swimming toward the supplies floating on the surface. Before long, these individuals had retrieved several supplies and placed them onto their kayak. However, because they were still quite far from the beach, Lin Yi and the others on the shore could not clearly see what those people had snatched. Seeing that someone had already taken action, the people on the other kayaks revved up their efforts, swiftly paddling toward that direction, all joining in the scramble. After a fierce struggle, only a small portion of the supplies were slowly pushed to the shore by the waves. The beach was already crowded with people, and the moment they saw supplies floating over, they surged like a pack of hungry wolves scrambling for them. The scene was chaotic, filled with shouts and pushing, a complete mess. Lin Yi's keen gaze quickly zeroed in on a waterproof backpack. The backpack looked to be of good quality and seemed useful on a deserted island. Thus, he utilized his now superior physical abilities, darting through the crowd like a swift and agile leopard. He deftly dodged and weaved, skillfully avoiding the pushing and shoving, and in just a few moves successfully snatched the backpack. Boss speed was no less. He and a middle-aged man simultaneously spotted a plastic box. The box appeared quite large, and it was unclear what it contained. However, on this resource-scarce deserted island, whatever it contained was a good thing. The two rushed toward the box almost simultaneously. But ultimately, Boss' explosive power was slightly stronger, and he managed to grab the plastic box first. Shinseki and her 3 girlfriends, being girls, were not as physically strong as men. Even though they reacted quickly at first, swiftly grabbing some items in their hands, the surrounding crowd seemed frenzied, eyes red, directly reaching out to snatch things away with overwhelming strength. The several girls felt both angry and wronged, yet they could do nothing as many people began to fight in the shallow waters over the supplies. Fortunately, the 3 worked together and ultimately managed to grab a sealed rubber barrel, ensuring they did not return empty-handed. The group exchanged glances, all curious about what was inside the items they had snatched, eager to open and check right there. However, with so many people around, it was risky to open it now. If something valuable was revealed, it might attract unwanted attention, so everyone tacitly refrained from hurrying to open it. The supplies floating on the sea had already been completely snatched, and Lin Yi and his group decided to leave this troublesome place quickly. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to turn and leave, several boys suddenly blocked their path. A total of 8 boys spread out in a fan shape, encircling Lin Yi, Shinseki, and the others in the middle. One of them was Tang Cheng, who had been following Shinseki. Upon seeing Shinseki, Tang Cheng's eyes lit up instantly, his expression akin to finding a lost treasure, as he instinctively wanted to rush toward her. However, when he noticed Shinseki closely sticking to Lin Yi, his expression changed immediately. Just as he was about to move, Shinseki seemed to sense his intention and directly took Lin Yi's hand. The meaning was quite clear. She was with Lin Yi. Seeing this, Tang Cheng's face darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "Shinseki, how could you?" Halfway through his words, Tang Cheng's gaze inadvertently fell on the pants Shinseki was wearing, and he immediately noticed something was off. Previously, Shinseki had worn a long skirt. How had it turned into a pair of jeans now? Moreover, the style looked like men's pants. He had guarded Shinseki for so long, having licked her for 3 years without even holding her hand, yet Lin Yi had it easy, the two of them actually. His heart surged with jealousy and anger, unable to contain himself, and he couldn't help but raise his voice to question Shinseki, "What's the deal with your pants? Did he do anything to you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng grew even more anxious, disregarding the situation, and blurted it out. "My business is none of your concern." Shinseki felt a bit angry at his words, her tone turning quite displeased. "You?" Tang Cheng's face turned bright red as he stepped forward, seemingly intent on forcibly taking Shinseki away. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward to block Tang Cheng. Among the 8 people, the leader was a rather sturdy fellow standing at about 178 centimeters tall. He stepped forward, grasped Tang Cheng's arm, and gently urged him to calm down and not act impulsively. He then surveyed Lin Yi, Shinseki, and the others with a scrutinizing glance, finally fixing his gaze on the 4 girls, particularly Shinseki. A sincere expression immediately appeared on his face as he said, "Shinseki Wang Liao, we were all in the same class before, and having shared so many years as classmates, we are quite familiar with each other. Now that we find ourselves stranded on this deserted island utterly alone, it is quite dangerous. Why not join us in forming a group to survive together? I have heard that there are many fierce beasts on this island. With more people to look out for each other, it would certainly be better. What do you think?" This person, named Zhang Peng, was handsome, sporting a Korean-style haircut that looked particularly fashionable. Previously, when they were in school, Shinseki and several other girls had often had crushes on him. When they gathered together privately, they often discussed him. However, handsome guys are always very popular. Even in school, he never lacked for girlfriends. It was rumored that he had a girlfriend who was several years younger than him. Hearing Zhang Peng's words, Wang Luyao and the others clearly showed signs of being tempted. After all, surviving on this deserted island is not easy. If they could stick together with old classmates, especially someone who seemed strong and reliable, it would certainly provide a sense of security. Lin Yi was not tall, standing at about 168 centimeters. Hu Bo was even shorter, only 164 centimeters. Their appearances were quite ordinary. Additionally, both of them often helped with chores at home, frequently exposed to the sun and wind, which had tanned their skin. Compared to Zhang Peng, who had fair skin and looked handsome, they were indeed at a disadvantage. In these days on the deserted island, everyone had not seen any signs of rescue. Many people actually understood in their hearts that it was probably very difficult to wait for rescue, so various thoughts began to arise. On a deserted island, besides food, the most important thing is women. Among the four girls, Lu Yao and Siki were both quite attractive and stood out even on the deserted island. Therefore, when Lin Yi heard Zhang Peng's words, he immediately understood their intentions. However, he did not call them out, wanting to see how Chen Siki would choose. Chen Siki shook her head without a second thought. In the past, she would naturally not refuse, but now. Lu Yao and the other girls were originally somewhat tempted, but seeing their good friend refuse, they hesitated and did not rush to express their opinions. Upon hearing Chen Siki's unhesitating rejection of his proposal, Zhang Peng's initially sincere smile instantly turned displeased, his brows furrowing slightly as a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Yet he also understood that with so many people watching, it would not be appropriate to act forcefully. Thus he took a deep breath, suppressing his discontent, and said sternly, "Chen Siki, think carefully. This is not school, and it is not the legal society outside. This is a deserted island. On this deserted island, there is no law. If someone wants to do something to you, they can do it. Look at us, we not only have 10 strong men, but have also secured a kayak. With this kayak, when the time is right, it will be no problem for us to go out to seek rescue or find another way to survive. Who knows, there might really be a chance to return to civilization. Right now, I am kindly inviting you. This is a rare opportunity for you. Once this chance is missed, there won't be another. If you want to join us next time, even if you beg me, I might not take you in. Yes. We also have Huang Mingbo in our team. He's an expert at surviving in the wild. He loves watching survival shows on deserted islands and knows all about finding food and building shelters on the island. If you stick with us, your chances of survival will definitely increase. If you don't follow us and later regret it, don't say we didn't warn you. You don't need to say anything more. Lin Gu is my boyfriend, and I will only follow him. As for Lu Yao and the others, they can decide for themselves." Upon hearing these words, Chen Siki felt quite disdainful. She slightly lifted her head and resolutely rejected them, tightening her hold on Lin Ye's hand. That look was as if to announce to everyone that her mind was made up and no one could change her decision. Wang Luyao and the other two girls were somewhat tempted, but seeing Chen Siki's firm resolve, they hesitated to say anything. "Lin Gu, let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us." Chen Siki, who was not the type to be weak or easily bullied, said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi understood Chen Siki's stance and was deeply moved by her determination. Not wanting to linger any longer, he strode forward. The person blocking their way originally intended to stop Lin Yi from leaving. However, when Lin Yi's cold gaze swept over, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear and instinctively took a few steps back, clearing a path. Lin Yi successfully led Chen Siki out of the encirclement. Hu Bo, seeing this, dared not delay, fearing that the others might change their minds, and quickly followed. The other three girls hesitated for a moment, but seeing Chen Siki had already walked far, they immediately followed. As soon as they left, one of the boys among them wore a face full of unwillingness and ran over to Zhang Peng, lowering his voice to say, "Boss, are we just going to let them go like this? Didn't we agree yesterday that on this deserted island we can?" Zhang Peng frowned. Although he wore a dissatisfied expression, he feigned calmness and replied, "There's no rush, we have plenty of time. The main issue is that when Chao backed off and let them go. If he hadn't backed off, we wouldn't have let them leave so easily today." As he spoke, he cast a glare at the man named Wen Chao, feeling quite dissatisfied with his cowardice in the face of danger. "What the hell, Wen Chao, what do you mean by this? We agreed to surround them and not let them escape. Why did you back out?" Another boy, upon hearing this, erupted with rage and shouted at Wen Chao. The man called Wen Chao turned red and pale, feeling extremely awkward, but he couldn't directly admit he was intimidated by Lin Ye's cold gaze. That would be too embarrassing. So he forced himself to respond defiantly, "Wasn't it you who didn't stop them? I thought everyone planned to let them go. How was I to know what you were thinking?" While they argued, the other side of the beach remained unusually quiet, a chilling atmosphere hanging in the air. At this moment, the bespectacled boy had successfully gathered the people from the kayak into a small group. The bespectacled boy stood there, his eyes fixed intently on the retreating figure of Lin Yi, initially flashing a hint of envy. Then a deep jealousy surged within him, like a black flame burning fiercely in his eyes, twisting his expression. "Why is it that you, Lin Yi, have women surrounding you, and not just one, but several, all of whom are quite attractive. Lin Xiaowei following you is one thing. But now you even have a student girl with you, leaving none for me. Damn it, why am I surrounded by just a bunch of men? It makes me furious. The more I think about it, the more unbalanced I feel, the bespectacled boy muttered under his breath, his expression growing darker. However, he quickly seemed to recall something, and his expression softened slightly as he muttered to himself, well, I just need a few more task points to exchange for a handgun from the system. Once I get that handgun, I'll come find you to settle the score. How long can you gloat with so many women around you? These women too, just looking at them. Cheap. I hope at least a few of them are still pure. With that, Lin Yi decided not to linger on the beach any longer and planned to head back to the valley. As he walked, he glanced back to see Chen Siki, Hu Bo, and her 3 friends following him, a total of 5 people. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Originally, he intended to explore the deserted island alone in search of opportunities, as fewer people would make it easier to move and worry less. But who would have thought that as he walked, the number of people around him increased, completely different from his initial expectations. After all, having more people isn't necessarily a good thing. The more people there are, the higher the risk. Everyone is here for survival, and each person has their own calculations, and no one knows if these people will suddenly stab him in the back at a critical moment. If it were an ordinary deserted island, Lin, you wouldn't have much to fear relying on his own abilities. But this deserted island was filled with anomalies, and everyone encountered different opportunities here. No one knew what abilities or benefits those around them had gained, or if they would act against others for their own interests. However, Chen Siki was very much to his liking, and he was reluctant to harm her. So despite his concerns about the growing number of people, he could only take it one step at a time. The woods on the deserted island had many mosquitoes, and it was common to get bitten a few times if one wasn't careful. Lin Yi first took them to pick some mint leaves, and then taught them to crush the leaves and apply them to exposed skin areas like arms and neck. Chen Siki had a few large red welts on her fair and beautiful face, which looked quite pitiful. Since she was following him, Lin Yi didn't want her to suffer, so he carefully applied the crushed mint leaves to the spots where she had been bitten by mosquitoes, unlike the others who didn't receive such treatment. As Lin Yi applied the mint leaves to Chen Siki, her friends beside them couldn't help but complain about their public display of affection. Their words were filled with teasing, causing Chen Siki's face to flush with embarrassment. After applying the mint leaves, Lin Yi went to the bamboo forest and chopped a few bamboo poles to make simple spears. To avoid exposing the system space and to intimidate others, he always kept the fire axe tied behind him. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, each person held a simple spear made of bamboo. Although these spears looked rather crude, if they encountered a carnivorous animal in the woods, at least they could defend themselves. Lin Yi then led them toward the valley. However, as they entered the woods and avoided the gaze of the people on the beach, they all began to feel anxious. Chen Siki tightly held Lin Yi's hand, gripping it firmly while she and her friends carried the sealed plastic bucket, her eyes filled with curiosity as she said, "Lin Gidge, why don't we open it now and see what's inside?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi halted his steps, slowly scanning the faces of everyone, which were all filled with curiosity and anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Yi gently nodded. "All right, let's take a look here first." After saying this, he slowly took off the waterproof backpack he had been carrying and placed it on the ground. Hu Bo, curious about what was in his plastic box, quickly followed suit and placed his plastic box down. The group quickly gathered around, eager and impatient. Chen Siki and her 3 friends asked Lin Yi for a dagger, and then working together slowly opened the sealed plastic bucket. Lin Yi intended to help, but the girls waved him off, clearly wanting to enjoy the fun of unboxing. The 4 girls' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they slowly opened the bucket lid. At that moment, a faint aroma of rice wafted out. Everyone focused their gaze, noticing that the bucket was filled with a lot of rice, each grain shimmering and plump. No wonder it felt quite heavy when they were moving it earlier. Chen Siki's eyes lit up. "Wow, it's rice. We can have rice to eat." Yao Yao and her 2 friends had joyful expressions on their faces. "Yes, I haven't eaten for several days, and even the raw rice smells fragrant to me. It's a pity we don't have a pot. If we had one, we could eat rice." Lin Yi had a pot, but it was stored in the system space. It wasn't a good time to take the pot out from the system space. He could lead them to the valley, but he didn't want to reveal the system space yet. After opening the plastic bucket, the others turned their curious gazes toward Lin Yi. There was hardly any entertainment on the deserted island, so they took turns to open it. Seeing everyone staring at him, Lin Yi wasted no time and directly opened it, taking out the items one by one. It turned out to be a complete set of rock climbing gear. There were ropes, rock pegs, and a pair of professional climbing gloves. Additionally, there was a small hammer, presumably for striking the rock pegs. Upon seeing these items, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy inside. He vaguely remembered that there was a cliff deep in the deserted island that Li Wei and the others had previously visited, and they returned with faces full of regret. There must be something valuable on that cliff, but they couldn't reach it. Now that he had these items, he could find a time to check it out. Hubo had been waiting anxiously. Seeing that Lin Ye's backpack didn't contain anything extra, he opened his plastic box. Inside, a stack of tissues was neatly arranged. As soon as Hubo saw it was tissues, his face fell, and he murmured, "What? Tissues? I thought it would be food. What use is this? It can't fill our stomachs." One of the girls immediately retorted, "Tissues are very useful. Who goes to the restroom without tissues? On this deserted island, tissues are invaluable." Qian chimed in, "Yes, I've been suffering for the past few days. By the way, what have you all been using for wiping these days? Or have you not wiped at all? Are you trying to gross me out with such disgusting talk?" Yue rolled her eyes. Hubo, who was already introverted, felt embarrassed when the girl said this. He didn't know how to respond, standing there awkwardly. Lin Yi watched from the side, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew his friend was a bit naive and shy. Seeing Hubo's face turn red, he quickly intervened to stop the girls from continuing smiling as he said, "We've finished unpacking. Let's move quickly. I've built a shelter ahead where there's fresh water. If we get there early, we can eat sooner." Hearing that there would be water and food, the four girls couldn't help but swallow hard. Their earlier teasing was merely a way to ease their hunger. Now that they heard there was food ahead, they lost any sense of playfulness, their eyes shining with anticipation as they looked at Lin Yi, eager to hurry to that place. With something to look forward to, they walked quickly. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi led them to the entrance of the valley. Although the valley wasn't large, the scenery was quite nice. As they looked at the valley, they couldn't help but be surprised, not expecting such a beautiful place on the deserted island. Lin Yi felt the same way when he first saw it and didn't find it strange. However, just as he was about to enter, the grass at the valley entrance suddenly rustled, making quite a noise. Lin Yi was startled, reacting quickly as he shouted, "Be careful." As soon as he shouted, he unhesitatingly dropped the backpack from his back and pointed the tip of the bamboo pole at the grass, his nerves taut. His other hand also reached for the fire axe behind him, ready to face any danger. The others, who were immersed in admiring the beauty of the valley, were startled by Lin Ye's shout and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Fear was evident on their faces as they stared intently at the rustling grass, their hearts racing, unsure of what terrifying creature might emerge. The creature in the grass seemed to get even more excited upon hearing Lin Ye's voice. The commotion grew louder, the rustling sounds became more urgent, and soon it quickened its pace, rushing straight toward Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi slightly crouched down, his feet firmly planted on the ground, eyes fixed on the grass bamboo pole tightly gripped in his hands, every muscle in his body tensed, ready for action. Everything happened quickly. Just as Lin Yi was getting into position, the grass suddenly rustled violently, and a completely bald little bird with a few down feathers jumped out. Lin Yi had already prepared to strike with the bamboo pole, but upon seeing such a little creature, he hurriedly relaxed his grip, fearing he might hurt it. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. The bald bird ran straight to Lin Yi's side after darting out from the grass. It then hopped around, its small eyes occasionally glancing toward the valley, looking somewhat like it was shivering, as if there were something in the valley that frightened it. What is this, a wild chicken? Is a wild chicken this stupid to run right under his feet? Are we having chicken for lunch? Shinseki and the others had just been startled by Lin Yi's tense reaction, their hearts in their throats, initially thinking some fierce and terrifying creature would emerge from the grass. To their surprise, it was such a small creature, prompting the most cheerful of them, Yao Yao, to speak up. Lin Yi did not explain, but instead made a serious gesture for silence, signaling everyone to keep quiet. He knew that the bald bird was intelligent, and the system had detected it was an elite-level beast. It wouldn't behave this way for no reason. Not only was it shivering all over, but it had also run straight out of the valley. Its behavior clearly indicated that something in the valley frightened it greatly. Could it be that the cured wild boar meat attracted some beasts? Lin Yi pondered with some confusion. Seeing the bald bird so scared, he speculated that was likely the case, and he felt inclined to retreat. However, not only was there his cured wild boar meat here, but also fresh water. This valley was arguably the best place they could find to stay, so abandoning it would be quite a shame. Lin Yi thought to himself that even if they were to leave, they ought to first see what exactly was in the valley. Upon this thought, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He directly reached behind him to retrieve the fire axe, gripping it tightly in his hand. He then signaled with his eyes and gestures for the others to stay quiet and remain still, following his lead. Seeing that everyone nodded in understanding, Lin Yi cautiously crouched down, lightening his footsteps as he quietly made his way into the valley. The hairless bird, observing Lin Yi's determination to venture into the valley, became increasingly frightened. It anxiously hopped ahead, spreading its small wings in an attempt to block Lin Yi's path. It appeared as if it were desperately trying to convey to Lin Yi the dangers that lay within, urging him not to proceed. However, being just a small bird, it hesitated when it realized it could not stop Lin Yi, seeming concerned for his safety. Then it lowered its body and quietly followed behind Lin Yi. Familiar with the valley Lin, Yi had already formulated a rough plan in his mind before entering. Upon entering the valley, he stealthily hid behind a large rock. The rock served as a perfect cover, effectively concealing his figure. He cautiously peeked out, his eyes alert, as he surveyed the situation in the valley. The water pool in the center of the valley was quiet, showing no signs of disturbance except for some damp traces near its edge, which looked rather fresh, evidently left not long ago. It seemed evident that a beast had indeed visited. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized the watermarks appeared to have come from the pool. This struck him as curious. Could it be that the beast emerged from the pool? Next, Lin Yi slowly shifted his steps, gradually directing his gaze to other areas of the valley, hoping to spot any other unusual occurrences. Everything else appeared quite normal. There was no particular commotion, with flowers and trees standing still in their places. However, when his gaze fell upon the area where he had previously smoked wild boar meat, Lin Yi was instantly stunned, his face filled with disbelief. It was as if he had witnessed something profoundly illogical. There lay a long serpentine creature, which at first glance resembled a giant python, yet upon closer inspection something seemed off. Its body did indeed resemble that of a python, a lengthy form coiling on the ground, its scales glistening with a cold sheen under the sunlight, exuding a sense of power. But what astonished him was that it had a white horn protruding from its head, which stood out remarkably in the sunlight, radiating an aura of mystery and authority. Lin Yi had seen many documentaries about pythons on television, yet he had never encountered one with a horn on its head. A tremor of shock coursed through him as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this be the legendary Jiao? Lin Yi felt a surge of panic. This deserted island was far too bizarre. Though this unknown creature was not particularly large, measuring only about 5 meters long, and with a thickness comparable to an adult's thigh, it exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. The presence felt almost tangible, causing Lin Yi to feel chills running down his back just by standing there and observing. He distinctly sensed an invisible pressure bearing down on him, reminiscent of the powerful auras he had read about in books, invoking a deep-seated sense of awe and fear. This creature's stature was even more daunting than that of the white tiger he had encountered earlier. Lin Yi dared not breathe, instinctively holding his breath frozen in place, too afraid to move. The mysterious creature leisurely finished devouring all the wild boar meat, then languidly extended its tongue as if savoring the flavors of the meal. Afterward, without lingering, it twisted its body and slowly swam towards the water pool. Once in the pool, its long form swiftly submerged like an agile fish. As it sank beneath, the water bubbles erupted in the pool. The bubbles gurgled for a while before gradually settling, and the pool returned to its previous tranquility as if nothing had happened. Had it not been for the remnants of the devoured wild boar meat still visible on the ground, Lin Yi might have doubted whether what he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. After the mysterious creature vanished completely, he finally dared to breathe normally. At this moment, he suddenly understood there was a water pool in the valley, yet no animals dared to come here for a drink. No wonder there wasn't even a small fish in the pool. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. He and Lin Xiaowei had actually stayed in this valley for several days. Fortunately, during that time, this mysterious and terrifying creature had not appeared. Had it emerged then, with his limited abilities, he would have likely been swallowed whole. However, as he contemplated this, he felt something was amiss. The previous corpse of the beer-bellied man had mysteriously vanished, and now thinking back, it should also have been consumed by this creature. But why had it spared him and Lin Xiaowei back then? Could it have some special habit of only consuming dead things? Or was it possible that the events of that night had nothing to do with it, and there was some other reason for the disappearance of the beer-bellied man's body? Lin Yi was filled with confusion, unable to make sense of the situation, his brows furrowing tightly. Chirp, chirp. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, the hairless bird resumed its tranquility after the mysterious creature's departure, starting to chirp normally again. The chirping echoed through the valley, sounding clear and pleasant in stark contrast to its earlier trembling and fearful demeanor. Upon hearing this call, Lin Yi snapped back to reality. Observing that the hairless bird showed no sign of its previous fear, he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Perhaps he should try to see if this hairless bird dared to venture into the valley. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand and gestured towards the valley, signaling for the hairless bird to move forward. The hairless bird, indeed clever, immediately understood Lin Yi's intention. Without hesitation, it trotted forward with its small legs, making a pat-pat-pat sound, heading straight towards the shelter, seemingly eager to return to its nest for a nap. Lin Yi watched from behind, somewhat alarmed, fearing the mysterious creature might suddenly reappear. Yet the hairless bird seemed unfazed. After running a short distance, it turned back, its small eyes filled with a puzzled expression, as if wondering why Lin Yi was not keeping pace with it.